motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Sure, we all love getting pitted in perfect Lennox barrels or throwing down a big layback on a reeling beachy, but there's more to Lennox than just the waves. The Beyond the Waves giveaway is your chance to score some unforgettable local adventures. There's something for all speeds, from getting up close and personal with humpback whales to ocean kayaking with dolphins, or floating high above the coastline in a sunrise hot air balloon. Feeling brave? Get your adrenaline pumping with paragliding off headlands, abseiling cliffs, or rock climbing deep in the ancient rainforest. It's all up for grabs. Just scan the QR code during the Soundboks Oz Grom Open to enter. Epic waves, wild adventure, and unreal prizes. This is Lennox Beyond the Waves.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Soundboks Oz Grom Open 2025. And I'm Terry Tapatis here with Crispy. Mate, what a beautiful day, and we've got some waves.
Yeah, day number 2. How good is that? And I tell you what, the Pro Juniors are here. Traeger Pro Junior, we're going to count in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Well, there it is. So day 2 of the 6th day. We got the sun, we got the waves. It is on with the best surfers in the world. Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill. We're in the Traeger Pro Junior, men's and women's. My name is Crispy, and welcome, Terry Tapatisi.
Thank you, Terry Teese here, mate. You got to get that last name right, otherwise I'll call you Chris Bye all day. But, mate, it's a beautiful day. The waves, the swell's a good 1.5 meters out there. It's solid. We're expecting maybe a little bit more south swell to come through, but it's looking great. We've got the higher tide at the moment, dropping to a low later today, and offshore winds, mate. Doesn't get much better, except who's out there? We've got some great surfers out there.
Yeah, so Dane Henry, World Junior Champ, Corey Taylor in blue, Landon Smales, state, and he's a Queensland champ and is also Australian, and then Will Meyer in the green. So what a start, some of the best in the world, Australia, and then taking on the locals in next heat as well, some of our best.
Yeah, Landon Smales, also the Australian Indigenous champion as well, so great surfer. Will Meyer's a young bloke from Burleigh Board Riders that I know quite well, big tall lad. And Dane Henry, well, say no more. Like, just break the internet, yeah. Dane Henry.
Backflip, 1.1 million views. And what's he got this year? Something, maybe a double.
Yeah, maybe. You never know. And we've got some other ones there. And Corey Taylor, of course, as well. He's no slouch as well. So it's going to be going on out there. Rightio, 18 minutes 20 remaining. No waves as yet. Rightio. Well, coming up next will be our next heat. We'll see heat number 2, round of 64. Carlin Orchard, Harry O'Brien, Jackson Cowan, and Baxter Hurt up there. A lot of glare out here this morning as the sun comes up. Of course, we're not far away from Australia's most easterly point, Byron Bay. And so, yeah, we get the sun here before anybody else in the whole country. And it's a great little morning. And at the moment, no waves being caught. Our competitors are waiting for the sets to come through. It's a long period swell at about 13 seconds, which is pretty long for the east coast of Australia. So, yeah, 13-second period swell. So a long wait between waves, but looks like we may have a couple of surfers looking now, being a little bit choosy with what they get there. So, no one going that one. Just a smaller one rolling across. They've got a huge expanse of area to surf here today here at Lennox Head. Lennox Head, located smack dam in the middle of the north coast. What a beautiful place the far north coast of New South Wales is. And Lennox Head, one of the jewels in the crown. It's a beautiful day, and it looks like we have some great waves coming. Rightio, 16 minutes remaining. 16 minutes remaining out there, and no waves as yet caught. 20-minute heats. Surfers have their best 2 waves counted. They only need to catch 2. No maximum, so they can catch plenty, but generally if you're catching about 10 waves in a heat, you haven't caught very good waves. You're looking for quality. Rightio, we've got a surfer up and riding, not sure on the colour yet, but whips it out of that lip. That looks, it might be Will Meyer maybe. I think I recognise that style, but I could be proven wrong. And working through to the inside. And cuts it back, taking that one all the way through, nearly there, Crispy. I'm not sure 100% on the colour because they're all black shadows with that glare at the moment.
Well, there's 2 tall guys as well, and you said Landon Smales.
Oh, Landon's another one too, yeah.
And Will Meyer, so we'll know when they stand up, or maybe if they do a backflip, we know who that is.
Oh, yeah, that's easy, yeah. That's that cray Blake. Oh, I'm going to go out and do a backflip.
Alrighty, don't forget, you can win the Ultimate Party Kit. Thank you to the Soundboks. Don't forget, if you're here local or check it out online, scan the code, spend $30 more or $75 at Woolworths, and then you can enter in the win a $1,500 Soundboks. Our great sponsors of this 6-day event. 14th year.
Yeah, well, it is the 14th year, and the actual the events that are run before from 96. So amazing,
right.
that
Rusty
yeah,
Grom Fest.
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day.
13.5 minutes remaining as that first score dropped in there. We've got 2 scores to drop in. And Dane Henry getting a couple of scores there. We'll get you those once they come to hand. And looks like we've got a bit of a paddle, so it might have been Dane Henry that first wave.
All right, that looks like white, and that's Landon Smales. Quick, nice snap there, and then looks to get some open face. There's a nice little slash at the end. Really punching some weight there on the back foot. Nice spray, demonstration of power. Good little pickup on a smaller wave just to get away under priority.
And, Big Lando throwing some heat around. He's had some really successful events of late. There's just under 13 minutes remaining, and we've got Green up and riding there. That's Will Meyer. All I can see is the shadow, but I saw a bit of shadow, a spray go out the back of the wave, and there you go. The silhouetted snap, you could call it.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. We've got a screen there. There's a bit of a silhouette on the screen too.
How was that? We'll get the replay, and big shout out to Fresh Air Broadcast. Day 2. We are in the Traeger Pro Junior Men's Division Heat 1. Up next, Kalen Orchard. Harry O'Brien, the local in blue. The Lebar local. Jackson Cowan. Baxter Hurt. And they're all back from NEAS. They've had a couple of good weeks. NEAS, Crewy, even the judging panel, Mikey Clayton-Brown, and Amelie from Newcastle. Enjoying some great waves and results over there.
Well, Lucy Darragh surfed yesterday in the Oz Grom Open.
Yeah.
In the under-16s after winning a 6-star QS at NEAS.
Oh, Lucy Darragh. She's come through the pathway of New South Wales. That could be a good omen for the State of Origin taps.
Mate, you don't need no origins, mate. No omens, mate.
No
Come
lines.
on, we know. There's only 2 states to be in, even though I love New South Wales too. But, you know.
All right.
Have the random Queenslander on the panel.
Time call, 11.5 minutes. First wave's the Dane Henry of 4-0 and a 0.5. First wave of blue, 4-0 for blue. And then Landon Smales, first a white, 2-3-3, but Will Meyer right up there as well. So level peg to 3.57. So red in the lead. Blue second. Blue now needs a 0.51. The game's begun. Green, you're in third. You need a 0.44. And white, only a small 1.68. 11 minutes remaining. Priority is with blue. Priority is with blue. Priority 2, white. Priority 3, green. Priority 4 to red.
Well, Crispy, how is it? We look out at the horizon and you can see it on the top of the TV screen there. That's big southerly swell way out to sea. As we see, we've got a colour up and riding there, ripping in. That was green. Will Meyer with another wave there. Oops.
Yeah, well.
Dane Henry, though.
You could just see the speed. You know, he's got Chelsea Hedges filming him this morning. A HP coach. He's got the eagle eye on the camera, but he's just doing that high line, gaining speed, generating speed, and then ping, explodes. Nice little quick air rev on a small wave. But Dane Henry already igniting something above the lip. We saw some great waves yesterday on day 1. Watch the recap and also see the results of our 16s and 14s here at the Soundboks Oz Grom. All right, scores to drop in for red and also for green. We'll give you a situation update. 10 minutes remaining on the priority board. Priority is with blue. Priority 1, priority 2, white, priority 3, green, and priority 4 to Dane Henry in red.
And here we go. Red having a look, is it? And here we go. That's white Landon Smale, I think, ripping it off the top. Carves it back around and Landon really making the most of this wave, keeping it flowing and even might have got a little connection through to the inside shore. But look at the speed he's holding there and whack off the top tail, right off the top. And, well, nice wave there for Landon Smale. He really executed well on that one.
Yeah, I even saw the bonus section. That's a really tricky section. We've been surfing there the last few weeks. Plenty of sand there, Tapper. So our reef, our sand, it's all here from the point from that big cyclone months ago. And that is setting up some great banks and great surfing for day 2. So the Traeger Pro Junior Men's, heat number 1, winding down. All right, Dane Henry extends the lead. You got a 5-1-7 last wave and a 4-0. So red in the lead. Green second, a 3-5-7, but a score to come for white. Green currently second, needing a 5-6. Blue, you need a 107 to grab second, but that will change as the score of white drops in. Landon Smales picks up that one under priority 2 as well. And that is where priority comes into play, utilising that for your choice away with right away. 8 minutes remaining.
Rightio, with that 8 minutes remaining, we've got a paddler there. And surfer up and riding. All I can see is a silhouette there at the moment. But, that looks a bit Dane Henry-esque, I reckon. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's... And comes to the end section. Oh, there you go. Gets the whole thing out, but didn't bring it down.
He got the takeoff. That
Yeah.
looked like Dane Henry.
Yeah.
Got the takeoff, just forgot to drop the wheels for the landing. And it was green. It was your
green.
mate from Burleigh.
Will
That was
Meyer.
red.
Great surfing from Will. Needed to make that last one. Well, there you go. Just at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, on internet land, you can probably see way better than we can. It's very glary out here. But Will Meyer, he needed that wave, but Landon Smales has dropped a 4.4. So Landon Smales has gone to second. So situation with 7 minutes remaining. Red first with a 5.17 and a 4. White second with a 4.4 and a 2.33. Would need a 4.78 to go into the lead. Green, you need a 3.17 to go to second. And blue, you need a 2.74 to go to second.
You go, got it.
And look at
All
that.
right, here's a go. 6.5 minutes. It looks like it's Will Meyer in green, taking it with priority. Priority lays with blue. Priority 2 red. Picked up that big set that just come through. That's the biggest one of the morning, Tapper. You've done your surf report, and I tell you what, I hope you told him 2 to 4 with bigger sets.
Mate, if you listen to the great Reggae Ellis, he said 2 to 4 foot on a surf report is really good because if it's really tiny, it's still 2 foot. If it's big, well, you've underestimated it's 4 foot. So, I know the 2 to 4 foot trick, but, there's about 1 metre to 1.5 metre of swell on the Goldie, and there's some pumping little waves this morning up there, but nothing like the beauty and the great waves we have here. And we got some waves through, have we?
Yeah, so last one of Dane Henry in red starting to lock in. And just to note, he picked that up under priority. And there it is, Dane Henry. It's not going to go into his top 2. So maintaining the lead, red in the lead on points, a 5.17 and a 4.0 Dane Henry. Will Meyer in second is green. So here we have Will Meyer's last wave. That paid dividends, a 3.47 and his first one a 3.57. Landon Smales now requiring a small score of 2.64 to go from third into the round of 32. And Corey Taylor holds priority for a while, only needs a 3.04. It's game on. 5 minutes remaining. Yellow flag goes up, Tapper.
Yeah, well, with 5 minutes remaining, it's time to nail that last wave. Probably, they could probably get a couple of waves, but they'd be really looking to find that one really good wave. So we've got a mixed swell here. We've got a bit of an east swell on that south swell you see on the horizon, which is massive, that's been bombing on Sydney. It's going past us a bit, but a bit's going to swing in. I think later in the day, your last reports, I saw you saw with your surf reports, Crispy, that that swell was going to start swinging in a bit after lunch, but winds are going to be light offshore. It's going to be light and variable all day, maybe going to the northeast in the afternoon, but light and variable winds, not very strong. Next heat is paddling out. You can see that next heat, that's going to be a red-hot heat as well. Mate, there's no easy heats in the WSL Pro Juniors, mate.
No, that round of 64, and then for the women, the round of 32, you actually can't pick a winner. We've got some former winners and some world junior champs, but it is anyone's game, and especially with the swell and the waves, it really, the surfer that packs the best plan and executes that is the 1 and 2 to get through 50% progression.
And here we go, Blue. That's Corey Taylor up and riding, flying across the face. Wow, he's packed on the speed. What's he going to do with that speed? Comes up, drops the hammer there. Goes in, keeping it down the line as he snaps it out of the lip. Pulls in, but he'd need a snorkel to come out of that one, mate.
Yeah, so really, I think he was in two minds, and nice speed lines, waited for that open face. And looked like Corey Taylor.
And Landon Smales is ripping it down the line there, Crispy, and just off the back there. So blue and white getting waves. That will change up the situation with 3 minutes remaining. at the moment sitting out there. We've got a replay.
Alrighty, so here we go, the replay. That was our surfer in blue. He waited about 8 minutes, racing down the line. So there was a couple opportunities there, but got that layback. And on just his last turn, he got caught a bit up there. He did stomp out of it, so we'll leave that one with the judges. Important score for him, but Landon Smales also getting a small score. Sitting in third. Is it enough to get across? Time remaining, 2.5 minutes. Priority is with blue. Priority 1, blue. So on the points in the lead is red. Green is second, needing a 5-6. And here we go, the replay. Thank you, Fresh Air Broadcast. Live on screen on YouTube. Welcome to heat number 1, the Traeger Pro Junior Men's Heat 1 here live at Lennox. Day 2 of 6.
Rightio, well, under 2 minutes remaining, and it looks like we're still waiting for scores for white and for blue. Well, it is really tight as it gets down to 1:45. These scores are mega important. Well, Corey Taylor in the blue has got a 4 and a 2.67, and just waiting for that last score of Landon Smales to drop in. That will be really important with 1.5 minutes. As soon as we get that, we will give the surfers the situation. At Landon Smales, your last score came in at a 4.3. So blue, you're in fourth. You need a 4.7 to go to second. Green, you're in third. You need a 5.13 to go to second. White in second with a 4.4 and a 4.3 would need a 4.78 for the lead. And red in the lead with a 5.7 and a 4.0. 1 minute to go, Crispy. The mad minute.
Yeah, it's a mad minute, and it's day 2. It's madness. And they are going, completion is the key right now. Landon Smales and Dane Henry. Priority is with green. One last chance. Priority 3 is with blue, and they are third and fourth. So green requires a 5.13. Achievable score in these waves, and a 4.7 for blue. 40 seconds. Dane Henry in the lead. Look at this, all academic. It's 9.876. Small score required. 30 seconds. Green requires a mid-score. Blue, just an average score. The priority is with priority 1, green. Here we go. Looks like we'll have 15 seconds. Attention, the countdown. We will go on hold as they lock that through. We are counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The king of the union, Chris Henover. The chicken, welcome back. And welcome back all those online. This is Heat 2, Traeger Pro Junior Men's. Caitlin Orchard in red. Harry O'Brien, the local, in blue. You'll hear the cheers. Jackson Cowan White and Baxter Hurt to Northern Beaches. Welcome, Chicken.
Yeah, cheers, Crispy. Fridays don't get much better than this, do they? And we're down here this morning at the iconic Lennox Head, and we see one surfer just going absolutely turbo out there. So this is heat number 2 of the morning, and the Chicken Crispy Show's back together, mate. We are in the booth, round of 64, heat number 2, and
It's 2025.
it's all over again.
The gang's back. Thanks for travelling down, and a big shout out to Soundboks and O'Neill. But now, look at this: the Traeger wood-fired grills. That's what's up for the cook, because the winner of men's and women take home a $4,000 barbecue to die for. Thank you, Traeger. We are sitting on day 2. You miss the action unless you watch it on live heats, live webcast. All those at home, look at the replay. Baxter Hurt opening up with his first wave. A 5-0, Jackson Cowan, the youngster, the junior in white. And Kalen Orchard, he's been a junior, progressing to the qualifying series, World Surf League and Pro Junior. He's had some good little campaigns overseas as well, Chris, but then taken on Harry O'Brien, who's fresh from Nias. Here we go, up and riding. This is the local. He's got a new haircut. Nice first turn and then goes a bit more vertical. Nice tag. Knows the banks like the back of his hand. Great little start there for Harry O'Brien.
Yeah, it's really nice to see the conditions and the waves show up here. The sand looks incredible, Crispy, and obviously you know this place better than any. How was the action we saw down here yesterday? And well, here's the replay up and riding. So first nice hook in the pocket, jams. The second one gets some nice release, and then a float the boat to finish. So 3-turn combo, 3 to the beach. Coach's delight, that one.
I wonder if Tony Hawk's going to, he might post that like he did Huey Vaughan's, a nice little rock and roll floater. But here we go, surfer in white. This is the youngster stepping up. And it's great to see the round of 64. We've had some youngsters like Ben Zanetta and also Jackson Cowan just dipping their toes in the Pro Junior while being still in the under 16s or even some of the under 18s in this event.
Yeah, it's great experience for all the competitors to be able to, well, throw their hat in the ring with some of the older competitors. The juniors are such an experienced and competitive bunch.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the schedule today. 16 heats of the men's, and then we go to 8 heats of the women's. That's the Traeger Pro Junior, day 2, and then finishing with 4 heats of the under 18. 28 heats, my friends. But Kyan Falvey, a shout out to him. He's ranked number 2. He's up next in red. Jet blue. Taj Air from the south coast. He's such an exciting surfer as well. And he'll be putting on the leg brace. And Aidan Finn, all the best in their heat 3 up next.
Yeah, so some scores have locked on through, and well, blue, Harry O'Brien, he locked in a 6 for his last ride, that 3-turn banger. He sits in the lead currently in green, second. Baxter, you have a 5 as your top ride. And Jackson Cowan in white. Just 2 small throwaways, a 1.27 and a 1.93. And we still have the surfer in red sitting out there. Drop an anchor, Crispy, waiting with patiently with priority.
Yeah, and the waves have been delightful. Yesterday we even had bigger sets than what we see right now. And what a start to the morning. 2 to 3 foot offshore. We had our high tide this morning at about 4:30, and I'll tell you what, classy waves all day on the forecast. Looking to pick up with that big southeast low pressure system and about 180 degrees. So coming from the south as it marches up the coast from Sydney and Newcastle. And what a platform for day 2. The Traeger Pro Junior Men's Division Heat 2 out there. The local, a 6-point ride. And again, you think about it, what the judges are rewarding. Nice little carve in that first wave. Nice snap. Nice float finish. Really sitting it as good surfing on the scale of 10. Baxter Hurt, a 5-0 in second. He needs a 101 to go to the lead. Jackson Cowan, you're in third in white. You need a 3.08 red. needs a 5:01. Holding priority, like you said, holding anchor, because get a good wave, and that can take you to the lead with a backup. 13 and a half minutes remaining.
Such an iconic venue down here, Crispy, and such a lovely place of the world here
Yep.
on the East Coast. And well, give us a rundown. What did you see down here yesterday, and what are the conditions looking like today in comparison?
Yeah, so yesterday it was actually really consistent. We had that east swell and then that southerly swell join it, but 2 to 3 foot with bigger sets. It was 2 to 4 foot all day, and even on dark it got better and better, and enjoying free surfing, some waves for all those non-competitors as well. We had our opening ceremony from our storyteller from the Bundjalung tribe, Chris Cook, welcome us all to the beautiful Bundjalung Nation beaches. And again, respect the ocean, respect each other, and also you see some rubbish, throw it in our Ballina Council bins. Alrighty, look at that. Beautiful shots from Fresh Air Broadcast. That is the morning glare. That's what the judges can see right now, Chriso. So you can see why they got their polarised 4 on, and we've got that spotter up at Williamsburg enjoying a coffee and calling those colours over the radio. All right, time call, 12 minutes remaining. Surfer in blue situation, you got a 6-point ride. You are in the lead. Surfer in green, you're second, a 5-point ride. Looking for a backup, a 101 to take you to the lead. White, you need a 308. White, your best wave is a 193. And Kaylin Orchard, no wave yet. Here we go. Bit of movement and commotion in the ocean, Chris. Priority with green, priority 2 white, priority 3 blue.
Yeah, looks like a surfer up and riding in the glare. Nice hook in the pocket. Racing down the line. Bit sunny on the face, but still getting some work done. So that was some solid surfing.
Well, so Kaylin Orchard.
I think that was surfer in white.
Yeah, I think that was a pickup just when you least expect it. So the replay. So nice set wave, nice solid wall, gets the first 10 in, sets the second turn, nice little snap. And look at that those morning lines, corduroy, Mr. Chicken.
Yeah, it's just a pretty sight down here. We got just the lovely offshore breeze grooming the lineup, and as you said, just corduroy lines stacked out to the horizon. A nice chilly morning down here at Lennox Head, and but this bank that they're on is looking pretty incredible, Crispy, and we're going to be in store for so much fun action today. And well, it looked like Surfer in Blue's locked in a second ride, 6-point ride. And he backs up with a 6.27. So they're pocket sixes there, Crispy. Surfer in Blue out in front.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. There was combos 10 to 12 that were getting people through the 16s and 14s. And right now, Harry O'Brien, the local, 6-point ride and a 6.27. So last to Harry O'Brien, a 6.27 and a 6. He holds the lead. Green, you now need a 7.27 to grab the lead. White is third, needs a 5.2. And Kaylin Orchard, he started slow, but he posted a 4.67. Red, you're on the board. You now need a 4.21. Your first wave of 4.67. Time on the piece, 9.5 remaining. Nice flower. How'd your mum say? She listen off you?
Yeah, she's out. She's sitting over there.
Nice. Yeah, so if you come in, we tap a E4 and 5.
Yeah. Sweet. Right. You need a coffee, Chris?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Alrighty, 7 minutes remaining. Heat number 2 firing up. Priorities with Blue, and he's taken this one, the heat leader. He's just ahead of the game. And, well, goes to the air rev. Is he going to roll out of that one? Well, the sun and the fins say no, Chris.
Yeah, and we see a bigger set out the back, but that thing just ran off down the beach. Just a big freight train. But no one opted for that one, Crispy.
Priority with red now. Priority red. Priority 2 green. Priority 3 white. Under 7 minutes remaining. All those watching on the webcast, on YouTube, on Facebook. This is the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill. The Traeger Pro Junior we're in right now. All right, Surfer in red. You have a 4-6-7. You need a 4-2-1. Surfer in white. You require a 5-2. White is third. Green, you are second. You need to improve on your 3-8-7. And Blue is in the lead. Blue leads. 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so we still have another score to lock on through for Blue, but it'll just be a throwaway, Crispy. So he still holds the 6 and a 6-2-7. So Blue sits in first, a 6 and a 6-2-7. Green is in second. Baxter, you are chasing a 7-2-7. Your top score is a 5. Top score's a 5. You're chasing a 7-2-7. White, Jackson Cowan. You have a 3-6-7 as a top score. And you're chasing a 5-2-0. Currently sitting third, White. You currently sit in third. So Jackson chasing the 5-2-0 with, well, 5-2-0 on the clock. 5 minutes 20. And sitting out there in fourth is red, Kalen Orchard. He has a 4-6-7, Crispy, and chasing a 4-2-1. He has a priority, though, so he has the pick of the litter out there. And look, as you stare out to the horizon, you can just see stacks of line just heading straight up to Fiji, I reckon.
It is. That's what I remember. The famous quote of Kelly Slater used to say, when there's that big low in Sydney marching up the coast, head over to Fiji, Bulla Bulla.
Yep. It's probably going to be a huge swell hitting there. And, well, Sydney's getting bombarded with some pretty big surf right now, and we're just getting the filtered, perfect lines that have just made their way up the coast and just marching their way in here to the iconic Lennox Head beach break.
Yeah, yellow flag's up, so indicating 4.5 minutes remaining. Harry O'Brien in the lead, the local from Labar. And this is White, taking it with priority 3. He may need to give way, and he does. That's when priority comes into play. This is red. So priority now goes to green, priority 2 blue, but live action as red Kalen Orchard looks for that average score. This is going to go down to a tough finish. This is Baxter Hurt from the Northern Beaches. One big tag, but he needs something bigger than that, an above average. 4 minutes to go. Perfect.
Well, Crispy, surfer up and riding. It looks like the surfer in white. Big fin drift there to finish. We'll just leave that one to the judges. There was a bit of glare on the face, so... Well, that looks like white on the replay. So racing down the line and had that big fin drifting finish and rode out nicely. So I think behind him that must have been blue. So 2 minutes 55 on the clock. And Kalen Orchard is chasing a number still. A 4-2-1 sits in fourth. We've still got some scores to lock on through, so stand by for numbers. We have a score for white and red.
Alrighty, so 2.5 minutes remaining. Important score. So Baxter Hurt holding on the second. White requiring a 5.2. Red requires a 4.21, where the local is in the lead. Harry O'Brien, a 6.27 and a 6.0. not a bad campaign. A couple of heats and rounds over at Cruy and Nias, dipping his toe in the Pro Juniors, as we've talked about with the World Surf League and the qualifying series. And it's quite the ending. They have quite the tiptoe. They've started like at Burleigh this year. They've gone down to Port Stephens, back to Newcastle, over to Phillip Island. They'll finish in September over WA, and then the last one at Redhead to finish for the qualifications to make the ISA and also gain their rankings as they qualify to the qualifying series. All right, surfer in blue, you're in the lead. Surfer in green, you need a 7.27. You are second. White, third, needs a 5.0. Red, you need a 4.21. Red is fourth. Well, there it is. Situation change. Last of red. Just dropped in a 4.43. Situation. Red goes to second. Green requires a 4.1. White needs a 5.23. The mad minute just heated up like the kettle at 5 o'clock this morning, Chris.
All right, so 45 seconds on the clock. Green is still chasing that 4.1. So Green, you just got pushed down into third. Situation change. Red has gone up into second. So blue first, red second. Red chasing a 7.60 to go to first. Green is in third. He adds priority, but 25 seconds on the clock chasing us the 4.10, Crispy. So it's going to come down to this last exchange. We see some lines out the back, so do not go anywhere. We're counting down 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we are going to be on hold. We are going to be on hold, surfers in the next heat. Hold your positions. All right, we are back, Crispy, and this is heat number 3 in the round of 64 down here at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. Well, this is a Pro Junior.
It is. It's the Traeger Pro Junior. Day number 2 of the 6. Look at the replay, and that was the man, Harry O'Brien, taking a win. Congratulations to him. Kalen Orchard, that last wave, just the 2 waves for Mr. Patient. Kalen Orchard moving on through. And commiserations backs to her from the Northern Beaches. And Jackson Cowan, the youngster, plenty of years left of him in the junior series. A great way to gain experience in the Traeger Pro Junior. Right now, heat 3 in the water. Kyan Falvey from Kingscliff. Jet Blue in blue. And also Traeger in white from the south coast, and Aidan Finn in the green. That is game on as first scores starting to filter in. The Kyan Falvey also opening with a bang like that previous heat to Harry O'Brien, scooping on a good wave. Stand by for a good score of red. That'll set the pace as we see that replay of Jet Blue. Just a small score for him, and also a small score for Aidan Finn in green.
Yeah, and kicking off with a bang here is the surfer in red, Kyan Falvey, winner of the Phillip Island Pro Junior, Crispy. So he's put his hat in the winner's circle already this year, and also been one of those surfers we've seen taken to the qualifying series, and now back in the Pro Junior ranks, and a very competitive competitor.
Yeah, so you can check the rankings. You can follow it on your app, but right now, live action. This looks like Traeger in white, the goofy footer from the south coast. He visited some of the local establishments, Physio Plus yesterday. Their surfers, Andy and Tony, they sorted him out with a few niggling problems. And again, you look at the sponsors of this event: Civil Consult Engineering, Ballina Shire Council, our Lennox Hotel behind us, hosting the podcast tonight. But right now, look at that replay. Thank you, Fresh Air Broadcast. A bit sunny, bit skies, but still getting the action for all those at home and around the world.
Yeah, not great for, I guess, seeing the colours, but looks very pretty on the screen. Just silhouettes surfing into that sunrise. And we see, looks like the surfer in red pulling in for some tube action, makes it out, and he's working his way down the line, just teeing off on this thing, Crispy.
Yeah, two good snaps. Let's look at the top 10 of the Pro Junior. WSL on the app, check it. Oceania, Australia, Will Watson, he's in the event. Kyan Falvey in this heat, he's ranked second with that win. Huey Vaughan, well, you know, Tony Hawk loves the kid, and we do too. He's third. Mitch Peterson, Lennox Smith, Kalen Orchard, Sammy Lowe, Landon Smales, Harry O'Brien. That is your top 10 currently ranked. And they are in this event looking for big points up for grabs as well. But look at that replay. Kyan Falvey getting the first score of 5.83. And that second one will sit in the nice average way. But again, a big shout out to all our community. Look at all these sponsors, Chris Hanover. McAvoy Electrical, they fixed the box yesterday. Lennox Head Surf, 10% off everything in the store if you mention Chris and Crispy. And don't forget the bakery, head in there for some breakfast, and Brooks Farm and Epic Marketplace Lennox Head, where you can scan the code and win a Soundboks if you spend some money at Woolworths over $75.
Yeah, FCS, Murph, LJ Signs, Mondo, A Realty, and of course, Crispy, Lee-Bar Board Riders. You cannot forget
the committee.
The local heroes of Lee-Bar Board Riders up and riding right now. It looks like the surfer in blue, and it is none other than Jet Blue. And look at the corduroys here, Crispy, just stacking up to the horizon. It looks almost Bells Beach-esque out there. And some very solid...
yeah, look at these sets. Live on camera, check out these sets. All those live here for the beautiful sunrise this morning. You just feel a lot of oxygen up here.
I guess you've been a local man. I did glance out to the point just a moment ago, and I saw these waves peeling off the top of the point. It looks so fun. Yeah. What is the indicator? Is that kind of is there a time between point waves to beach break waves?
Yeah, let's call it the Mad Minute.
The Mad Minute.
The Mad Minute. About a minute and a half. The set will hit the point, hit Red Rock, where some of our immortals surfed, Brady Myers. And then it comes down to Lennox. And, yeah, beautiful south swell. Don't want to give away too much, Chris. But a beautiful place for a visit, or a beautiful place to live. And back here to the Traeger Pro Junior, day 2 of the 6-day event. That was Jet Blue exiting out of that, looking for a small score An average score for Aidan Finn. So current situation, Kyan Falvey holding 2 scores, a 5.83 and a 2.67. Tajer, he's on the board, a 4.67 first to Taj. He waited with priority and patience for that one, and he scored a 4.67 out of 10. Green is third, needs a 2.68, so stand by. Last wave was a 1.57, not enough. And Jet Blue, a 2.55 required. Last score a 2.13, just under, but time on the board 12 minutes. Look at this next heat. Ed Hassan, Darcy Dwyer, Roman Bunting, and Josh Abrams up next. Check in, and one of them is going to go way south within the area. We've got 3 peaks in our beautiful area here at Lennox Head. Pub innies, pub outies, has sand and has the banks, Chris, for 2025.
Yeah, I was going to ask out, Crispy, where is the designated comp zone? But we do glance out there. The orange cans, it is. So we got a huge playing field here, which gives the competitors a whole lot of options. And, well, take your pick of the litter because there's just some crazy banks everywhere. And speaking of crazy banks, this is your current heat leader in red. Just ripping through this one. A couple of nice turns and just a nice tag in the pocket to finish there. So that was Mr. Falvey.
Yeah, his wave selection's just been on point, and I tell you what, he's been taking a leaf out of Harry O'Brien, the locals. And it's a very similar beach break to Cabarita and Kingscliff, his home break, Kyan Falvey. And as you said, he got that 1,000 win down at Torquay. He travelled around Easter, and he got the points in the win. Let's look at the replay. So he took it with priority 2. There's Kyan Falvey. Nice little speed turns. Very fast while it's low tide. And that is around 11 o'clock today. And gets the open face where he starts to get work. And just that ending section, getting a bit of cappuccino and distance. Here we go.
Oh, look at this thing stacking up. This looks like surfing white Tajer. And he's ripping his way on the back end down this really nice drawn out line here on the Leno Beachy. And just getting some work done. Nice vertical whip to finish.
Well, that was a nice goofy attack, wasn't it, Chris?
Yeah, that was a really well put together wave. I think at this time in the heat, 10 minutes, right on the halfway mark. Surfers, 10 minutes on the clock. And, well, he's currently sitting in second. He was chasing only, below a mid-range score to go to the lead.
Okay, Fresh Air broadcast, all those at home. This is the replay. Tajer from the Wollongong area. I think Sandon Point board riders, nice pick up, nice choice of manoeuvres too. So getting nice and sharp near the end, and then he whips up that last turn. And judges looking for that completion. We saw the people that completed their waves, got their combo killers. They were the ones getting through on day 1. And day 2, Tajer completing his second wave. And he had that with priority. He just looked calm and clinical. 9.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I love that replay there. He just really got the windscreen wiper going as he worked down the line. And also, just I noticed some real subtle things within the style there. Just some nice redirects to get back into the pocket. Obviously, with the waves on the low tide running down the beach, it does sometimes break out to sea a little bit with this swell direction. And being able to really redirect and stay in the tight pocket, it just allowed him to get real vertical from the bottom to the top. And yeah, well, mate, tonight, you tell me, what's happening here, Crispy? Mr.
What's
Lennox
happening
Head.
tonight? Well, I'm not Mr. Lennox Head, but Lennox Head Hotel. We are hosting the Ball and All podcast. So you got Woody, Taipan, you got Kondo, you got the crew, and guest speaker live on the podcast, live tonight. Still a couple of tickets on the Instagram of Labar, $10. Darren Hanley, Mr. DHD, and you could be taking home a beautiful DNA Juliet.
How do we enter? I want that.
Scan the code in the Beach Marshal and I'll see you there. But Lennox Head Hotel hosting the podcast tonight, Ball and All. If you can't make it, listen in on the Ball and All. And, well, Darren Hanley will be telling some great stories, no doubt, of 3-time world champion Mick Fanning and the insights to 8 times Steph Gilmore. And the crew, more to come. Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, that's going to be such a fun night down there. And those lads on the ball and all, plenty of entertainment always.
Something on, Everett. Don't forget the VIP night Saturday. And then on Sunday, Robbie Bain is going to host with all of us, Solly Bailey, over at That Is Free for the Kids big movie, Maps to Nowhere. All right, live action, JetBlue, currently with Priority picking his eyes out of that one. And that's the thing. Priority can win and Priority can sting. You got to choose your good wave, your medium, good one, or your best wave, because it can also be the curse.
Yeah, so situation out there right now, 7 minutes, 5 seconds on the clock. Heat number 3, we do have a rider. That's a really nice turn and a second one. So getting loose there, the surfer in green. This is one of the better waves of the heat we've seen. And look at the drive he has down the line, Crispy. So much speed. What board was under his feet there? Because it looks really nice and above the water, but also had a really nice pivot to it off the tail.
Wow, rapid fire. This is JetBlue needing a good score, but Aiden Finn will get back in the game with that last wave when that locks in. Score come through. Last to White, a 3.9, so White extending second. Situation, Red in the lead, 6.5 minutes. Red leads, White second. White needs a 4.67. Green, you need a 6.57 score to come, and Blue needs a 6.44. Look at this replay. Good looking set. Aiden Finn just reset. Got the good wave. Got some big turns on that last tag.
Yeah.
And got the connection Ray on the inside. And I tell you what, this could come close to taking the cake to second or put him in a good position for the finish.
Yeah, well, he was chasing a 5 or a 6.57, and, well, we'll leave it with the judges. Yeah, we are standing by for numbers, so just hold just a moment, surfers. We'll get you the full situation very shortly, because there's a very important number to drop for the surfer in green. Aiden Finn waiting for a number, was chasing, well, a score in the good range. And I'll tell you what, that surfing was definitely good. So we'll see where the judges fall at.
He's on at 8:40 exactly, so please come down as soon as you can. I've got to go. No, that's heat 4.
And just remember, free surfers out there, that the competitors have right away this entire comp zone between the yellow cans. So that's 5 minutes on the clock, 5 minutes. We're still waiting for last to green. So stand by. Current heat leader was surfer in red, Kyan Falvey. He had a 5.83 and a 3.5. Second is Taj Air currently, but we're still waiting for last to green. So a few nervous moments here for the surfer in whites, because the last wave of green, well, now it's locked in. Green, your last score was a 5.33, so it comes up short, but it is your best ride. So you're now only chasing a 3.24. Green chasing a 3.24, sits in third. Blue in fourth, chasing a 5.80. Second is White.
Well,
White chasing a 4.67, and well up and riding, Crispy.
Yeah, with priority, Kyan Falvey, and he just hung close to Taj Air now. And a nice day, really protecting that lead. He's only got to drop a smaller score for red, but out wide, Aiden Finn. 4 minutes remaining. Back in the game, that last wave, a class act of 5.33, second highest wave of the score, needs now a 3.24 to make round of 32. Blue, you need a 5.8. You are fourth. And Taj Air holding second, a 4.67 and a 3.9. He only needs a 4.67 to grab the lead. 3.5 minutes remaining. This is going to get intense. And again, they're so experienced, about 8 to 10 years in junior surfing. And again, those free surfers move up north out of the area. And those free surfers at the south area, this is a sanctioned event. You need to move out. And if you are a competitor, you risk being eliminated or fined if you are seen by the lifeguard or our cameras. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't want that, Crispy. And also, you just got to be on the radar of everyone.
Yeah, that's right.
You just don't want to be that guy or that girl.
All right, 3 minutes remaining. Blue needs a 5.8, but Green, Chris, needs a 3-2-4. Heat 2, and this is it. The Pro Juniors, they know, the Traeger Pro Juniors, what's expected, how to use priority. This is going to be a big fight in this last 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's like when these heats evolve, where you see no surfers have higher than the good range. Everyone's kind of splitting 5s and 4s. What it does at the end of the heat, it really excites things because it's like chucking the coals on the Traeger. It just heats up and anyone can leapfrog anyone from any position in this heat. No one needs a big score to progress. So you'd have to say no one's safe right now because even if, green and blue were able to lock in 2 big numbers at the back end of this heat, red and white could find themselves in a pretty tricky position. But 1 minute 45 on the clock. Priority does sit with white. So Taj Air has first pick of the litter out there right now, Crispy. He's chasing a 4-6-7 to go to first. Red is currently in first. White second, chasing the 4-6-7. Green third. He's chasing us a 3-2-4. So green chasing a 3-2-4, sits in third. And fourth is blue, jet blue, chasing the 5-8-0 to go to second. So that is your situation, Crispy.
Yep, next
1 minute 15 on the clock.
Yeah, the mad minutes here. They know what's coming. Look at the lines. And I'll tell you what, that next heat, one of the surfers is going within the region, that south bank. This is going to be good. A nice little banana split. One goes south. The others fight 3 on the north bank. But right now, on hand, Kyan Falvey in the lead in red from Kingscliff, Australia. Taj Air from the Wollongong area holding second. But Aiden Finn, a 3-2-4. Blue needs a 5-8 to stay alive for the round of 32. And the format for these 6 days, they literally surf once each day according to the schedule and the waves for these Traeger Pro Junior men and women.
All right, 30 seconds on the clock. 30 seconds, surfers. And it is red first, white second, green third, blue fourth. Yeah, 15 seconds. Looks like I got a paddle on here. 10 seconds. This will be the last ride. This looks like surfer in white. Counting down very shortly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So we are going to throw to a quick commercial break. That was Taj Air last ride. Heat 3 done and dusted. Stand by for heat number 4. We'll be back very shortly.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Sure, we all love getting pitted in perfect Lennox barrels or throwing down a big layback on a reeling beachy, but there's more to Lennox than just the waves. The Beyond the Waves giveaway is your chance to score some unforgettable local adventures. There's something for all speeds, from getting up close and personal with humpback whales to ocean kayaking with dolphins, or floating high above the coastline in a sunrise hot air balloon. Feeling brave? Get your adrenaline pumping with paragliding off headlands, abseiling cliffs, or rock climbing deep in the ancient rainforest. It's all up for grabs. Just scan the QR code during the Soundboks Oz Grom Open to enter. Epic waves, wild adventure, and unreal prizes This is Lennox Beyond the Waves.
See the beautiful scenes here as everyone out there in Webland comes back in and can see what beautiful conditions we are graced with here today at Lennox Head. Official results of the last heat. It was Kyan Falvey taking out the win in red, 9.33. Traeger, very close on that last ride, but he comes in second, 9.24, so splitting hairs there between 1 and 2. Well done to red and white. They'll progress on through, and Aiden Finn comes in third and Jet Blue in fourth, unfortunately bowing out. But thank you, lads, as we roll into now heat number 4. And it's a great matchup on paper. Surfer in red is Eden Hassan. Blue, Darcy Dwyer. White, Roman Bunting. And in the green, Josh Abrahams. And look at the peaks we have up and down the beach. We see one just spitting. The Leno Beachy has just got some incredible sand right now and lots of options for the surfers. We see Blue almost tucking in there, but elects to go to the turns. A nice big whip in the pocket. The surfers are really spoilt for choice down here this morning. We got a big, nice, open playing field at the Lennox Beach break. Between the two orange cans is the designated competition area, and it does span probably a good 300 to 400 metres up and down the beach. And speaking of Lennox Head royalty, welcome to the booth. Very good morning, Miss Nixie Ryan.
Good morning. Day 2 of the Soundboks Oz Grom Open.
And we are into the Traeger Grills Pro Junior Division now. So what an exciting time. And Fridays don't get much better than this, Nix. And how's it all been down here? I mean, talk us through the conditions we have. You must know this place better than the back of your hand. How are these beaches looking today, and what are we expecting the rest of the day, do you think?
Yeah, it's looking so nice out there. We've got that right-hander like we did yesterday, and hopefully the swell just keeps pushing in throughout the morning. And yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah, and right now in the water, it is heat number 4. So these are the Pro Junior competitors, the best juniors in the Australia Oceania region, and all vying for qualification to go to the ISAs to be on Team Australia and hunt down that ever-elusive World Junior title. And, well, we just saw one of the surfers getting imploded on that end section. And, well, we're down to 15 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, and we look at the scoreboard. Nothing of consequence right now, just locked in. Just small scores across the board. Blue with the best of a 217. And so these surfers just feeling out the lineup.
So
On red, you go this one, keep that one, and I'll stand this one. Sounds good. Yes, she's on red tap.
no.
Start talking now.
So we've got Eden Hassan in the red, Roman Bunting in the white, Darcy Dwyer in the blue, and Josh Abrahams in the green in this heat. Red is up and riding on this one. Nice turn to start that one off and gets the combo. Is that better?
Got to be, well, which one are you on? The red?
She's on red, I'm on green.
Oh,
Check.
that's why I say. You get on the red one, Chris, and I'll leave it.
Check 1, 2. All right, so 13 minutes 25 on the clock, Nixie. And, well, best score of the heat locked in there for Eden Hassan. It's a 3.33. Tree.
Okay, so situation in the water is Eden Hassan. You're in the lead with a 3.33 and just a 1.77. Darcy Dwyer, you're in second with just a small score of a 2.17. Roman Bunting, you're in third with just a 1.83. And Green, you're in fourth with a 1 and a 0.2.
Oh, look at these corduroy lines marching their way in here to Lennox Head Beach Break, and we have a surfer up and riding. That looks like White. A big float. The boat pulls into the tube. Look at this big peak out the back. Will we get a ride on here? It looks like Blue up and riding, Nixie. So big crack out of the pocket. It's going to whip it back into the power source, and it's probably going to get a good end section turn here.
Nice way to finish that one for Blue.
Yeah, so Darcy Dwyer getting busy there, really throwing the power back foot down on that last section. And, well, he's just holding a small score of a 2.17, Nixie, so that's going to get him well and truly involved in this heat now. Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start to kick things off, but we're now starting to... Well, the surfers have got their feet in the wax. They've felt out the conditions. I guess it's one of those things where you can look at the surf and it's absolutely cooking, but sometimes the hardest thing to do when it's pumping is just finding a good wave. And, well, I remember listening to Sally when she was at Newcastle saying the exact same thing. Going out in the heat, just from the beach, it looks like a perfect offshore lineup. But when you're out there, it's a pretty big playing field, so I can imagine it'd be hard to really find the right spot.
Yeah, I was speaking to one of the boys in the last heat, and he got through. He's actually staying at my house, Kaylin Orchard, and he said it was super tricky to find those kind of peaky waves. But I feel like over the morning it's just going to get better and better. It's just hard with those first heats of the day.
All right, so this is current heat leader up and riding, Darcy Dwyer. And out the back, this is Green. Joshy Abrahams racing down the line. Only just holding a couple of really small numbers, so this is going to be his best ride now. And it looks like he's going to finish off on the end section there. And the morning sun just playing a bit of havoc with the judges and our eyeballs. But that's going to slowly start to rise, and, well, you're going to see the great vision that we're all seeing down on the beach. Lennox Head Beach, he is turning it on. We are situated right across the road from the iconic Lennox Head pub, the Lennox Hotel. And one of the main sponsors of this event, going to be host to some really cool events all week long. We've got the Ball and All podcast over there tonight, Nix, with one of the masterminds in shaping, Darren Hanley. He'll be over there on the Ball and All podcast with the lads, and they'll be entertaining us all night long. And, well, how does this rate up there for you as the beachies? How has the sand been? You surf here quite a lot, and
yeah, I don't know. It always turns it on for Skull Candy every year. The banks always turn on, and there's always nice clean waves and swell here this time of the year, so we're super lucky to have the Soundboks Oz Grom Open here. But yeah, the water's even cleared up. It's nice and aqua. It's been brown for the last couple months, but it's cleared up just in time, and it's looking like a good week of waves.
Yeah, it's that time of year. I remember, rewind the clock way back until the 90s when I was actually coming up here, Nix, for I was jumping in the car with my parents and coming up for the Rusty Gromfest back in the days. Those were the OG days, and it's just been the epicenter for junior surfing here at Lennox Head and all the way down to Ballina. I remember so many events over the years there at North Wall Ballina, which was, I feel like a lot of the events now are here on the beachy, right?
Yeah, well, they used to have regionals at North Wall, but they haven't really had a comp there for a while. Yeah.
But spoiled for choice here on the beaches anyway. I feel like, I don't know, it seems to just to be getting better and better. Every time I come here, I just see the sand looking so fun here and so many different options up and down the beach. And all right, surfer out in the water. Situation is with 7 minutes on the clock. We've had scores lock in. So blue is in first. Blue first. Darcy Dwyer. You have a 5-6-7 and a 3-1-3. Eden Hassan in red. You sit in second. You have a 3-3-3 and a 1-7-7. Looking for a 5-4-8. 5-4-8 red to go to first. Third is white. Roman Bunting, you have a 207 as your best number. You're chasing a 303 to go to second. But keep in mind that Eden Hassan in red does hold just a 177. So when he improves on that, it's going to make the situation a little harder. Green sits in fourth currently, chasing a 241 to go to second. And priority is with white. Second priority red, third priority blue. Fourth priority sits with the man in green. And this is heat number 4 in the round of 64 in the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior Division here at Leno Head. And, well, looking like I can see the smiling assassin of Tapper. He'll be back on the mic very shortly. But what a great day of action we're going to have ahead of us. Whether you're down here at Lennox Head or you're tuning in from anywhere around the world, where else would you rather be than one of the most iconic surf venues on the east coast of Australia? Looks like blue up and riding. This is your current heat leader, Darcy, getting busy, tags that end section, and well, it looks like white activating priority here. Goes for the big end section turn. Hangs on, Nick. So we've got Mandy's coming into the booth, so that's a good sign for the day. And, well, Nixie, we just saw a really good end section turn there for the surfer in white,
Yeah.
Roman Bunting.
He was looking for a good backup wave. So we'll see where the judges go with that one, but looking like a good wave for white.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so this is an important wave here for the top seed in the heat. Eden Hassan chasing, well, looking to drop the 177. He used priority there, so, well, this is getting very, very tight because we saw Roman Bunting fire off that really nice two-turn combination. He free fell out of the lip on that critical end section and really did ride out. Well, 4 minutes 20. So we'll wait for the judges to lock in numbers. But what I can tell you is the last of green was a 270. That doesn't change his situation. It is his best ride. And we're still waiting for last of blue, red, and white. We'll see if this does change the situation. But yeah, 3 minutes 35. And as we can see the drone shot there of the surfers on the webcast. Brought to you by Fresh Air Broadcast. And we're going to be graced with these beautiful scenes all weekend long, all the way through till Tuesday, actually. This is running from the 3rd through till the 8th. That is the waiting period here, Nix. And
that last score for Roman Bunting comes in at a 4.47.
yeah, so situation change. White goes to second. As Nixie just said, a 4.47. It is the best number of the heat, and that is, second best number of the heat. But what I can tell you now is the situation with all scores locked in. Blue, Darcy, you sit in first. You have a 5.67 as your top score and a 3.13 as your low. White second, chasing a 4.34 to go to first. So White's in second, chasing a 4.34 to go to first. And you can see him now hunting down the man in red. Eden Hassan has gone to third. So red in third, chasing a 3.22. A 3.22 for the surfer in red is what's required. And green chasing a 3.85 to go to second. So just below mid-range scores required for both red and green Knicks to go into second. So it's going to be a very interesting last few minutes here.
Is that red?
Oh.
Is that red?
That was red, just
So
throwing the kitchen sink of that end section and getting detonated there. We saw him go left. There's not many lefts out there, but he's picked one off and had that first nice crack, and you could see him just trying to get around the section. When he got there, he was just a microsecond too late and went upside down, but just couldn't ride out.
Yeah, he had fourth priority, so he did well to get that one under all the boys. But we'll see where that one goes.
Yeah, so the top seed is against the ropes right here. Eden Hassan sitting 16th on the ratings. He's been one of those junior competitors that also throwing his hat in the ring in the qualifying series. Well, will we find a last-ditch effort here? That looks like the surfer in blue on a big, nice-looking right-hander, Nix.
Current heat leader. Nice snap in the pocket there. This one's looking like a good wave.
Yeah, got speed to burn on the webcast, and as we see him go into the glistening sunrise, just tags that end section, and that is your heat leader, surfer in blue, Darcy Dwyer. Looking to drop a low score of a 3.13, 35 seconds on the clock. So coming down to crunch time here. Priority sits with white, second priority green, third priority red. It looks like red having a paddle, big lip line floater, and well, he's going to go down the mine shaft there. We count this one down very shortly, Nixie. 10 seconds on the clock.
And counting down this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Yeah, so that does round out heat number 3. We are currently on hold, surfers, till we get confirmation from the judges. Ready to go? All right, we're going to count in next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on the internet to the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. Of course, at the moment, we've got the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior, and out in the water now, you've got Dom Thomas, Keenan Chris, Ozzy Trigwell, and Angus Lingard. So that's it, and I'm here with Nixie Ryan, 3-time winner of the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, and Nixie, how was that last heat? How did that go?
Yeah, it was an exciting finish for that last heat. The results were Darcy Dwyer in first, Roman Bunting in second. Unfortunately, Eden Hassan bowing out of that one, and Josh Abrahams as well in fourth.
Well, Angus Linegar getting a wave straight there, right up off the bat. So it's been a little while, 2.5 minutes gone in this heat. And how do you surmise the conditions today, Nixie?
It looks so fun out there. It's definitely a little bit bigger than yesterday. I think it will keep getting better throughout the day. Just those early morning heats, I think, are a bit hard to know where to sit and know what to do. But yeah, I think we'll see some great surfing throughout the day. We've got local boy Keenan Crisp out there at the moment.
Yeah, no wonder we can't have Crispy on the mic when his son's out there, Keenan. Yeah, Keenan's a ripper. He is a great local talent. Dom Thomas, of course, well known too. Dom's a great ripper. You'd know most of these young fellas, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Dom Thomas from Newcastle, I believe. He's the top seed in this heat, in the red.
And we got some great surfing coming on. Coming up next will be Will Martin, Oki Fraser, Isaiah Norling, and Ryder Lucy. And wow, look at these waves here today. It is on the cook. It is amazing. So just a small wave score for Angus, and here we go. We've got a colour up. And that's wide in and out of that one. So it's a little bit straight with this south swell. Nixie, because you basically grew up surfing this beachy, didn't you?
Yeah, pretty much. I think those rights on the outside are a lot better. You can get on the end of them, just like who we have here.
Oh, that's Keenan, is it?
Keenan.
Oh, no, or Angus, is it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's Keenan up and riding.
Oh, that backhand style. Krakatoa's on the backhand.
It's
Keenan
so
surfs here every day too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's always out there.
Yeah. Do you get a few waves off him, or does he get a few waves off you? Which way is that go?
He lets me have a couple.
Oh, I thought you'd be a bit of a hard one to get a wave off out there.
No, all the Groms are hard ones to get waves off.
Oh, yeah, they're like little piranhas, aren't they?
Yeah.
We can see the replay there. Keenan Chris, backhand turn after backhand turn, ripping in. For those that are on the beach, you can get on your phone and watch it live on the WSL on the YouTube. That's where we are, I think, YouTube. Out there here at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, incorporating, of course, what we're seeing now, the Traeger Wood-Fired Grill Pro Junior. And waiting for scores there. We'll get you those scores as they come to hand. I'd say I'm not a judge, and I don't really want to be a judge, but I'd say Keenan's way is going to be about the best one, and it is a 3.5 last of blue, a 3.5, white a 0.33, and green a 1.0. So Keenan getting the best of the exchange there. Rightio, we've got a surfer up and riding. I think that might be Red Don Thomas. Wow, Krakatoa and down the beach, whipping in. He's fast, fluent. And is he going to finish here, Nixie? Order, kicks it off the back. So that was a pretty well executed wave from Dom Thomas.
Yeah, nice 3 turns from Dom Thomas.
Here we go, the replay for those on the net. Take us through it, Nix.
He's Nice jam in the pocket there for Dom, and sets it up with another one and finishes that one off super nicely. Throwing lots of spray as well.
Yeah, pretty aggressive surfing there. Really attacked the lip on that one. So 13 minutes remaining, waiting for scores for the surfer in red. Dom Thomas will get that score through. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the internet, we are on the internet and we're live on the beach as well. So we will be giving scores sometimes through to the surfers because they need to know their scores. And, well, Dom Thomas, you scored a 5.0. Last of red, a 5.0. Blue, you scored a 3.5. Green has a 1 and white a 0.33. So there are our scores for our servers, and Dom Thomas getting the better of that first exchange.
So with 12.5 minutes on the clock, white, you're looking for a 3.18 to advance. Green, you're looking for a 2.51. And blue, you're looking for just a 1.51 to get into that first position.
Rightio, well, we're heading towards that low tide, and pretty soon, not too far away, probably about an hour and a bit. I know on the Gold Coast it's around 9:30 or so, but here maybe a little bit later or earlier. But with the low tide, what is the best tide for the surf here, Nixie? Is it a low tide, high tide, or can it be any tide?
I feel like any tide is like good, but a low tide like breaks out the back a bit more, and then on high tide, I feel like we'll see those insiders and like surfers working their way through the inside and getting that little left connection like we did see yesterday. But yeah, it's looking nice out there at the back on low tide. Those right-handers coming through.
And here at Lennox, it's not actually just a beach break, is it? It's not just a beachy, really. It looks like just a beachy, but there's all reef and rock underneath it everywhere.
Yeah, I think it's only sand out the back, but there's rocks and stuff on the inside.
Well, I know when I've done my, I did surf reports back in the day for CFM, I used to go on a helicopter out off Burleigh, and you wouldn't believe how far out the back those black basalt rocks go, a couple of 100 metres. See little black dots everywhere. So I'd say this reef, like Burleigh, it's kind of there. Burleigh and Lennox are kind of similar in a way, but so different in another way.
Yeah.
I know I like Lennox paddling out better. I like Burleigh coming in better because I hate coming in at Lennox Point.
I hate paddling out at Burleigh off those rocks.
Yeah, they're nasty. At least they're all the same size at Lennox. At Burleigh, they're big ones.
Lennox is way easier than Burleigh, I reckon.
Yeah. Coming in, though, I'll take Burleigh any day
Oh,
of the
yeah,
week. Can't walk up the sand.
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go. We've got a bit of a paddle. And that's red. Don Thomas up and riding, Nixie.
Just trying to back up that first wave of his. Nice wrap to start with. And goes for the air. And we'll leave that one to the judges.
Rightio. Well, we're down to just on 10 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water. 10 minutes. And look, there you go. There is the beautiful sight of the contest there. I'm kind of waving. Oh, you can see me waving. There you go. We're waving to the people. Yeah, that's the site here at Lennox Head. Look at beautiful Lennox Head. Great work by our drone pilot there. Look at that. I stayed down that way before. I'm staying the other way this time. But ladies and gentlemen, a place to definitely come and visit, Lennox Head. There's so many good waves around this area, and it's such a beautiful place. 9.5 minutes remaining. Dom Thomas, your last wave, a 2.43. Last of red, a 2.43. So situation for the surfers in the water. First is red with a 5 and a 2.43. Blue, you've got a 3.5. You need a 3.94 to move into the lead. Green, you hold priority. You need a 2.51 to go to second. And white, you need a 3.18 to go to second. We're down to 9 minutes remaining. Hey, that drone shot was awesome. Rightio, those free surfers, people on the just free surfers, you need to move out of the competition area. So our surfers are going right down the line there. I might even have to stand up. So we go red, Don Thomas in and out. So recreational surfers, please move down the line. And there we go, white, Aussie Trigwell. Aussie coming off the bottom, whips that backhand turn out of the top, but couldn't quite see if he rode out or not with the glare.
Yeah, that glare is not nice on the eyes in the morning.
Well, it's also, that's this morning. I've got the one of our sponsors, Surf Mud. I got the Surf Mud. I went to the Surf Mud stand, saw Jace there, and got a bit of their Surf Mud on, all natural.
Stays on all day too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's great product, all natural, all naturally sourced stuff, and it's like good for you. You know, it's good stuff. Unlike some overseas brands and stuff like that, this is made in Australia. Australia, mate.
Australia made.
Australia. Okay, Dom Thomas, your last wave did not go into your top two. Aussie Trigwell, your last one, just a smaller score there as well. So at the moment, it is Angus Linegar and holding priority. And wow, they paddled away from that peak. And look at the one that's come through. They all paddled away from it. And that's probably one of the better waves I've seen. That went right in the middle of the area.
Yeah, it looks super tricky to know where to sit out there, just because there's so many different peaks all over the beach.
Is that pretty standard? Because I know you are the local here.
We've got Green up and riding on this one, jams that one in the pocket, and another one there for Green. Just carves that one back and cannot really see. He's only looking to better his 1 point rise, so I'm sure he'll do that on that one.
So when you've in one of your 3 wins and many finals, where did you have a place to sit, or did you just sort of feel it, go out there and just go wherever?
I honestly just paddled out there and just sat wherever. I remember one year it was breaking up down south, towards the point more, and there was a really good right coming through there.
Well, there we go. That's the drone footage of Angus there, and wow, he's getting a couple of nice turns in there, drives that, and looking to finish. We didn't see whether he finished. Otto pulled through, and here we go. We've got a surfer up and riding on the back end. Is that young Keenan Chris ripping in there?
Yeah, local boy Keenan.
Wow.
Finishes that one off super nicely.
That was a lightning fast re-entry then, and here we go. That's wide Aussie. He doesn't get round that one, so Keenan got the better of that one. And how quick was that last turn? That was a real whippet. He does a whippet.
So snappy and
high speed.
Fiery. Yeah, Keenan's got a great back end.
Here we go, the replay of Keenan.
Nice first snap there for Keenan, and he backs up with the second one, and that last turn tapper.
That was money, wasn't it?
That was money.
That was money. Crispy, you got some money to pay him for that last turn, mate. Crispy, your pockets are going to be empty by the end of the heat. Yeah, that was a great turn. Well, let's just see how the judges saw that. They're still checking that one out. And we got someone else all trying to... No, that was white. Aussie Trigwell couldn't quite get into the right wave. And got our next heat. They're all psyching up, get out there. 5 minutes remaining. It's 5 minutes remaining. The yellow flag is going up, so... It's getting a crunch time out there with 5 minutes. We'll get those scores through and give you a total heat update, surfers.
So, red, Don Thomas, you're sitting out the back with priority.
So, Dom Thomas with the lead and priority. We're just waiting for scores to give an update. Keenan Crisp and Angus, we're waiting for their 2 scores. So, there'll be pretty important scores in the... total thing of the heat, so they'll be coming through very shortly. The judges could be checking out the replays. We saw a beautiful drone shot again of the lineup. It looks, the water is so clean and pristine. It's the cleanest the water's been for a while, hasn't it, Nixie?
Yeah, so clear. Couldn't ask for a better day to be down here on day 2 of the Soundboks Oz Grom Open.
Clean water, offshore conditions. We've got swell that's predicted to maybe increase. And we're down to 4 minutes. Okay, Aussie Trigwell. So Angus Linegar, a 287. So that's second. Whoa, who was that? Was that Dom out there throwing it around? Okay, so looks like Red's wave, just waiting for last of blue to come through. I think the judge is thinking about that with that. That was that lightning fast turn, and here we go, it's coming through. Got 3 minutes 20 remaining. Okay, situation, 3 minutes remaining. It is blue first, red second, green third, white in fourth. White, you need a 5.83 to go into second. Green, you hold first priority. You need a 4.57 to go to second. Red, you are in second with a 5.0 and a 2.43. A 2.5 would see you go to the lead. And Keen and Crisp, your last wave a 4.0 and your other wave a 3.5. You are in first place. 2.5 minutes remaining. So now our surfers have got the situation. Keen and Chris, the judges like that wave. That last turn, I reckon all the points are in that last turn.
Yeah, that was an important wave for Keenan as well because he only had the one wave before that. But now he's sitting pretty comfortable out there with second priority and the lead. And this looks like Dom Thomas looking at this wave, and he is up and riding, snaps that first turn, and a huge turn to finish that wave.
How was the tail releasing that off the top?
Yeah.
That was great. And I know you don't mind a bit of tail release either. I've seen you surf over many years. You like throwing the tail over the back of the wave.
Oh, yeah, that's about all I'll get out of the back of the wave.
Oh, come on now. As we see the replay there, here we go, Dom, on the replay, and just watch this last turn. Wow, gets all the fins out the back. That was sick.
Yeah, half of his board looked like it was out of the wave.
Rightio, well, the judges coming in. Looks like that is the best score of the heat, a 5.4. Last of red, a 5.4. Red goes to first with a 5.4 and a 5.0. 1 minute 25 remaining. Blue, you're in second, would need a 6.4 for the lead. You're holding a 4 and a 3.5. Situation for green. Green, you need a 4.63 to go to second. White, you need a 5.9 to go to second. So it's going to the last minute. It is pretty serious out there at the moment. It's for green and for white, those scores are well achievable. They just need to get the wave, and green has priority, so he's in the box seat.
Yeah, we're down to the final minute though, so we'll see what happens in this last 45 seconds. And the surfers are looking at this wave. Green is up and riding using his first priority. Does a nice turn in the pocket there, but unfortunately...
And that's wide. Aussie Trigwell on the backhand. Well, we're down to 15 seconds. It is getting to crunch time. Oh, can it be last minute, Larry, for Aussie Trigwell with 10 seconds. Red up and riding 2. And we've got attention to countdown with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa. Is that Keen and Chris? Did he get it before the bell? We'll have to see with our judging panel. We're on hold. So we are on hold next heat. How's that set? The best set all thing and it came through right at the end. I don't know whether Keenan's wave was in or not. We'll have to find out. Just we're on hold, and here's a replay of Keenan's wave. This is a vital wave. If he did get it in, I didn't quite see whether he took off on time, but I reckon he must have. Wow. And so we got the replay there. We're just waiting for those scores to come through for our judges, from our judges. And, well, Dom Thomas getting a score through there. So that was in. So Keenan's Chris Waves was in. We're waiting for it all to come through because Angus got a pretty good wave too. Aussie Trigwell got a wave. Oh, so very, very... nail-biting stuff if you're in that heat because everybody got a wave, everybody got amongst it. Who do you reckon did the best out of those 4?
I don't know if Keenan's last wave was in time, but I liked the look of his wave. And Aussie Trigwell on his backhand as well. He got a nice-looking wave too.
Wow, so looks like Dom Thomas, his last wave is not going to change his situation. So Red still got that 5, 4 and a 5. So his last wave's not going to change his situation, but the waves for Blue, for white and for green will be very important. The judges having a bit of a think about this one. So next heat, you're on hold. You're on hold next heat. Wow, how's that? So have you ever had heats like that, Nixie, where you're out in the water and everybody gets away at the end and nobody knows what's going on?
Yes, it's if you the one getting the score at the end of the heat, it's a good way to finish the heat. But if you're the one that gets knocked back, it's not too nice.
Well, Keen and Chris got a 3.83, so slightly increase it. Oh, look out. Crispy's here. He's looking at the scores. He's going, ooh. Still got Angus Lineker and Aussie Trigwell. Oh, Crispy's... It must be hard, because I know when I watched my son when he surfed, it was like...
Scores are in. It's Dom Thomas taking that one out and Keenan Crisp holding on to second place.
Okay. Let's get in the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so welcome back to the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior down here at the iconic Lennox Head, one of the best surf venues in the entire world, and myself, Chris Enever, here in the booth with the great Michael.
Jeez, I'm not
Chris.
dead. I'm here. But yeah, it is a good day. It is always a good day at Lennox. Rain, hail or storm, but I'll tell you what, the sunshine's here. 3 to 4 feet waves now, offshore. The whales and dolphins will be jumping out soon and don't forget, we have some great giveaways. And today, don't forget, surfboard giveaway, scan the code. See the Beach Marshal or online on La Bar. A Gunter and T. Patterson, scan the code. Winners drawn on Sunday. Who wouldn't want a Gunter board from Gunter on one of the locals here, South African, Labarian, and he's an immortal at La Bar, a life member, and Timmy Patterson. And big shout out to Realty, the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. You want to buy a house, sell a house, or rent a house, go see Big V and the crew at Realty, one of our great sponsors, and grab some real estate while you're here. All right, what a last heat. So the little chip got through. Dommy Thomas from French's Forest and Newcastle taking a win. Keenan Crisp, the local for Lee Bar, getting second. Commiserations, Aussie Trigwell and Angus Lineker. That was a humdinger. Getting that set, that 3-change set right at the end. Wow. All right, 16 and a half minutes. A big shout out to Traeger Woodfire Grills. This is our Pro Junior. Rolling through 16 heats. This is heat number 6. Will Martin from Coffs Harbour. His brother Luca winning back-to-back Oz Grom comps, and Will surfing for Coffs Harbour and also living at Gold Coast. He's in this one, a 4.83 for red. Ryder Lucy out there as well in green, a 2.33. And Oki Fraser been in this event for many years, the Oz Grom Open. This is 14th year, Chris Enever. And Izzy Norling, great to have the Victorian back. We love when there's a Victorian. You've got to have an Aussie rules. They're either from WA or Victoria, and they love Aussie rules, and they love big waves.
Yeah, all the hype's about the State of Origin coming up next week, and they're like, what are you talking about, you madman? But today it's all about the ocean. Surfing.
It is.
We have plenty of action ahead. This is day number 2 of this. Well, you have to say it's a junior surf festival. Like some of the best Groms and juniors from not just this country, but around the world doing battle here.
Yeah. And we have stuff up our sleeve. Like tonight, we got the Bat and Ball at Lennox Hotel. That's up our sleeve. Don't forget there's 15 tickets remaining. Purchase online $10. And then we got the silent auction happening where you just take a truckload of amazing things, surfboards, surfing memorabilia, barbecues, Soundboks, to one winner only. And don't forget the big screen at Lennox Hotel. We've got Maps to Nowhere with Solly Bailey, our guest with Robbie Bain. Heritage Heat tomorrow, the VIP with all our sponsors. And we've got the best surfers, 250 grommets, 14s, 16s, 18s and Pro Junior on right now. Great food, great coffee, great surfing. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, when you think about, I reckon if you asked any ex-professional surfer where the epicenter of junior surfing is and Grom surfing is in Australia, the first thing they would say would be Lennox Head, because I know for a fact when I was growing up, throwback to the 90s, Crispy, when I was about 10 years old, I was just packing up the car and just fanging up here to Lennox Head for the Rusty Grom Fest and plenty of other events. We used to have so many events down there at North Wall as well, down there in Ballina, and it's just such a great region that draws in the real competitive nature of Grom and junior surfing.
Yeah, and look at the history.
So much history.
Even Brocky was watching that heat with his team Labar for Harry and Keenan. Brocky's there. You've got the Taipan, Super Coach, Super Shaper now. He's got some great boards, wood surfboards. Shaping at Gunter Ron's factory as well. And then you think of the Pro Championship. You had Jenny Boggess, the World Junior Champ, Woody, Taipan, and then you had the Adam Melling, Stuart Kennedy on the CT. And then right now, Mikey Madonna, Nixie Ryan on the Challenger. And then you got these emerging juniors, Juniper Harper, Osha Curtis, Mia Baker. And then you got the young son, Keenan Crispin, Harry O'Brien. And then you got more to come. And it starts with the pathway of the board riders, Lee Bar, the ABB, Boom Crash Opera. Boom.
Yeah, and well, one thing as well, the only thing that hasn't changed here, when you look just to the right, is that iconic headland, Lennox Head points, still not one house located on it, and it's just such a raw and iconic spot for surfing. Well, we've got a paddle on here. It looks like red. There's the drone shot from Fresh Air Broadcasting. Big nice float the boat there for Will Martin. Going to wrap this one back into the pocket, back into the power source. He's hooking down the line here and eyes off the end section. So 3-turn combo. That's what you want if you are a coach, to see start to finish. Really nice solid surfing. Kept the speed, engaged the rail.
Let's look at the replay. Thank you, Traeger. All those at home. Will Martin from Coffs Harbour, now Goldie. Look at him. Set wave, floats over it, sets the pace, gets around the face. Nice little car back to the wash. So giving him some spring into this last turn. This is the discipline. There is completion right there. Good combo. That'll sit around it could go around the 5s, but it might even go bigger. we'll leave that one with our judges. Again, head judge Kai from Boomerang Beach, and he's on the WSL doing the challenges, and also in some of the CTs that have been in Australia and all around the world, travelling these packs like Mikey Clayton-Brown, Zippy Pearson, been in it for decades. They are ticking off the criteria as they catch their waves. Critical manoeuvres in the critical section, speed, power, flow, completion. Finished that turn.
I got a funny story for you. I remember...
Talk to me.
It would have been probably 10 years ago or so, and they used to have speaking of board riders clubs, every winner of every board riders club at the end of the year, I'm not sure if you remember, they used to have the national championships, where every individual winner of the Opens would come up and have the national championships for the board riders champ of Australia, and it used to be right here at this very break out in front. And I remember the chook, I was in the final with Woody and Nick Squires.
Nick from the VB break at my heart.
I can't remember who the fourth person in the final was, but it was definitely me, Squizzle, and Woody.
How good's that?
I needed I had the highest score of the final, an 8.
Yeah.
And I needed a 4 to win, and Woody had priority, and he paddled for this wave and missed it, and I got it, and I did 3 backhand turns, and Woody thought I got it. The whole Lennox Elite Bar Board Riders Club were in the shallows here cheering on Woody with about 30 seconds to go, and I got this wave, and I ended up getting a 3.9. I got second.
Oh, there you go. The tough judges. Okay, Surfer in the blue, you are in second. Your last wave of 3.33. Blue, your last wave of 3.33. You are in second. You need a 5.83. Green, you need a 1.51. You're in third. Izzy Norling, you need a wave from Victoria. Shout out to his dad watching online, the family down in Vico. They work for Quickie, doing a great job around the world, the Norling family. But then in the lead, Will Martin. And again, this kid, he is rapid fire. He's in the lead. That last wave of 4.33. So it sits around a 4.33. So again, good wave. Judges really rewarding that completion. Again, go vertical, get the big points, go bananas, and you get the excellent scores. Will Martin in the lead, consistent surfing, 4.83 and a 4.33, and he goes wide. Under fourth priority, big Taylor Knox wrapping cutback. Look at live action. Nice little slash. This is Will Martin going into the sunlight. You feel like you're over South Africa on a sunset surf, but this is the morning here at Lennox, the East Coast, and Will Martin whining and dining another great wave.
Yeah, so here is big last turn there for the surfer in blue. It looks like he rides out, or is that blue or white? We'll have to leave it with the spotter and the judges, but we'll stand by for those last numbers.
Replay, Traeger replay, or what are we calling it, O'Neill replay?
So here is the replay up and riding. That looked like the surfer in blue. So that was Oki Fraser going for the big closeout bash, but just comes unstuck. And we still have a score for, well, Mr. Dialer Bomb, Will Martin. He's been finding all of the good-looking sets out here in the lineup right now. It's kind of been his heat, and the other three just living in it. Standby for Lasta Red has a 4.83 and a 4.33, so pocket fours, and he's looking to increase that, but well, that last one there, those big, nice wrapping calves that we saw.
I feel it's his best. Yeah. So we'll leave that with the judges, qualified to the criteria, but Will Martin in the lead. Oki Fraser second, Ryder Lucy third is green, Izzy Norling fourth in white, holding priority. It's 7 minutes to go. And this is the thing, you hold priority, it sometimes gets hotter and hotter because it can sting. You need to get your best wave and you need your backup. It scores out of 10 if you're unaware and you're local here or you're checking it out. Their scores are out of 10. They've got a criteria. Big, beautiful manoeuvres, critical. And then they do that and finish it. They've got to do it again. You've got unlimited waves, but it's your top 2 waves that go in. Unless you get like a 9, you could get through some of these heats, do you think? Maybe.
Yeah, it's such a...
It's a risky one.
Well, the thing about priority is it can be your best friend or your worst enemy, because sometimes you just get hit with the priority curse where you sit there for so long, you have this vision in your mind, especially when the waves look like they're pumping. I feel like we heard one experience, Sally Fitzgibbons even talking about it down at Newcastle on the webcast, is when you paddle out when the waves are pumping, the hardest thing to do is just find a wave, because sometimes, especially in a big playing field, a big lineup like this, you can just find yourself a bit out of position, out of rhythm, and it can just go pear-shaped very, very quickly, especially when it's about 3 to 4 foot and bigger. It's usually a bit of longer periods, so it's longer time between waves, and then it's usually a bit longer between sets as well. So with only a 20-minute heat, you really have to make sure that you're able to utilise priority, but stay active, stay busy, keep it moving. As soon as you get too stagnant, I feel it can really play havoc on you, and that's kind of what's happened here for Surfer in White.
Yeah.
Izzy's just sat there with priority. He's holding onto it like it's in the vault of a bank, and he just doesn't want to give it
Yeah.
up.
But he's got to move, and he knows he can hear us. He can see. He's got his tide watch. That's what he has got. All right, 5 minutes remaining. Situation update on the points. Will Martin in red in the lead, 4.83 and a 4.33. Oki Fraser holding on the second. Needs a 5.83 to take the lead from second. Green is third. Needs a 2.34. Izzy Norling. He can achieve a 4.66 in his sleep. The goofy footer from Victoria. Been doing the junior series now on the Pro Junior in QS. He went over to Nias and he's scooped a couple of Burley as well. Here we go. Splitting a peak. One goes left and Izzy Norling goes right with priorities on the big one. Carves around. We're staying on live action. There's the second one. Check it out. WSL, Facebook, on the app, and live on YouTube via Labar or Surfing Australia. Good pick up, Izzy Norling. Do it again. 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see where that one falls on through for the Surfer in White. He is opening his exchange, but there's only 3 minutes 58 on the clock, Crispy, so time is starting to become the enemy for the Surfer in White. He's only chasing a 4.66 to go into second. But we still have some numbers to lock in, so we'll update you with the situation once all scores are in. All I can tell you is that Will Martin is out in front. He does have those two 4-point rides, a 4.83 and a 4.33. Last score was a 3.63, so didn't go into his top two. I can see where the judges held back on that score, because even though they were big, nice, swooping cutties, it
Live
really
action.
wasn't a lot.
Here we go. Will Martin
terms
go
of
for
movement.
one big hand dong and just comes off. He went for the big Hail Mary, Will Martin, and, well, he took the close out. He's in a good position where he can waste a few. 3 minutes remaining, so red up and down, no change. But Izzy Norling on the board, a 2.57. 2.57 situation change. Goes to third from fourth. Ryder Lucy in fourth needs a 3.11. Izzy Norling now needs a 2.87 as he crunches away at the score required to go to round of 32. Oki Fraser, 5.83 that equation, and Will Martin in red in the lead. Here we go. Oki Fraser.
So Surfer in Blue up and riding, racing down the line, whips it. Nice carving turn there, and he squares off the bottom, tags it nicely in the pocket. Bit of suds on the face of that one, but still getting some work done. And
I liked it. What do you reckon? I like it. I think he's going to drop his second score. Will it be his best? I think so. So let's look at the replay. All those at home and got it on your app. This is the man, Ryder Lucy in blue. Nice carve on a good set wave. Look at this one. Bit sharper. Snaps around again. Nice little slash. And then chooses that vertical turn. But then that wall doesn't have the coping. 3 turns. You'll take that any day if you're in second. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, surfers.
Yes, stand by for numbers. There it is, a 4.37. 4.37 last to blue, so does increase your position. Does solidify second place. You are still chasing a 4.80 to go to first. So Will Martin in red, holding down the lead. Looking to drop a low score of a 4.33. Second is blue, looking for a 4.80 to go to first. Third is white. Izzy chasing a 5.13. So he's just had one wave this heat, and also Ryder Lucy, just one wave as well. So third and fourth have really struggled to find much rhythm in this heat, but they're still within fighting chance here. They both have first and second priority. Priority is green, second priority red. So they will have the pick of the litter between the next waves that come through. And chasing those mid-range scores, Crispy, to break the hearts of, well, Oakey Fraser, who sits in second right now.
All right, mad minutes here. Priorities with green, priority 2 white to get his second wave, priority 3 with red. And look at this drone shot. Thank you, Fresh Air Broadcast. Benaboudi on the drone and all our safety team. There is your cameraman. That is not a seal. That is Wes, our cameraman. Beautiful shots on our website in Le Bar. And that is a ride shot of Ryder Lucy. Oh my gosh, it's crystal clean. It's about clarity. As with one of our adventures, Dino, the spear fisherman, clarity's literally 15 metres, which is beautiful.
Yeah, it's unreal. It's looking so clean and aqua.
15 seconds. All right, we're going to count this one down. No change. Will Martin in the lead. Oakey Fraser second, unless there's a change in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're going to count straight in 5, 4, 3. Just on a commercial break, but welcome back all those online. That last heat ended and Will Martin from Coffs Harbour and the Gold Coast getting through, him and his brother, to day number 3. So congratulations to Will. He's actually in the under-18s as well. Last year for the Junior Series, the Surfing Australia Junior Series, looking to vie for a maximum 10,000 points at this event at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill. That is your replay of what happened while you're on your break. Hearing from O'Neill, our presenting sponsor. Get one of the best suits. You've had them too. Or a nice warm jumper, the hoodie we got, or a beanie or a hat. Check it out, O'Neill. And Rob Bain will be here. We'll hear from him tomorrow. And 1978 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew bringing the Wimbledon of surfing. The greatest 250 surfers in the world here at Lennox for 6 days. All right now, the Maroubra's Mateus Bissau, great kid and really coming of age. He's a black belt in MMA, and this kid is out there in the lead at the moment. A 2-5 for Mateus Bissau. Jesse Ferguson from the Sunshine Coast is out there in red. He's really getting his junior career and dipping his toe in pro juniors as well. And Tommy Whitpain from Burleigh Board Riders in the blue. And what a spread of junior talent, now dipping in the World Surf League Pro Junior. Jackson Woolner getting his new great sponsor with Julian Wilson at Riviera. He's out there in white. 3 minutes gone, 17 remain. Here we go for the Whitpain, looking to cause some. Just falling off that one. 17 minutes remaining. Up next, Huey Vaughan, the one and only. He'll be dancing around and doing some airs. Hunter Anderson out there in blue. Maverick Wilson, he'll be in. And Owen Kilby, the wild card from Le Bar, all the way from Northall. He's probably travelled the least, and he's in there to make some big experience for Owen Kilby up next. Good luck in the green. 16 and a half minutes. What's going on tonight there, Chriso? We've got the podcast.
Yes, it's all happening over there at the Leno Hotel. 7 p.m. The Ball and All podcast will be live at the Lennox Hotel. And guess what? We get to feature one of the senseis in surfboard shaping in not just Australia, but you'd have to say the world, because DHD, Mr. Darren Hanley, will be over there spilling all of his knowledge and secrets. And
I just want to know who Juliet is and DNA. Why does he call him that? That's my question. Someone ask it tonight, please. Darren Hanley, Mr. DHD, and again, one of the top shapers in the world. And you think of top shapers, and I must say, you've got some amazing ones from, the hard edge of the Northern Beaches throughout the years. We got Gunter Ron up here. You got Timmy Patterson. You got Phil Myers. That's just some of a few amazing shapers. Chris Brock. And now you got Woody Taipan and Luke Condon. Emerging talent. Even Oscar Loudon. He's the junior on the craft of Woody and Gunter. That's pretty impressive. Shapers are such a big thing, having that equipment dialed in. All right, first wave of red. It's a keynote. It's 517. Surfer in red. 367 and a 15. You are in the lead. First of green, a 25. Here we go again for the backup. And that is Matthias Bosso just locking in those two quick waves. Again, that awareness of the heat before, learning from what they've done well or what they haven't done with the backups. But here we go. Jesse Ferguson, under priority 3 and 4, green and red, making and building those points. As we said, the Southern Right Whale poking out there about 500 metres from the lifeguard.
Yeah, the Whale Express is well and truly running right now. We've seen a bunch of them out the back. It really is the highway here at Lennox Head. And that looks like one of the surfers, plenty of speed to burn. Surfer in white drops the hammer, and a second one. So that is Jacko ripping into a few nice turns there. And then behind him, it's Green. Look at absolute unit. And rips into this big, nice turn there. Mateus. Tell you what, plenty of muscle on that frame of a body.
Well, like I said, he eats about 12 wheat bixes, does his MMA, plays footy, so all-rounded sportsman, a bit like, like the Sally Fitzgibbons. And look at that Southern Right Whale. That is live on screen, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to scan. We have a great competition. You can see it live on screen. It's Beyond the Waves giveaway. Chris, what is that? You scan the win, $3,000 in local experiences. What a commercial break right now. Look at these Southern Right Whales. Dial it in on YouTube. There's Mum and Bub. You can win paragliding, ocean kayaking, whale watching with our locals Dino and Mango, hot air balloon riding. It's all up for grabs. Online, scan the giveaway, and out of the blue, look at that. That is amazing.
Well, Fergo just get over a head dip there, but just a quick in and out. So that wave just missed the bank slightly, but some really nice waves just peeling a little bit further up the contest site.
Talk about it, scan it.
Yeah, so scan the QR code if you're on the screen right now, because that is some pretty incredible prizes you can win.
That is amazing.
And White out the back, just ripping into a nice carve there. He squares off the bottom, and it's a nice little carve there as well. Just keeps the speed down the line. And will he find the end section? Bashes that end section, and that was a clean, crisp turn to finish. I felt like at the start of that wave, he really had his eyes down the line quite a bit, and I feel like it can be a bit of a curse here at times, because
I do that.
There's this big, long, stretched out wall, and your eyes just end up seeing down the line. You just want to get speed, but there's definitely a pocket that can be had, and I feel the surfers that have taken the most advantage of it are the ones that can really stay tight in the pocket.
All right.
First turn there, nice.
Yeah, here's a replay. That first one, as you said, look at the carve. And you can see him looking down the line. So staying present is the key as coaches, as you know, whether you got Chelsea Hedges or Chris Enover. But lining up that last one, it was like his head was in that last turn from the start. But he'll get some good points.
Yeah, the last turn was the money maker, but you know, if you play that wave back, you probably would see there was a fair few opportunities there to go upside down, just like we saw there. Surfer in blue and then green, the big carving turn from the man-child.
Yeah,
Mateus.
Mateus Bissau, all the family at Maroubra. Here he goes, lining up. Look at him zero in, and he just muscled in on that. So big power on that turn. 11 minutes remaining. This is game on. Jesse Ferguson in the lead in red. Green second. Score to come, a big one for White. And then Tommy Whitpain just getting that smaller score. So this is a pretty stacked heat of talent. Jackson Woolnar down at Newcastle Pro Junior got a good quarterfinal. Look at the replay. Let's look at it. Tommy Whitpain from Burleigh just dancing around on a medium. It's like he's at Burleigh. That's nice, like his home break. Nice little sand break, beach break. But we are at Lennox Head and getting his backhand attack in. Smaller wave, but clinical. Where does that sit, Chris? I think around the average mark to middle.
Yeah, I could definitely see it falling in the mid-range of the scores, right in the middle of the scale, I feel. But one thing I did notice about that wave, and also Mateus is here, is that they really took advantage of those pockets that were available, especially Tommy Whitpain. We saw him really stay tight to the pocket. He was able to get really nice and vertical off of multiple manoeuvres.
All right, score to come for White. Jackson Warner made the quarterfinals at the Pro Junior down at Redhead the other month. So he call him the dark horse, and there he goes. 4-4. Situation change. White goes to the lead. 4.4. Judges loving that big wave. Got a few turns in, like you said, but that ending turn was the completion for a 4-4 out of 10. Situation change back. Green, a 2.53, sits in third. Green needs a 4.47 chicken. And then Jesse Ferguson holding second. A 3.33 is his best and a 3.67. So Tommy Whitpain, a score to come for you for blue and a score to come for green. Right now, live pictures. Look at that. That is a beautiful place. Beautiful water temperature of 20 degrees, and look at the low tide coming. We're sitting on low tide around 11 o'clock, but Jackson Woolnar holding the lead. Beautiful Benabuti drone shots. And look at this, our great broadcast team at Fresh Air. This is Tommy Whitpain picking up a big one, looking to cause some pain, and well, that is better. Looking to complete this last turn, hits the coping, points the toes and lands it.
Yeah, you just see the maturity in his surfing there, and just the way he reads these long stretched out walls. You know, he's not in a rush. He doesn't seem like he's rushing to get down the line. He's really just surfing section to section and maximising the scoring potential of every wave. I feel that's such a key element out here. We've seen a lot of surfers, like you said, they really have eyes for the end section and really focus on getting speed down the line, but there's just that perfect little pocket behind him most of the time. And here is key example of that.
Yeah, Tommy
carves it back into the pocket, stays nice and tight, whips that one again, and he's not in a rush to get to the end section. He just waits through it, patience, and
judges have that replay. That's right. Thanks to the Fresh Air broadcast team and all the crew at Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill. Traeger Pro Junior, we're currently in. Surfing green. You need a 4.47. You are in third. You need a 4.47, Mateus Bissau. Score to come for Tommy Whitpain. He got a 4.6 and a 0.3 and a score to come. It may take him. He only needs a 2.4. It may take him to the lead where he goes from the Chook House to the Penthouse. White leads, red second, green third, blue fourth. Score to come for blue. Already indications, and that's what I was thinking. It was good surfing. Good wave. That finishing turn was good. Where does that sit on the scale as it comes in?
Yeah, pretty good. So 6.33. And last the blue, 6.33. Rockets you into the lead, so situation change. And the situation now, blue in first with 6 minutes 45 on the clock. Tommy Whitpain A 6-3-3 and a 4-6-0 is your low score. Second now is White. Jacko, you are in second. A 4-4 and a 3-9-3. Chasing a 5-5-3 to go into first. Third is Red. Red, you're sitting in third. You're looking for a 4-6-6. Jesse, you're looking for a 4-6-6 to go to second. And Mateus, you are sitting in third. Green in third. A 5.80 is required to go to second.
All right, we're looking urgently for Maverick Wilson. Maverick Wilson, alternates go to the beach marshal. Maverick Wilson, the check-in. If he's not here in 1 minute, he does relinquish his spot. Alternates, make your way in your wetsuit to the beach marshal. Maverick Wilson, last call. All right, don't forget, if you've lost your credit card or done a credit card, we've got a found credit card at the beach marshal. But right now, live action. This is Jackson Woolnar, the dark horse from Newcastle. And again, all his family watching from down there. Nice first turn, snaps up to second, gets a bit boggled and, well, looks to recover. He recovered from that little boggle.
Wow.
5.5 minutes. He may have a score to drop, but Red needs a 4-6-6 and Green needs a 5-8. They are the two stats to keep alive. Just over 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Alternates to the beach marshal. Maverick Wilson, where are you? Alternates, make your way to the beach marshal. Hugo Spearings, Lewis Murphy, make your way to the beach marshal. We will not go on hold. Hugo Spearings, if Maverick Wilson isn't here.
Wow, big turn there for Jesse Ferguson. And we're still standing by for last of Whites. That was a really nice wave. I loved the down-the-line speed, the projection, the commitment to the lip. It had all of the above for Jacko, Surfer and White. So stand by for last numbers. 4 minutes 15 on the clock. We've had a few good waves ridden. Still waiting for last of Blue, White and Red.
Maverick Wilson, you're required at the beach marshal. You got to check in way early, guys and girls. Maverick Wilson, or you'll lose your spot in the Pro Junior, the Traeger Pro Junior. 4 minutes remaining.
All right, so stand by for the situation. Stand by. We're still waiting for numbers to lock on through. Red, you were in third prior to that exchange. We're still waiting for last of Blue, White and Red. So with 3 minutes 20 on the clock, priority sits with Green first. Second priority is with Red. Third priority is with Blue. Fourth priority, White. We're still waiting for numbers, guys. So once they lock on through, we'll give you a situation update. But no scores in the system as of yet. So stand by. The judges having a good think about this last exchange. So initial scores locking on through for White. Looks like it won't change the situation. It will increase his second position though. So situation currently, we're still waiting for last score to Red to lock in. Stand by, Red. 2 minutes 25 on the clock.
Yeah, probably, guys. We won't go on hold, but there could be that 30-second gap or if someone gets away.
So stand by for last of Red. Blue is currently in the lead, a 6-3-3 and a 4-6-0. 4-6 is his low score. Last of White was a 5-3-3. It was your best. Chasing a 5-4-1 to go into first. Last score for Red, a 4-5-7. 4-5-7, not enough. Red, you're still in third, chasing a 5-3-7. So Red third, chasing a 5-3-7. Green fourth, chasing a 5-7-3. That is the situation. Blue first, white second, red third, green fourth. Minute 35 on the clock. Priority sits with green, second priority red, third priority blue, fourth priority white. And we have some lines approaching, Crispy, so do not take your eyes off the lineup.
Yeah.
Third-
Priority with green, priority to red, and they are the ones that need the score. So it's a wave of change, a set of change. Here we go. Mateus Basso takes it with priority. So priority will go to red now, but green, eyes on the skies. And there's the first turn. This is where the pressure cooker happens. Gets his second turn, needs to finish big, and to get that score with a minute remaining. It's a floating lateral finish.
Oh.
But wow. Is that the turn that makes a difference? We saw an 8-point turn, one turn rewarded in our under 16s. Vertical
Yeah.
and chunky like
And
that.
Tommy Whitpain. Wow, how was that last turn?
Oh, the
Three
burly boy.
Absolute hammers there from...
Yeah. Tommy Whitpain, the burly boy. I love when he winds up. He started slow where people would think he's on the ropes. Who is this Tommy Whitpain? And
I'm
then
going to call him Tommy Whippain because
Yeah.
he's whipped that section 3 times. And
nice backhand smash. And that's where he's homegrown at Burley. But we have 15 seconds. Looks like he's going to take his way to the lead and through to the round of 32. 10 seconds. Stand by. We'll get back to you about the last to green in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
here's we see the replay there from Fresh Air Broadcast with the drone shot. It looks like such a good lineup here. And here's that wave for Blue.
Oh,
Look at him just squaring up.
Too
So
far.
crisp. Just almost Ace Buchan-esque.
I reckon above average for that. But what a way to close your way and go into the round of 32. We're on hold. We're waiting for scores. Last of green. I don't think it's going to do it. He needed something big. He needed Tommy Whitpain's bag.
Oh,
But-
look at the numbers
Whoa.
starting to hit the screens for Mr. Tommy Whitpain.
Stand by. He closed with class, and it's going to be the highest score of the day. But unfortunately for Mateus Basso, already indications that wave not enough. But we may go to a commercial break online, but I hope you're enjoying the action. This is day 2 of the 6, the Traeger Pro Junior Men's. Heat number 7 is just about to finish. And heat number 8, we've got Huey Vaughan, Hunter Anderson, Maverick Wilson, and Owen Kilby.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Sure, we all love getting pitted in perfect Lennox barrels or throwing down a big layback on a reeling beachy, but there's more to Lennox than just the waves. The Beyond the Waves giveaway is your chance to score some unforgettable local adventures. There's something for all speeds, from getting up close and personal with humpback whales to ocean kayaking with dolphins, or floating high above the coastline in a sunrise hot air balloon. Feeling brave? Get your adrenaline pumping with paragliding off headlands, abseiling cliffs, or rock climbing deep in the ancient rainforest. It's all up for grabs. Just scan the QR code during the Soundboks Oz Grom Open to enter. Epic waves, wild adventure, and unreal prizes This is Lennox Beyond the Waves.
Maverick Wilson in the white.
Well, we saw that Beyond the Wave giveaways. Oh, look out. What a great opening wave for Maverick Wilson. Don't know, we might be able to get a replay up there for our viewing audience out there in internet land.
Yeah, Maverick Wilson, your first wave is a 7-point ride. So a 7-point ride for white.
7.0.
Another.
Rightio. Well, Huey Vaughan's in the red, Hunter Anderson in the blue, and Owen Kilby in the green. And here's the replay. That is Maverick Wilson, and look, whips it out of the lip for those out there in internet land. This is what you get for a 7. Really vertical, direct to the lip. Each turn dripping of spray everywhere. So, Maverick Wilson, a 7.0. What a great opening there, Nixie.
Yeah, how powerful were those turns for Maverick Wilson?
That was. There was so much power as he hit off the top there. And we've got the bloke who broke the internet, Huey Vaughan, out there.
I know.
Do you reckon we're going to see? What was that manoeuvre that he did?
I don't even know. I was going to ask you that.
It's like a loop-the-loop.
Yeah, it was like a backflip slash, I don't even know.
Well, you know, did you ever play with Matchbox cars and the tracks? Those tracks that go
Yeah,
to loop the loop. It was
yeah.
like that, eh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like a loop the loop.
And we've got Blue up and riding on this right-hander here. And pulls into that one, but just can't make it out of that one.
That's Hunter Anderson, originally the Sunshine Coast, now living down around Palmy, Burley Way. And oh, here we go, Huey Vaughan. Look at this, direct to the lip, snaps it off the top. Oh, Huey ducks under the lip, but not much else on that one. Okay, surfers in the water, a notice, surfers in the water. Priority board has frozen, so we are going to manual priority. So at the moment, I've only got third priority for white, but manual priority at the moment. Manual priority surfers. First priority white. So Maverick Wilson, that 7.0, great opening, but Huey Vaughan, he shows he's here to play, isn't he?
Yeah, Huey, top seed in this heat in the red. And a great way to start that heat for Maverick Wilson as well with a 7-point ride with just on 14 minutes left in this heat. We're just waiting on those other scores to come through.
We got Wales out the back. We've got everything going on here at beautiful Lennox Head for the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. Of course, this is the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior. The best Pro Junior surfers in the country out and about there. So the judges are looking at these scores. May take a while to get them through. They had a fair bit to go through there. Well, Hunter Anderson, just a one-pointer for Hunter. And looks like Owen Kilby's coming in. Be a mid sort of a lower range score as well. 13 minutes remaining, and there's so much to do. And how about tonight at the pub? They've got the Ball and All podcast going on with Darren Hanley there at the hotel. I think there may be 1 or 2 tickets left, so otherwise you're going to have to listen to it.
Are you going down to that one, Tapper?
Maybe I've done Darren Hanley on my... actually, I might go and see, because Darren, I did him on the Tappers Green Room podcast.
Oh, nice.
And I interviewed Darren. He was a great interview. So, yeah, if anyone's going tonight, you're going to get a great little insight into the man, Darren Hanley, and a very talented guy in many ways. Okay, our scores are in white, a 7.0, red, a 4.33, green, a 2.33, and blue, a 1.
And Owen Kilby up and riding now. Snaps that one off the lip, and that's all for him.
Rightio, well, Owen Kilby there, just a quick one-turner. And, yeah, there's plenty going on, of course. So much there, and it's going to be pretty good, that podcast. And, you know, we've seen all the stuff with all the whales out there. Well, the Beyond the Waves giveaway, you can scan to win this... I don't know if it's on the YouTube channel, but I can hold it up there. I'll hold it. We've got the replay here. And just racing along, looking to finish it there. Owen Kilby, and plants it down.
Owen, that score came through at a 1.77.
So at the moment, Maverick Wilson a 7.0, Huey Vaughan a 4.33, Owen Kilby a 2.33 and a 1.77, Hunter Anderson a 1.0. So only early days yet. Yeah, Beyond the Waves giveaway. You can scan the barcode. When they actually swing to us, we'll hold up the barcode so you can scan it on your phone, folks. Free entry to win $3,000 in local experience at Byron Bay. So I reckon if you'd won that, you'd have to say, okay, I'm going for a holiday to the far north coast, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you can go paragliding, ocean kayaking, whale watching, hot air balloon riding.
Okay, well, here goes Huey Vaughan. What do we got here? Oh, you knew that was coming.
Wow.
Thanks for coming, Huey Vaughan. Well, he only went around there. He didn't go vertically around, but, you know, it's coming. It's coming. But, okay. Rightio, well, we're back to the automatic priority as we see the replay of Huey Vaughan there, Nixie.
That was huge. Well, not really for Huey, but that's a great second wave for Huey Vaughan.
Now, that rotation, to me, it looked like the opposite way to rotate kind of thing. I don't know. But it looked kind of like hard. I know that.
It looked very hard.
So let's see how the judges saw that. So, if you're a judge, it'd be pretty hard with Huey because you know what he can do and you know what some of these other servers can do. Where do you put that score? Well, that's why I'm not judging.
Not judging.
Yeah, that's why. Here we go. I think that might be Hunter Anderson up and riding in the blue. And Hunter whips it out of the lip. Wow. How vertical did he get as he did that re-entry?
Yeah. We've got... Who's that?
9.5 minutes. Here's the replay. Oh, that was Huey getting another wave, was it?
Yeah, Huey Vaughan just on a quick one there.
And I think we might have Hunter's replay coming up as well soon. So the surfers battling out for priority because getting that priority is... And look at these sets pouring through the lineup here, right in front of us. The surfers aren't where the waves are. Here's Hunter on the back end. Look at that, got the tail out too. That was a powerful re-entry and with a bit of style and panache, you might say. So our judges got a bit of work to do, but Huey Vaughan, a 6.5 and a 4.33 are your ways at the moment. Waiting for a score for Hunter Anderson as well.
Okay, with just on 8 minutes remaining, Huey Vaughan, you're the heat leader with a 6.5 and a 4.33. Maverick Wilson, you're still in second with a 7.0. Blue, you're in third, looking for a 2.18 to advance. And Green, you are in fourth, looking for a 4.68.
Well, that's Maverick Wilson. Maverick's come to play. He didn't ride out of that one. But that'll be interesting on the replay there, Nixie. We'll keep an eye on the screen to see when that comes up. But Maverick Wilson, he didn't make that last turn. But, look at he was nearly going to go then. But Maverick Wilson, that last score comes in. Not a big score. Here's the replay.
Yeah, his second wave of the heat. Just a setup turn there and a nice floater. And jams the fins out the back on that one, but just doesn't ride out. That'll...
Rightio, well, we're getting those scores through. Hunter Anderson, your last wave, a 4.83. Situation with 7 minutes remaining for our surfers in the water, ladies and gentlemen, on the internet. Surfer in red, Huey Vaughan is in first with a 6.5 and a 4.33. Red first, white second, blue third, green in fourth. Green, you have first priority. You would need a 7.44 to go to second. Blue, you have third priority. You would need a 4.95 to go to second. White in second has a 7.0 and a 2.77. Would need a 3.83 to move into first. And in the lead is Huey Vaughan with a 6.5 and a 4.33. We've got some Grommets visiting and checking out all the situation there. Yeah, Groms. And here we go. Looks like we've, I think, Maverick Wilson there on the back end down there, Nixie. Ripping in down the line. And he's finished that way, so that score will come in. Rightio, our next heat. Davey Glazer, Max McGilvray. Judah Miller and Leo Matchett. Wow, great little heat. Oh, Davey rips in. He's running up the beach there, warming up. So 5 minutes 20 remaining. This heat has flown by, Nixie. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, the 20-minute heats go really quickly, actually, especially if you're surfing out there, I reckon.
So, like when you've been in heats, like as we get towards the 5 minute mark, you know, does it seem to go quicker if you're chasing a score, or does it just go quick overall?
I feel like if you're in the lead, it's like the longest 5 minutes of your life, and we're just on the 5 minute mark. But if you're chasing a score, quick as 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing how quick it can actually go. And we've got a couple of surfers. We've got someone having a look, but they didn't go. So at the moment, it is
looks
Owen
like
Kilby.
Green with priority, opting to use his priority on this one and pulls in.
Oh, got a little bit of a shampoo, and you'd probably say that all wasn't the best wave choice with 4.5 minutes to go. So that's just going to be a minor score there for Owen Kilby. Now he's back to 4th priority.
And a quick one for White there as well.
So Hunter Anderson now in 2nd priority. Huey Vaughan in 1st priority. Hunter, you require a 5.95, a 5.95. Surfer in blue. Surfer in green requires an 8.44. Oh, all to do. Huey Vaughan, he's got priority. He's got the lead. He is sitting pretty, and wow, some of the waves here at Lennox Head. I'm looking to the south, and it is pumping. I'm looking to the north, and it's pumping. It's just pumping everywhere. It must be so much froth, Nixie, to... Oh, here's the replay.
No, this is live action, I think.
Oh, live action.
That was Owen Kilby. Just finding one under priority.
Well, 3 minutes 20 remaining. 3 minutes 20 remaining. Huey Vaughan's got priority, and have a look at this one. I think we're about to see Huey go here.
Huey Vaughan up and riding on this one. A huge first turn for Huey and wraps it around again in the pocket. Just looking to find another section, and he tags that one and carves it back to the whitewater. And he's still going.
Well, we've got the drone view, and look out, I can see something coming here. Whoa, big Krakatoa there, and finishes up with 2 minutes 45. Huey Vaughan, and here's the replay. And you can see how's the way he looks at this wave and just rips it off the top using his rail. Powerful turn there once again. And look, whips it off the top a little bit quicker, just a little bit of a check, and now he's just getting a little bit of love for the wave and riding it out. But, well, that'll be an interesting score. But now Hunter Anderson has 1st priority. Hunter requires a 5.95. And look at that drone shot on the web, Nixie. That's absolutely gorgeous. You live over that hill, do you?
Yeah, I live
Somewhere
just
over that
over
hill.
the back of that hill. How was that second turn of Huey's wave, though?
Oh, that was money.
Wrapped
He
the
really
nose
ripped it
right back to the pocket.
And here we go. We've got 2 minutes remaining. And looks like Hunter Anderson is hunting for the wave. And here we go. This could be a vital wave for Hunter Anderson here. Has a paddle. And and now Green up and riding. Owen Kilby. And carving it back. So Owen Kilby, there is 1.5 minutes remaining. This could be a vital way for Owen. He's going to milk it for all he can right down the line. You can see that glare in the shot on the webcast. But you know what? If you're down here, you're kind of missing. If you're not down here, you're kind of missing out because the Lee Bar board riders have got their food tent. Leek and potato soup, nasi goreng, and hot chicken gravy rolls. Oh, a la carte here at Lennox Head. But waiting for scores there.
And we're just on 1 minute remaining.
So we're seeing the replay there of Owen Kilby. There's 45 seconds. Hunter Anderson still looking for that 5.95. He has priority. Is there going to be a way for Hunter to get that score? We're down to 30 seconds remaining. Wow, Nixie. As you can see the score coming in for Huey. He's in the lead there, so that's not going to change things around much. But how does it feel? Well, 20 seconds to go and you need that wave. Yeah.
And it looks like, is that Hunter Anderson up and riding?
And counting it out now with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. Looks like we're on hold. We're on hold. Hunter got that wave right on the bell. And Maverick also, I don't know whether Maverick's wave's in. We'll find out. Maverick Wilson's got a wave there. I don't know whether he's coming and whether that he got that on the bell or after the bell. We'll find out. No, maybe he didn't. Looks like we've got Hunter Anderson waiting for a score. That wave of Hunter's. We'll get the replay up of Hunter Anderson's wave. And like Hunter was looking for that 5.95. Let's just see what happens. We got to have the replay up shortly. So waiting for a score for Huey Vaughan as well. Okay, here's the replay.
So
That's Maverick Wilson, I think, that one there. I'm not sure if that one... No, by the looks of that wave wasn't in the... that wave didn't make it. He got up just after the bell by the looks. But, Hunter Anderson, close. One judge has got him under. So it may not enough for Hunter Anderson. So it looks like all scores are in. Okay.
welcome back to those people watching online. We've got the Soundboks Oz Grom Open presented by O'Neill, and we've got heat number 9 of the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior out there. It is Davey Glazer in the red, Max McGilvray in the blue, Judah Miller in the white, and Leo Matchett in the green. And looks like a small score for Leo Matchett, just a 1.83.
And here's the replay up on screen of Davey Glazier. Look at the speed he's holding there, Nixie. Whips it out of the lip. That was so powerful. And then a little bit more drive in that next turn. And then so quickly back up to the lip. So we're waiting for that score for Davey Glazier. That's probably going to be a pretty good score.
Yeah, absolutely no downtime on that wave. 3 nice turns put together for Davey Glazer.
Okay, here we go. That looks like blew up, is it? Maxi McGilvray. Maxi's he's a local lad, or roundabout local. It's only, what, half an hour to Evans Head?
Yeah, little Evans Head boy.
Good mate of
Surfs-
Callum Robson.
Yeah, he surfs down here quite a bit, or up here, I should say. Sorry.
Depends which way you look at the planet.
Yeah.
It's down if you turn the planet upside down. Depends where you're looking from the universe.
That's so true.
Yeah, that's a... Someone told me that once. I said, oh, yeah, that is right. With the land on top, not down under. Anyway. So people watching there on the World Wide Web, you've seen some great waves coming through. And there we go, Davey Glazer, first of red, a 6.0. First of red, a 6.0. Couple of smaller waves for blue there, a small wave for blue and small wave for green. So Davey Glazer, he's the bloke who's opened right up, and looks like we've got some action now. Who we got?
We've got White with first priority taking this wave. Nice first turn in the pocket and whips it back around to the power source and is still going and whips that one up for another nice turn. That was a nice wave, Tapper. What do you think of that one?
Yeah, that was a pretty well executed wave, that one. And and here's the replay. And here we go. Jonah Miller on the replay for ladies and gentlemen. Look, he got vertical on that first one. Then he drives around and pushes further, just uses more rail. And then the next turn, hips it up and under, and then drives it back once again. So, well executed wave there.
Lots of variety as well.
Rightio, well, waiting for that score for Judah Miller. Do you know Judah at all?
No, I haven't heard of Judah, but
Well.
he surfs well.
Damn right he does. He's ripping in, and be interesting to see this. This is actually, there's no easy heats in this, is there? Like,
No.
you know, Davey Glazer, he rips. Leo Matchett from the Sunshine Coast, Noosa, he's a little ripper too. I think he's just off making the Queensland team, and Maxi McGilvray. Oh,
And it's only round of 64 as well.
yeah. And here we go. We've got someone up just outside the barrel there. Oh, rotates it out. Is that Maxi?
Yeah, little Maxi. And we've got green by the looks of it. Leo Matchett.
Oh, no, that's a different Leo. Yeah, but that's Leo Matchett. I'm not sure where Leo's from. I got it confused with another Leo. There's many Leos out there. But Leo really ripping in. He did really well at the Oz Grom comp too. His surfing was looking really good. And wow, he rotated out of that one you saw on the replay there, Nixie. So only that one turn, but he really ripped into it. 13 minutes 40 remaining. So we're waiting for scores for our surfers out there. And, of course, Maps to Nowhere on Sunday at the Lennox Hotel. You want to check that out. That's a movie night. And Solly Bailey's going to be there. That'll be cool. You can have a chat, hang out with Solly.
To check out. What else would you rather do on a Sunday night?
Nothing except be there.
Yeah.
Check out Maps to Know. It's a great movie and have a chance to actually catch up with Solly Bailey. So anyone who's watching this and close by, you should be at the Lennox pub on Sunday night. So much going on. Okay, I think all our surfers' scores are in. So it is red first, white second, green third, blue in fourth. Blue, you need a 1-3-4 to go to second. Green, you need a 2-5-8 to go to second. White in second with a 4-5 would need a 2-0-1 for the lead. And here we go. Is that Maxi again? Ooh, throwing it up and out. And Davey Glazer in first with a 6 and a 0.5. There's 12 and a bit minutes to go. So it's really the surfers just establishing their first scores there. Hey, Nixie.
Yeah, still well over halfway of this heat, and looks like Judah Miller is up and riding on his backhand. Starts that one off with a nice...
Oh, didn't come out of that one. He sort of got a little hung up on that. Rightio, 11.5 minutes remaining. Look at the beautiful shot of Lennox Head there, Nixie. This is your hometown. And so, when'd you first paddle out or get your first wave here again?
When I was like 10.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm so...
And you're so old now.
So lucky to grow up here. Such a beautiful part of the world.
Tell us a bit about Lennox Heads. It's a pretty friendly town.
Yeah, super friendly. There's lots of houses going up, so I feel like you don't know everyone on the street, but like 5-10 years ago, you would know everyone on the street, and it's super close-knit surf community, and yeah.
And so many good waves and places to surf too.
So many waves, so many options for everyone.
Oh, we've got some action coming on here though. Look at this set rolling through. They've all seen it, but is any... Oh, everybody's duck diving.
Just a bit of a wider set there.
Yeah, I find when I've been out there, sometimes you see sets coming and it doesn't matter how far out you paddle, they always seem to break on your head.
Yeah.
Some of those bigger ones.
Yeah, the surfers were just a bit too far in, but there's sometimes just the rogue set that you can't really see coming, so...
I noticed on the drone shot, they all look, all four of them looked around and saw how that set broke and went, damn. Do you ever done that in a heat where you've looked and seen a wave and gone, oh, I should have been on that?
Oh, so many times. I need to paddle faster.
Yeah, it's like hard, like positioning is really hard. And it must get harder with priority. Okay, we want a situation. Okay, situation for surfers in the water. Red first, white second, blue third, green fourth. Green needs a 4-4-8 to go to second. Blue needs a 3-2-4 to go to second. White in second with a 4-5 and a 1-9. Would need a 2.01. Red, you're in first with a 6 and a 0.5. Red wanted to know the situation. He's got priority over the blue there, and he's going to let blue go. Maxi McGilvray.
Oh, wait.
Oh, no, it's not. That's Leo. Leo, match it.
Cracks that one in the pocket there, and another huge turn. Is he going to... finishes that one off there.
And here's the replay, Nixie. Let's talk us through that.
Yeah, Leo here on his backhand starts that one off with a nice finner and cracks it in the pocket for a second turn and finishes that one off with a lot of speed and spray.
Rightio, just under 9 minutes remaining, waiting for scores. Rightio, well, that scores through. Leo Matchett, a 4.9. Looks like it's going to answer back there. It's the surfer in blue. Maxi McGilvray whips it out of that lip. Oh, gets the tail right over the back there. Snaps it in the pocket. This is very fast and dynamic. And just doesn't nail that last turn, but he's done some work, and we got someone else up.
Is that Davey Glazer behind him? Just working his way through this one, and nice little layback there. And whips that one up again and finishes that one.
So nice, well-completed wave there from Davey Glazer. Wow, this is really fired up. But, Maxi McGilvray, we see Davey's replay up there, and Davey comes off the bottom there, drops the hammer on that turn with a bit of a layback Rio. Got a little caught up on that next section, but completed the wave well. But I'm really interested in Maxi McGilvray's wave, and here it is, Nixie.
Yeah, just a small little insider, but it kind of doubles up on the inside and jams that first turn. And again, kind of air drops down on that one, and for a third one, and finishes off with a finner.
Wow, so I'm waiting for this score. I reckon Maxi McGilvray's wave might, be a change here. Davey Glazer wave too, so I think this heat is pretty dynamic. It's going up and down a bit like the old seesawing battle, as they say. But there's 4 people on the seesaw,
Yeah.
diagonally opposed seesaws. Maybe, I don't know. Can you have a seesaw that goes 4 ways? I don't think you can.
Feel
But in
like-
this heat you
maybe.
can. Maybe. There's a
Maybe.
new invention. A 4-way seesaw. We'll see. And there you go, Max McGilvray, a 6.1. Last of Blue, a 6.1. You have gone to first place. A 6-1 and a 3-1-7. Leo Matchett in the green is still in second, but we're waiting for Davey Glazier's Wade. So waiting for scores to red. Once we get that, Nixie will get the full situation. But Maxi McGilvray, big 6.1, and Davey Glazier doesn't need a big score to get back into second. So Davey will go back into second. We'll wait for the scores and give you an update. And here we go. I think we've got someone paddling it. Might be Judah Miller.
Looks like Judah Miller with priority. Going this one, just a nice carve there, and drops down and hits that one off the top.
Oh, 5.5 minutes to go. It's getting to crunch time. Waiting for scores for red and for white.
Yeah, how close is this heat, Tapper, with
Yeah.
only 5 minutes remaining?
And there's the replay of Judah's wave. Got right off that lip line, but he would have liked to get a few more turns. But let's just see where that puts him. Coming up next, Macklin Finn, Tim Bange, Harley Waters, and Ashton Pignat. Oh, what a good heat. 5 minutes remaining.
And looks like White is up again down the beach, just snapping that one off the backhand for Judah Miller. And looks like there's been a situation change. Red, you have gone into the lead with a 6 and a 3.73. Max, you're in second. You need a 3.63 to go to first. White, you're in third, looking for a 4.78. And Green, you are in fourth, looking for a 4.38 to advance.
How quickly this heat has changed around. Red in the lead, blue in second, white in third, green in fourth. Green has priority, and he's looking for a 4.38 to go to second. And is he going to use that priority? Oh, Davey Glazier's having a look, but it's blue, Maxi McGilvray. And, oh, that was a little bit of a selling a car with a free bumper bar. You sold that one. But here we go. Leo Matchett now on the backhand, Nixie.
Huge first turn for him, and wraps that one back around to the pocket. And another little smack there on the lip. Just working his way down to the beach. And is he going to find this end section, Tapper?
Oh, he does. And, oh, there you go. How's the no claim, the chest buffet?
Stands up tall after that one.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes to go. Let's just see where these scores lie. 3.5 minutes remaining. And here we go, up and riding Davey Glazier. And comes to the end, whips it off the top. And look, pumping down the line with just under 3 minutes remaining. Comes to this end section. What's he going to do? He's going to belt it. That's what he's going to do. Oh, goes to the air. But, oh, nearly rode out of that one. Rightio, just over 2 minutes remaining. Rightio, 1 minute 40 remaining. It's getting down to crunch time here. Wow.
White, you're in fourth, looking for a 5.24 to advance. Blue, you've dropped down to third. You're looking for a 3.63 to get to second place. Red, you're in second with a 6 and a 3.73, looking for a 3.97. And green, you're the current heat leader.
Well, green with that 5.07 and a 4.9. Wow, green, that 5.07, his last wave, has delivered. So the puff-up, chest puff, no claim, was probably kind of deserved. So we've got 50 seconds remaining. And white needs a 5.24. Blue has priority, needs a 3.63. And red in second's got fourth priority, but looking for a 3.97 for the lead. It is coming down, and here we go. We've got a set with 30 seconds remaining. Oh, look out. Green's got the priority over red, so green's going to have a look. Going to go left. I haven't seen many lefts, and that's white closed out with 20 seconds remaining. Oh, he's got a little Reggie reform, though. Don't write him off yet.
And Max out the back just pulls into that little one, but... Wait, was that Matt?
10 seconds, and attention to countdown as we see. Looks like someone up. That's white with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, there you go, Judah Miller finishing up. Well, folks, we're going to switch over to an ad break now. We'll get you the results at the next heat. Myself and Nix are going to step out of the booth, and yeah, be back with you shortly.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Sure, we all love getting pitted in perfect Lennox barrels or throwing down a big layback on a reeling beachy, but there's more to Lennox than just the waves. The Beyond the Waves giveaway is your chance to score some unforgettable local adventures. There's something for all speeds, from getting up close and personal with humpback whales to ocean kayaking with dolphins, or floating high above the coastline in a sunrise hot air balloon. Feeling brave? Get your adrenaline pumping with paragliding off headlands, abseiling cliffs, or rock climbing deep in the ancient rainforest. It's all up for grabs. Just scan the QR code during the Soundboks Oz Grom Open to enter. Epic waves, wild adventure, and unreal prizes. This is Lennox Beyond the Waves.
Is the heat at the moment. So
it's stacked heat, Tapper. Very stacked heat.
there's not a heat that isn't stacked out there. It's crazy. And I'm going to step away from the car and hand you over to Chris Enover. He's a little bit late, but had to get his makeup done. He's such a good looking man. Okay. See you later, Harry, and I'll be back.
Thank you,
soon.
Tapper. Yeah, thanks, Tapper, mate. Always full of jokes, aren't you? Yeah, mate. You can't polish her, you know what. But anyway. We are back in action now. Heat number 10 of the day, round of 64. And it's a stacked lineup in this heat. And we have the El Presidente of Liba. Mate, give us a rundown on what's going on here. This is, this event down here. It's almost essentially like the epicenter of junior and Grom surfing for this country, because I've been coming up to Lennox since I was about 10 or 8 years old for the Rusty Grom Fest days, and now we fast forward 20 years or so, and here we are.
At the Soundboks Oz Grom, and this looks like surfer in blue. Tim.
Yeah, it's Timmy Bainge.
Comes off the bottom, goes 12 o'clock, and he can't ride that one out.
Yeah, so talk about us, like, obviously being a big part of the community here with Lebar Board Riders. So many talented athletes coming out of your club as well, and I don't know what these events mean to the community as well to come here.
Yeah, Chriso, mate, these are the surfing talent in this area is next level. Some of the junior development we have coming through, like Maxie McGilray, you saw Keenan Crisp, Harry O'Brien, and then we've also obviously got our club captain, Mr. Mikey McDonough, leading the charge for our team, setting the standard and inspiring the younger youth to come through. So, we're full of talent in this area. We got a long list of surfers that have done very successful in this comp in the past, and we're stoked to be here, mate.
Yeah, it's just a great community event too. There's so many sponsors getting behind this event, all the local sponsors. Look at the Leno Hotel. It's going to be jam-packed, I reckon, over the next couple of days with all of the events, and that looks like the surfer in white Harley Walters up and riding. So this heat is kicking off now. Timmy Bainge, just a 2-point ride. Nothing really of consequence locked in just yet, but
3 nice turns there from Harley. That'll get his heat going.
It's been one of those ones where I feel like it just looks so pumping right now, but there's those heats where people are struggling to find waves. It's always the case sometimes. You know, you paddle out and you're just so frothed out because the waves are on the cook. But then you get out there and you can't find one. You just go, what is going on? Is the world against me? But
yeah, that's the 20-minute heats. They'll do that to you for sure.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of surfers have the curse of almost waiting too long for trying to think of like the actual biggest bomb to come through. But in the end, it's a heat. You got to remember, you got to keep busy and lock into a few jams. And that was surfer in green, Ashton Pignett. He's opened his account now. So all surfers on the board. And you were right, last to white, 517. So a 517, and the replay you can check out there. Here's surfer in green, has.
Yeah, comes around, little open face hook, and jams it on the corner there. So that's a nice opening start there for our surfer in green, Ashton Pignett.
Yeah, so talk us through how the bank's been down here. I mean, I remember had that crazy bank earlier in the year up at the point, and now it seems like a lot of the sands shifted down since the cyclone. And
yeah, mate, exactly, it has. We had towards last year's probably the best waves we've had in this area for years. I may have heard Chris Brock make mention that it was the best he's seen it in 20 years. And yeah, you're right, mate, that sand's pushed down and come down here to the pub, and here we are again. We've just got almost this cutting edge right bank turning on for our competitors.
yeah, it's like if you rocked up and saw the beach here, you'd be just fizzing at the bits to get out there because it's just like so groomed. And you
This
see the
looks like-
lines stacked up out the back, and here's the surfer in white. Quick
Harley
in and out.
Walters.
Yeah, but I feel it's, even though it looks pumping, it's definitely, there's a way you need to approach this wave. There's a certain style of surfing that needs to be done because we've seen a lot of surfers really take off and they see these big stretched out walls and they're racing down the line. But I feel the surfers that can be patient and stay right back in the power source, a lot of the surfers that are doing the best kind of work are the ones that are almost doing these check turns to stay back in the power source.
Exactly right, mate. This is Timmy Bainge. Nice little hook there off the top. Comes around. He gets a little finish.
Yeah, we can see this one. So red, nice whip in the pocket. It's got that run down the line, and then it's going to stand up here. And this is where you get that cupped out section, and you can really get some work done. This one's just the gift that keeps on giving for Macklin Flynn. He's had two good ones now.
That will do for Macklin.
Jeez,
Just a
and-
priority update. Ashton Pignett you're out there in first priority, and here's the replay for you guys at home. Nice check turn there. Gets a hit. And this wave almost looked like it was shutting down here, but just kept giving there for him. And he gets a finish.
How was that thing? It looked like it was going to close out about 5 times, and just every time it's like he did a close out Rio. It was like, oh, there's another section. So
I gave up on him there, Chris. But
yeah, that really was the gift that kept on giving, that one. So
exactly right, mate. And priority out in the water, Harley Walters in white. You have second priority. Timmy Bainge in, you have third prio. Macklin, you are in fourth priority, and Ashton Pignett with first priority. Over to you, Chris, for a score update.
yeah, so a few good numbers have started to lock on through. Best score of the heat, previous to last, a red. Macklin Flynn, you locked in a 5.57. Still have one more score to come, and I feel like that's going to be another solid number. So stand by for last, a red. Was only chasing, well, a minute score to go from second to first, so I can almost guarantee that's going to happen. So stand by for that score to lock on through. What I can tell you is Harley Walters, he has a 5.17 and just a 1.17 as the low score. He was sitting in first, but he'll drop down to second after the last of red locks in. So there it is, last of red, a 5.70. So it does increase your situation. You do go to first. So situation change, red to first. Second is now white. Harley, you're in second. You're chasing a 6.10 to go to first. And Timmy Bainge, you are down in third. You have a 4.17. You're chasing a 2.18 to go into third. And Ashton, you're in fourth. You have a 3.67 chasing a 2.68. So you're sitting fourth. That's the number to go to second. So that's your situation currently with 10 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here. And it is the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior here at Lennox Head, part of this, well, I'm going to call it a full surf festival here at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill. So it's a great weekend, and this is the WSL Pro Junior Division. As you can see, streamed live on the WSL and YouTube all around the world. So that's us from Lennox Head. And I've got Mr. Lennox Head himself, the president of LIBA.
Stoked to be here, Chris O. I might just remind everyone tonight, the DHD Ball and All podcast down at Lennox Hotel. And I am hearing there is only 8 tickets remaining. So it's going to be a pretty epic night down there, Chris O.
Yeah, I'm going to have to grab one right now. How do we get one?
Head on to the Eventbrite website, mate, and just type in DHD or Darren Hanley. Jump on. They're $10 a ticket, and they're going out the door.
Just imagine, like, how much wisdom is in that skull of Darren Hanley. Like, the amount of world titles he has contributed to is out of this world. I think 3-time world champ Mick Fanning and 8-time world champ Steph Gilmore. All the boards he's made for them, and just every other surfer that's been on the world tour. You know, Owen was on his boards, and Wilco, and the list just goes on and on. Now you've got the likes of Mikey Madonna,
Calvin Robson. We've got Ethan Ewing.
Chippo Wilson.
List goes on, mate. Here we go. What's this out the front? This looks like surfer in white, Harley Walters, making a move, the goofy footer. First little hit off the top there, comes around off the bottom, bit more speed. This one's going to keep giving for him, throws the fins, and he comes unstuck on that one there.
Yeah, that'll be a great event tonight. So looking at the screen here, and we can see the drone shots. Look how clear the water is here. It's not typically this clear here as it has. It seems like...
Mate, just the last couple of days, it's cleaned up. Like we've had all year, mate, brown water, could not even see your feet underneath your surfboard. So we are stoked to have some nice blue water back and the rain to finally miss this region for once.
Yeah, it's been a pretty wet old start to the year, the first half of the year, and now getting graced with some sunshine. Full bluebird here down at Lennox, and there is the iconic Lennox head point right at the top of your screen, and still just right-handers peeling down the point.
It's unreal, mate. At Surfers in the Water, you have 7.5 minutes to go. In first priority still is Ashton Pignett. Second, Timmy Bange. In third priority, Macklin Flynn and Harley Walters. You have fourth priority. So this looks like our surfer in green, interested. Pulls back. Harley off the end. Harley needing a 6-1-0 to head into first. He gets a nice hit off the top and backs it up with a second. And he's getting his foot down for this big finish. And wow, that will do for Harley Walters.
Yeah, so a really talented surfer there in Harley. Looking for a number.
Check the replay here. First little hit.
Oh.
Second one was bigger. Gets a little caught up there, but gets straight back on the pedal. And he chased this down.
Yeah, so much energy down the line. I love just the intent he showed on that wave. Look at this thing lining up. This is a big section, and wow, that was a huge gaffing turn. He just lost the rail on the back end there. Just got the bit of the Barry Bog rail.
That was Timmy Bange putting it all into that last one. And Harley just looking to better a 3.83 there. I think he's well and truly going to get that score.
Yeah, so, well, actually, I think that last wave was Ashton, that big carving turn, and we just went down. And here is the surfer in blue out the back, Timmy Bange now.
This is Timmy Bange.
Yeah, so nice speed turn. He's got the backhand going and just goes down the mine shaft there as that wave was setting up to be a really nice one. Probably could have just gone around that section there, and there was a bit more on offer down the line. But there's your drone shots and this really nice ruler edge bank we've got. It's just really coming to life today, and offshore winds predicted all day.
It's going to be a great day, Chris, all day into the weekend. Just as we approach the 5-minute mark, Macklin, you're out there in first priority. For our guys at home, here's a little replay. This looks like Timmy Bange. Tries the down the line speed float, and he comes unstuck there. Movement out the back. With second priority, Ashton Pignett looking for a 7.6. This looks like Red paddling. In second place, this is Macklin Flynn.
Yeah, we can see him drop down the double up. This is where it gets steep. A huge whipping turn out of the pocket. That was really crisp.
That was money off the end there for Macklin.
Yeah, it's funny. You see some of these waves, they have that section out the back where it's kind of a bit flatter, a bit slopier, and then when you take off, get back in the power source, and it kind of was almost like you drop down the section where it hits the bank and it just goes square.
Exactly, mate. Just rifles on that little inside bank there. It's pretty shallow.
Yes, sir. Oops, sorry, mate. 4 minutes on the clock. We have the surfers in the next heat making their way out. And this is a stacked heat. This one, Ty Richardson will be in the red. Macca Hazard will be in the blue. Corey Robards will be in the white. And Lucas Loining will be in the green. So that is heat number 11 in the round of 64. We're running through 16 heats in the Pro Junior division here.
All right, Ashton Pignett, you're at the back with first priority. You're needing a 7.6 to advance. Tim Bange, you're looking for a 7.1. And Macklin Flynn, you are looking for a 6.65 to get in front. And here we go. This is Tim Bange. Nice big opening turn. Comes around, throws it, everything into that one. He almost rides out of that one, but unlucky there for Tim. Just on 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, so this is turning into a really exciting heat here. We've got Harley Walters, that last big number, the 717, rocket him up into the lead. Currently has priority and looks like he might be having a look here. So the talented Goofy Foot is up and riding, whips that one in the pocket, cracks that one nicely, and, well, that'll probably be...
He looks
close.
comfortable.
Yeah, he does look. He looks so on point, so sharp. He's got the sword sharpened today, and we're looking to drop a low score of a 5.17. We'll probably be right thereabouts, but wait and see. With 2 minutes 15 on the clock, here goes Blue, it looks like.
That's Tim Bainge. Getting a second section here. Goes up, pulls in, out onto the face, slams that one back in the pocket. And he's going to milk this one through. He's not done. That is a beautifully surfed wave there for Tim Bainge. Looking for a 7.1. We'll leave that one up to the judges there, Chris.
Yeah, that was an interesting wave there because it had a lot of variety. We'll wait and see for the replay here. The Traeger replay on the webcast.
I think he's definitely bettered his 3.7 there. But there's 1 minute, 25 seconds on the clock. Macklin Flynn, you have first priority. Tim Bainge, you're needing a 7.1 to advance. And over to you, Chris O.
Yeah, so here's the surfer in red, floats over that section. I love that big foam climb, and then it set him up perfectly for this end section here. Races down the line, hooks into a carve, but, well, it just goes a bit foamy from the wave before. So
1 minute to go. 1 minute.
yeah, so situation, we're still waiting for last, the white and red to lock on through. Tim Bainge, your last score was the 3.63, does not go into your top two. So still chasing a 7.10. We're still waiting for last, the white. There it is, a 6.03. Does improve your situation. Red looking to lock in a score. It won't change the situation. So 30 seconds on the clock.
So yeah, Harley Walters, you're sitting out there with a heat total of 13.2, a 7.17 and a 6.03. Macklin Flynn, you have an 11.27. And with 10 seconds on the clock, this looks like we're going to count this one in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're going to count in this next heat in 5, 4... All right, welcome back. This is the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior Division WSL event here, and we are live around the world. And we are into heat number 11, the round of 64 in the Pro Junior Men's Division. Myself and Harry in the booth, looking at all the action ahead. And, well, last of heat official results, it was Harley Walters in first, Macklin Flynn second, Timmy Baines third, and Ashton Pignett came in fourth. And we can see the surfers on your screen now. That is heat number 11. Ty Richo out there in red, Macca Hazard in the blue, Corey Robards out there in the white, and Lucas Loining in the green. And how's all the action been since? Well, we kicked off yesterday with the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, and now today into the junior division. It's been some incredible surfing.
Exactly right, mate. We've had some of the best surfing talent on show down here at Lennox Pub, and we're stoked. And this looks like Surfer in Green finds the tube, and that one's going to run off pretty fast for him there, Chris. So as we look further out, that's White. Corey looking to get his heat started. Bit of speed, gouges the fins in there. Little open face carve. He's going to kick out.
It's incredible the amount of sea life here you see as well. We saw in the drone shot earlier a couple of big whales and the calf just making their way up. We can see a few dolphins out the back now. And as you mentioned, it's just crystal clear, aqua blue. It looks like something out of a picture book here at Lennox Head. And
exactly right, mate. Look up and down the beach. Every peak is full of surfers too.
I know, it's just kind of what you draw in your book when you're at school, like these just groomed offshore lines. You can see like the corduroy lines stacked to the horizon, nice offshore winds. Maybe going to go onshore later today, but for most of the day we're going to have just perfect offshore winds. And
this looks like a pretty good set coming out the back here, Chris. Yeah,
you can see that one kind of shifting down the beach, but a nice wedge to it.
It's got its own little peak there. That's red. Ty Richo from behind the peak. Lots of open face speed there. Little down carve. Second hit. And there's the money turn.
Oh, how was that big drop wallet there? Just so experienced, Ty Richo. He's been a dominating force through his junior career and Grom career. And, well, coming into this event as one of the top seeds, looking to gain some more qualification.
Here's the replay, Chris.
Irakanji's team.
There it is, that money turn. Lots of speed. That's a great start to the heat there for Ty Richo. So just under 15 minutes to go. Priority sits with blue. Second priority is with green. Third priority is with white, Corey. And fourth priority is Ty Richo with a score to drop for Ty. And on the south side of these banks, some nice waves coming through. So we'll stay tuned. Still waiting for numbers. Some good medium-sized scores there coming through for Ty. And that was Macca. One big 12 o'clock hook. So see Ty racing through. It's just a little fast for him down there, but he's made the most of that little tube there.
Yeah, just found a bit of coverage there. Ty Richo, no stranger to a right point break. Well, it's almost like a right point break idea right now. It's just filtering down this really nice groomed sandbank, and these right-handers are just on tap here at Lennox Beachy.
This is Macca Hazard using his priority. Lots of speed, comes around, little fin drift, and that wave's not going to give him much more as the score has dropped in for Ty Richo. Your first wave, mate, comes in at a 6-point ride. So your first wave tie, a 6-point ride. And Corey Robards, you're sitting out the back with first priority. In second priority is Macca Hazard, who just got his heat underway then. Surfer in fourth priority is Green. Zukas, you're only needing a 1.24 to advance at the minute with 12 and a half minutes on the clock.
Yes, so second score in, last quick one for Ty. A 287. A 287, it sits you in the lead, Surfer in red. So Lucas' last score came in at 2.3. And here's the Surfer in white has. This one's a nice looking wave, tags it in the pocket. And again, so a good two-turn combo. This is Corey Robards sitting in fourth, so this is going to get his campaign well and truly underway here in the round of 64.
And you'll take that to get your heat started out here today.
Wouldn't you just?
Plenty of turns. He stayed busy. As we watch back the replay here, small, kind of mid-sized wave. But here's where all the work gets done. Out the back, 2 big turns, throwing lots of spray there, Chris. Gets the little reform, nice carve, and taps it up there for the finish.
Yeah, the judge is going to love that first opening combination. Just 2 really crisp turns in the pocket, no downtime, plenty of style as well. I loved his nice, low, compact style with that really nice kicked in back knee too, and just allows him to be so whippy in the pocket.
Just stayed busy too, the whole way down. That should be a nice little mid-range score there coming through.
Yeah, it was funny because it was a smaller wave, but it held its shape so nicely across the bank. And we see a lot of the other waves, the bigger ones, they tend to be a bit more disjointed. They might be a bit slopey at the start, then they go really square on the inside, whereas that one just held a really nice running shape the whole way across the bank.
And the scores come through there for Corey Robards. It's a 4.83. So just around that mid-range. And in first priority is Macca. You're looking for a 4.34 to advance. In third place is our Surfer in green. You have third priority and you're looking for a 4.54 to push into second place. Ty Richo, you're out in front with a 6-point ride and a 2.87. And Corey, you have a 4.83 and a 2-point ride, and you're looking for a 4.05 to move into first.
Yeah, so we are going to be running through 16 heats in the Traeger Pro Junior Men's Division. Then we go into the Women's Division. And this afternoon, we might even be seeing, or we will be seeing some under-18s action too. So back into the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. I can't even speak, I'm so excited. But that's your schedule for the rest of the afternoon.
And what do we got here? Corey having a little look. Just under 10 minutes, guys. 9 minutes 11 on the clock. Situation stands. Look at that shot there, Chris, with the point in the background. Isn't it beautiful, mate?
It is. Just one of the most iconic venues on the east coast of Australia, because the one thing about that point, which you'll notice, is it hasn't changed in, well, forever. It's just got that raw, clean look to it, not a house in sight. A couple of cars up the top you can see, checking the surf, but it's just remained so untouched.
Exactly right, mate. How it should. Want to look after this place as it is a very special wave when it has its day, as we saw last year, mate.
Yeah, and just a great surf community as well. Everyone up here, it's just the whole town revolves around surfing. I mean, if you don't surf and you're at Lennox Head, you're lost. You're in the wrong town, I think, because
exactly.
Everyone here is just full of surf froth and surf culture. And it's just been just such a historic place, especially for junior and Grom surfing. Throwback to when I was a Grom, 10 years old, running up and down the boardwalk down there. There was pretty much just a fish and chip shop and just waves. That's all there was in Lennox Head, and we were here for the Rusty Grom Fest, just causing absolute havoc in the toilet block over there. And it's there's a few more houses maybe now and a few more nice painted joints, but apart from that, it's just still raw and untouched.
Yeah, mate, it's definitely developing. But yeah, mate, these beaches, we are so blessed to live in this place. And you're right, mate, our surfing community is like no other. It's an amazing place to grow up and become a surfer. Very tight community. But yeah.
And I guess one of the big key things, obviously you would know being president of Lebar Board Riders, just the grassroots it brings to surfing with the board riders and seeing the development of the junior and Grom surfers. I guess how important is that with you guys, with the board riders clubs?
Mate, it's everything for us. We've got 85 junior surfers in our little Lebar, but we'll just come back to that with Ty Richo out here. Nice open face hack, and this one looks like it's going to keep giving for him. Little down carve, and gets the tap and finish on the end.
Yeah, you can see the experience there. Just he is a man that knows how to surf a heat, old Ty Richo, and up and riding. It looks like this maybe green?
Yeah, that's Zukas. Big float, and he can't come around that. That's a nice wave. With 6 minutes to go, watch this replay for you guys at home. This is Ty Richo. Nice little open face carve. Just staying busy. Comes down and just gets a little finish there. And that is Ty's third wave.
Real similar style to that of Matty Job, I reckon. Just low, compact. There's not much of them, but just got so much stored power and a really nice, clean style.
Generating lots of speed too.
Yeah. And they just have so much intent, especially when they're looking down the line. You can see they're always, it's unpredictable. You don't know what they're going to do because so low off the bottom, they just explode through the lip. Stand by for last score for Red. So with 5 minutes on the clock, it has been a bit of a slow heat, this one. There's not a whole lot of scores of substance locked in. So, I mean, it's just been simmering, I feel like. But what happens is in the back end of this heat, I feel like they chuck the coals on the Traeger and it just ignites right in the last dying stages because everyone's got a chance to, leapfrog the field. I feel like Ty Richo, he just locked in that last score, has.
Yeah, mate, Ty Richo, you did better your position and you dropped in a 4.23 for that last ride. So Corey Robards, you're still in second with a heat total of 6.83. In third place is Zukas in green with third priority. You're looking for a 4.11 to advance. And fourth place with first priority, that's Macca Hazard. Only looking for a 4.34, Macca. And there's some swell coming through on the horizon.
Yeah, this is going to be a really important exchange as we start to close out this heat. 3 minutes 50 on the clock. Here is, the Narrabeen surfer. This is Macca Hazard. Had a bit of a sleepy heat so far. He's getting busy now. He's going to look for a good end section. He squares up, bashes that one. So 3-turn combo for the NN lad.
Have a look at this thing out the back. This is Corey Robards. Big turn. Comes around again. Nice little carve back. There's the money turn there. And 3 nice turns with Ty Richo at the back dropping in. Tries to come around. Steepens up. And he's just going to link this one through. It's got a nice stretched out wall. Gets busy.
And out the back, that was Surfer in Green. Zukas just getting tubed. Quick in and out. He just couldn't find the open face. He came flying out of the tube.
And the situation is looking like it's going to change around here. This is Ty Richo's replay. So he got pretty busy on a long stretched out wall. That was the steep turn there. And a little tap to finish. That was Ty Richo there on screen. And this looks like the replay of Corey Robards. Getting busy out on the open face. A couple nice little carve backs through. And he kicks out there. Stand by for the situation. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. This is round of 64, heat 11. In first priority, out the back is Corey Robards. Corey, you have a 4.83 and a 2-point ride. With second priority is Zukas. You're looking for a 4.11. So situation stands. And Corey, Zukas, sorry, you have second priority. Still waiting for a score to come through for Macca. He's looking for a 4.34. It's looking close. With 1 minute and 30 seconds. Scores coming through for Corey Robards and Macca Hazard. We'll stand by.
Yeah, so this is going to be tight. Well, Macca Hazard is sitting down there in fourth. That'll be his best number. It's going to be, well, just below a mid-range score. But it's going to get him back in the heat. But time's going to be the enemy. Just a minute on the clock. So can he find another roll of the dice? Still waiting for scores for all surfers to lock in. So there won't be a situation for a little bit surfers.
Look at this, Ty Richo. Nice little wave there. He pulls out, but with 42 seconds on the clock. Still waiting for scores. Corey Robards in second place still. Macca Hazard knocking on the door, needing a 5.96 now. That score's come through for Corey. It's a 3.63. Corey, you move into second place. In third place with second priority is Zukas, needing a 5.73. Macca Hazard, with a score to drop, you're needing a 5.96. Count this one down, Chriso. 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's almost coming to a close. It looks like there won't be another roll of the dice. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we are going to throw to a quick ad break and we'll be right back very shortly, but we're going to kick off next heat right now in 5.
Rightio, folks, we're back. Terry Tapatis here, and on the microphone with me is the one, the only, Miss Nixie Ryan. How you going, Nixie?
Good. How are you going?
Not too bad. It's a great little day here, and look at the heat. We've got Sammy Lowe, we've got Ace Flynn, Mitchell Henderson, and Aidan Duffy. Love that name, Ace.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's named after Ace Frehley or Ace Buchan. Well, Ace is Adrian. Adrian's Adrian Buchan, but maybe Ace Frehley from Kiss. Maybe he's a secret rock and roll spaceman.
Maybe.
You never know. But great little day here. How'd you enjoy your break? I went down to the bakery and get a coffee. That's one of our sponsors here, the bakery. They're supplying some lunches and that. You know, it's like the Grommy hangout because there's coffee rolls and there's custard tarts and all the Grommies. And I told them about Backsides because there was goofy footers there.
Yeah.
And I think they might be going to Backsides for a surf. They'll froth them. I said, what? There's a left? And yeah, there's a left.
Yeah, Backsides could be good today. I think everywhere's good today.
It'd be pumping. How good's it out here?
Yeah, looking good.
And like we're just establishing priority. No one's got a wave yet out there, so...
Yep, mutual priority for all the surfers out there.
So it's just who's on the inside, and there's a little bit of toing and froing going on out there. And now two have gone the other way. They're going down the bank, and look at this. Oh, who's going to go? I think that might be... Oh, we've got someone up in green there.
Green.
And look at this wave for Sammy Lowe as well. So green must out. Here goes Sammy Lowe. Kabang! How was that? That was a Krakatoa if ever I saw one. That was a massive turn there. He really rocked into that. Sammy Lowe, fire it up or what? We'll see the replay of that. I think, Nixie, if you can talk us through that replay when it comes up. Sammy Lowe firing up. Wow. He's had a chock-a-block full of the fire up. Must have fire up for breakfast.
Early start for Sammy Lowe, and it's looking like a good one too.
Well, we're waiting for scores for Aidan Duffy and Sammy Lowe. I think we're going to see the replay for both of those surfers pretty soon for those there out here at Webland. Of course, the Soundboks Oz Grom Open 2025, and this is the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior. And the Pro Junior surfers out there, and yeah, Sammy Lowe, the Australian Junior champion. There's plenty more action coming, I think, and might have some surfers paddling here.
Just looking at that one, but maybe the one behind that one.
And looks like there's someone going to have a go here.
And looks like, is that Ace Flynn on this wave on his back end?
Yeah, that is Ace Flynn in the blue.
Just cracks that one off the top, and there wasn't much on that wave. But that first one for green came in at a 4-point ride.
So a 4.0 first to green. Sammy Lowe's score is the one I'm interested in. I'd love to see the replay again of Sammy Lowe, the surfer in red. His first wave, it was pretty damn awesome. And here we go, fresh air on demand. Oh no, there's greens first. That's Aidan Duffy there, Nixie.
Yeah, huge snap to start that one off, and carves that one back to the white water. Just looking for a finish, and he gets another jam in the pocket there, and another one. No downtime for green.
And I think we might be seeing Sammy Lowe's wave come up. Oh, no. No Sammy yet.
Well, it's a 6.83 for Sammy Lowe's first wave.
So first of red, a 6.83. First of red, a 6.83. First of green, a 4.0. First of blue, a 1.93. So there we go. Sammy Lowe. Oh, I'm rhyming and I didn't even mean to. And coming up next, Benzonata Cray, Jai Pegg, Soren Smith, and Atua Mariana, sorry, I'll get it right. That's part of the hard work of being a commentator, getting the names right. We try. We do our best. And, of course, what doing their best is you want to try out the different adventures you can have here at the Byron Bay. Byron, what is it? Byron Beyond the Wave
giveaway.
Yeah, you can scan it to win. We'll get that. I think it's on the YouTube thing. You can scan it. And here we go, though. Speaking of scanning it and finding a way, that's green there. Aidan Doyle-Duffy.
Nice carve to start that one off, and jams it in the pocket again for green. Just finding that end connection and just coming unstuck there.
Well, there we go. Aidan Doyle-Duffy's didn't quite nail that one, but he's got the chops to do it.
Just staying busy, trying to get a few waves under his belt.
At the moment, Sammy Lowe in the ascendancy. Of course, all these Beyond the Waves giveaway. What's this? Whale watching and ocean kayaking, hot air balloon. You can win $3,000 in local experiences. You scan to win. I think that's on the YouTube channel, but we can hold it up to the camera at some stage when we do.
Yeah, have you ever been on the whale boat?
No, I've never been. The closest I've been to a whale was last week. I went for a surf when the HPC was doing a training thing, and I saw this big ripple out the back. I thought, a boat's gone by something. Then I've come on the top of the wave, and it's a 40-foot whale about 10 metres from me.
Oh, Sammy Lowe looks like he's got himself another wave and cracks that first turn. Just winding up for that second turn, and that would have been huge.
Ooh, yeah, because he was upside down, fully inverted there. 11 and a half minutes remaining, and well, he doesn't need a big score, Sammy Lowe, to move back into the lead. A 0.24, and I ain't the one to judge, as Doc Neeson would have said, and I reckon that's better than a 0.24 somehow. Wonder what you get a 0.24 for?
Probably just
standing up and nosediving. Yeah, I've probably had a few of those in my surfing career. Not that it's a real career. I mind surf. I always get excellent rides when I mind surf. And I think Sammy Lowe back in the lead. That was a 2-2-3, so it's red first, green second, blue third, white in fourth. White, you hold first priority, yet to get your first wave. A 7.07, would you see you jump straight to the lead? Oh, look out. There's all the Groms. They're on the camera. They're frothing. Can't wait to get out there. Do you know who that is?
No.
No, you don't. They're having a good time anyway. They're frothing there. You can see them on the camera. And there is beautiful Lennox. And wow, a few crew out at Lennox.
Party wave there.
Oh, that's a full
party wave.
6. Wow, but that's Lenny the Ox there, and one of the iconic point breaks and one of the best breaks in the world, I would say.
Famous Lennox point. Turning it on once again.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot from our drone there. Look at that. And the headland is so iconic here. So people out there in internet land that are watching that is one of the best breaks in the world.
You can have the experience to see it. You can go paragliding over there.
Really? Is that part of the win?
I think so. Paragliding.
Scan to win.
I know they do it at the point sometimes.
I'm not big on paragliding. I like to, it's like bungee jumping.
Yeah, a bit scary.
And parachuting. I'm a bit. I think why jump out of a perfectly good plane if you don't have to? And that's just me. And here we go. Looks like our surfer up and riding. That's the bloke on his back in white.
Yeah, using priority for that one was Mitchell Henderson in the white. And we're already halfway through this heat, Tapper. It's gone quite quickly.
It has, and not a lot of waves so far, but wow, look at the action just in front of us. It is pumping. Look, and you can see as you look on the drone shot on the internet there, look at those waves. Like, folks, in internet land, wouldn't you like to be out there right now going, I'm going? And who's going here?
Looks like Sammy Lowe in the red opts to go this one, and huge first turn there. Just another crack on the lip, but cannot land that one.
I think they've redirected the flights at Ballina Airport. Watch out, Sammy Lowe's, and we've got spray coming in here at 200 metres, folks. Could we please divert all flights to the south, please? We've got the Oz Grom on there with the Traeger wood-fired grill spray junior, so we better change the flight path. Well, I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, so much spray came off that first turn of Sammy's Lowe's, didn't it?
Yeah, so much spray on all of his turns. Looking very spicy. And
so him and Ace, we're waiting for scores, and we all had a bit of a paddle there. Wow. 8 minutes remaining. That has just literally flown by. Oh, here we go. There's Green and straight into the tube for Aidan Doyle-Duffy's in second. And he used his priority for that one, unfortunately, not getting the reward for priority, but still Sammy Lowe's last wave, a 3-2-3, slightly increased his score. And this is a pretty good Benzonata next heat, Jai Peg, Soren Smith, and Haruta Maruana. Sorry, Haruta. Maruyama. Did I get it right, mate? Maruyama? Yeah, hey, I got it right, yes. Haruta just gave me the thumbs up. Maruyama, haha. Take me a while, but anyway. But the action's out here in the water, and this is the Traeger Pro Junior. Traeger wood-fired grills. I'd like to try one. I like a bit of grill action. I'd like to try one of those waves that's not in the contest area there.
I feel it. Is that in the contest area?
I think it kind of is. Yeah, it is. But I'd like to try one.
I'd like to try one too.
When are they giving us the Commentators' Cup? I'll have a man-on-man heat with you. I know you'll beat me, but at least
I don't know.
I reckon you go all right. I reckon you go really good. 3-time winner.
Who's looking at this one? It is White, Mitchell Henderson with priority. Huge 2-turn combo there, and a third one throwing tons of spray. And just pumping his way through the inside and finishes off nicely.
Well, folks, we don't normally do announcements over the webcast and the PA, but this is a pretty strong one. Coming from a man who's lost 4 wedding rings in the surf, and Tony's lost 3, but this poor bloke, somewhere along the grass here, he's lost his wedding ring. So we don't normally make this announcement with 5 minutes remaining. Yeah, we've got his details here, so if you can find the wedding band, because he is in a lot of Barney rubble. Goes home without his wedding ring. Try that 4 times in the surf. Anyway, let's get these scores through. I think that Mitchell Henderson score is going to be a big one. He was throwing spray like Sammy Lowe. He was throwing spray like Mitchell Henderson.
Yeah, 4 massive turns for Mitchell Henderson. We're just waiting on scores, but we'll give you an update once those are through. We are on 4.5 minutes.
Well, still waiting for this. The judges taking a bit of time to, they're analysing that wave there. Just 3 minutes 40 remaining. And, the time's ticking down. Sammy Lowe in the lead at the moment, but we're just waiting for that score for Mitchell Henderson, the surfer in white. And Ace Flynn waiting for a wave for him as well.
And that score for Mitchell Henderson is looking good.
And Sammy Lowe's going to use his priority here. And here goes Sammy Lowe on the backhand, flying down the line. I reckon there's a big turn coming up here. Whooshka, buckets out the back again. It's raining somewhere around Lennox Head. It's raining Sammy Lowe spray. 3 minutes remaining. Well, Mitchell Henderson went up to second. White, your last wave, a 5.83. So green, you need a 4.77 to go to second. Blue, you need a 6.83 to go to second. Waiting for the last of Sammy Lowe's, and there's a replay. Nixie, he just showed that last turn too. He made that.
Yeah, how was that combo? I think the one before that he fell off, but he's got the completion on that last wave, so that will probably go into his top 2, I'd say.
He goes white.
White just looking at that one, but not going that one. So it is red in the lead, white in second, green in third, looking for a 4.77, and blue in fourth, looking for a 4.64.
Oh, just over 2 minutes remaining. It's getting down to crunch times for our competitors in second and third, and here we go. We've got a paddle here, Nixie.
Yep, blue. Green up and riding on his forehand. Huge first. Oh, lands on his.
That back foot came off the deck grip then, didn't it? I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
Oh, it's worse. I've lost my inside fin once. I didn't screw it in properly. But if you had an FCS fin, it wouldn't do that.
No, I've done that too. You know, when you like put them in but don't pop them in.
Yeah,
I've done that.
Yeah, and you do. I was doing this flying cutback. Next thing I'm over the front going, what happened? And then I turned over my board and go, I need to get a new set of fins.
Just on 90 seconds remaining. And semi-low, your last wave was a 5.17, so that increases your lead. So semi-low in the lead, white, you're in second, looking for a 6.18, green in third, looking for a 4.77, and blue in fourth, looking for a 4.64. Blue, you have first priority, white with second, red with third, and green with fourth.
Well, 1 minute remaining in those surfers for the next heat. Please stay well clear of surfers in the current heat. Surfers in the next heat, stay well clear of surfers in the current heat. Here we go. We've got a paddler with 45 seconds. That is Mitchell Henderson on the backhand. Swoops around, got a little caught up, but he's got this next section to deal with. Kicks out and look out. Here goes Sammy Lowe, Nixie.
Yep, Sammy Lowe on another good-looking right-hander. Huge first turn. And backs it up with a nice slip line there.
Thanks for coming. 28 seconds remaining, and here we go. It's blue, Ace Flynn. This is Ace's last throw of the decks. Whoa, and comes unstuck. 20 seconds remaining. Ow. Okay, 15 seconds. Looks like whether we get any more wave surf, probably not. 10 seconds, and attention to countdown. And we're going to count this one out with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rightio, we're waiting for Sammy Lowe's last wave, but as we do that, we're going to throw on the internet to a commercial break. We'll be back you real soon here at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open 2022. Okay, we're ready to go with the next heat. Alrighty, we're back with the action live, and here we go. Red Benzonata ripping in. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. Of course, this is the Traeger Pro Junior. Traeger wood-fired grills. That was a replay there from Benzonata Cray. We're about to get the score for him. And Haruta Murayama, I'll get it right. But there's the replay. Benzonata, wow. Look at that. He's really laying into that one, Nixie. I'm Terry Tapatis. I'm here with Nixie Ryan, 3-time winner, and there's Haruta's wave.
Yeah, just starts this one off nicely, but... Oh no, just comes unstuck on that last little bit.
So, 3-time winner. Has anybody won more than you or not?
I'm sure they have, yeah.
You reckon? I don't know. We'll see anyway. We'll have to go through the record books and see. But pretty prestigious seeing the people who have won this event like Mick Fanning and Stephanie Gilmore and the name. Like, honestly, anyone who's been anyone in pro surfing has won this event. And there's someone, Sammy Lowe. Yeah, Sammy having a chat to the boys. Yeah, the boys.
How's that first wave for Red Tapper? 7.17 for Ben's first wave.
717, Ben, a 717. First of Red, a 717. And here we go. Oh, there's the drone shot again, Nixie. How about that? What do you call all those places down there, like you can see is there?
There's Brocky's wave there, and then the point further up, and Boat Channel, and the pub where we are right now. Front of the pub.
It's a nice day for the pub. Pub. This is Quota's Cosmic Psycho
Lovely
song.
day.
Nice day for a beer. Nice day for a snitty. I reckon you get them at the pub. But
Pub
it's
feed.
Actually, tonight at the hotel, haven't they got the Ball and All podcast with Darren Hanley?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any tickets, so you might have to wait for the podcast. There were 15 left yesterday.
Yeah, I think someone said there was 2 left today.
Wonder if I can scam my way in. I might try, see if I can scam my way in. I don't know. Always try. Benzonata 8717 and Haruta Murayama. Maruyama. I'll get it right. Haruta Murayama, a 1.4. So at the moment, Ben really opening up well. A 717. So when you're in a heat, Nixie, and you open with a good wave, how does that feel? Do you sort of like you think, right, okay, now I wait for the bomb?
Yeah, I'd wait for priority again and then just wait for another good wave, or just get another quick little one under my belt just to have a backup score. But yeah, it's always good to start the heat off with a good score.
What do you call like a score that you'd be happy with starting with?
Probably like above a 6.
Above a 6, yeah. Well, that is good, isn't it? 6 to 8 is good.
Yeah.
So for those people on the internet that don't know, 0 to 2 is poor. 3 to 4 is fair, and 4 to 6 is average, and 6 to 8 is good, and 8 to 10 is excellent. That's what you want, though. You want the excellent, don't you?
Yeah, you definitely want the excellent.
You know what? I was in a heat once and I got a 9 something, and then I didn't get another wave for the rest of the heat.
That can also happen because then you just wait for too long and you're you just want another good wave, but none comes.
Never comes,
Yeah.
You're waiting for something that doesn't come.
Yeah.
And nothing's worse than that day because like people just go, you got a 9. Why didn't you just catch something? Like, I tried. But yeah, that's happened to me. It happened to you?
Yeah, that's happened to me lots of times.
Oh. Here we go, though. Not going to happen to this bloke.
Soren Smith up on his back end. Cracks that one there and finishes off nicely. Lots of spray. No downtime and a good way to start the heat for Soren Smith.
Here we go, the replay of Soren Smith's wave up there on the screen for those in internet land on YouTube. Wow, that last turn, how direct was that? He really put it up there. You know what? I reckon he didn't have a digital watch as a kid. He had a watch with hands because he definitely knows where 12 o'clock is. 12 o'clock rock. And it's even better if you can get it at 1:05. That's the one when you go beyond vert and wow. I love, if you can pull off one of those, you feel so good. And looks like those scores are in. Soren Smith, White, a 4.0. 4.0. Haruto Maruyama, a 1.4. And Ben Zanata, a 7.17. So at the moment, Ben he's in second priority. He's sitting sweet. He's going, I'm waiting for a bomb. And he's been detonated. He's been surfing so good, Ben. I think he got the semis at the hockey, I think.
Yeah. In the under 18s or?
Yeah, under 18. So this is under 21, the Pro Junior. You just missed out.
I think, is it 20 and under? Or
Maybe it's 20 and under, which is under 21. Yeah.
I'm way too old now.
Oh, you're just so ancient. I'll sign you up for the pension. 11 and a half minutes remaining, and the Surfers are negotiating their position. First priority with Blue. Jai Peg yet to get a wave, and Jai from the sunny coast. He is a very dynamic, goofy footer, and I reckon we might see some action for him. But Jai, he wants to start on a good wave, but
looks like Green, just a quick in and out for him. And yeah, I'm sure Jai will want to get one of the set waves to start off his campaign here.
Wow, I've just been noticing that these sets come through in different places. Reminds me a bit like when you're at South Strat. If you start chasing the sets everywhere, you don't find them. You sort of got to sit and wait. Is that what you find out here? Like if you start paddling around looking for them, you miss everything?
Yeah, I was speaking to Huey at the bakery actually, and he said it was super hard to know where to sit because one would break over there and one would break somewhere else. So I feel like if you just sit in the one spot for a little bit at least, hopefully one will come to you.
Yeah, I find that at South Stratty, it does a lot of that, and you paddle up, and then next thing the wave's where you were, and so you sort of just got to drop the anchor and go, okay, I'm waiting for it. So that's what a couple of our competitors are doing, which when we're here on the beach, we see these waves every go, why aren't they there? Why aren't they there? Why aren't they there? But put yourself out the back, and it's a whole different story.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you can't really paddle to each bank back and forth, and I feel like if you do that, you'll just keep missing them. So probably best off to sit there and wait patiently for a good one.
A little bit slow so far in this one, and well, folks, there's so much going on and so many things to talk about. And one of those is our sponsor, of course, Soundboks. And, of course, you can win the ultimate party kit. How good are Soundboks speakers? They run off battery and they're that loud you can have a dance party with one of them. And their batteries are 12 to 14 hours. So if you got, say, 3 batteries, only 2 batteries, you got a 24-hour party.
Perfect. And all you got to do is spend $30 or more at any participating Epic Marketplace business, or spend $75 or more at Woolworths for your chance to win one of those amazing speakers.
So much stuff to give away. And the Groms, they get the goodie bag. I don't know if the Pro Juniors get the goodie bag.
Oh, and there's a pie eating contest, I believe. I'm not sure when that is.
Are you going in the pie eating or are you going the ice cream eating?
I reckon the ice cream eating. Actually, maybe it's a bit cold for ice cream. If it's a nice day.
I love watching the ice cream and the pie because they got to have their hands behind their back and it's just face in. You're going to have a crack, are you, Nixie, or are you thinking, nah?
Oh, it's a bit too messy for me.
I want to see you go in it. I want to see actual footage of you face planting the pie. Oh, it's funny when you see these kids do it. They're just hilarious. They just inhale it.
Yeah, do you know when that is? We'll have a
I think that's Sunday, I think, isn't it? Ice cream Sunday.
Day 3 on Saturday is the pie eating contest.
Oh, look out, and here we go. That is green. That's green. Blue. That's blue. Jai Peg. Jai's been waiting a while for this one. Taps it off the top. Got a bit more faster on that one, but look at this one for Ben.
Ben out the back. Whoa. Massive first turn, and that's all that one wrote, but it was a good one.
Wow, that was a big turn. I'm looking forward to seeing that turn of Ben Zanata's on actual replay. Here we go on the replay, Nix.
Yeah, he just drops down deep bottom turn and huge turn off that one. That's a good backup for Ben anyway.
That was a huge gaffing turn there from Ben Zanata. He's a friendly little fella. He's actually looks a lot bigger in the ocean than he does on land. Maybe it's because of the spray he throws.
Yeah, probably.
Unlike Sammy Lowe in the last heat, he's big on land too. It's great to see everybody, like the way they... I remember Sammy was a little tacker. Well, he was shorter than me. That makes little tacker. And here we go. Is that... that was Soren Smith. Not much for Soren on that one. And, looking down the line here. Who's this?
Blue opts to go that one because he had priority over red and smacks that one twice. And another little turn there. And he's still going. Just working his way through to the inside on this one.
Oh, how was that wave? It just spat. You can't see that on the screen, folks, but that was where everybody was sitting a couple of minutes ago. Oh, and look, there's the Lee bar. You know what? The nasi goreng looks so good. They got nasi goreng, bacon and egg rolls. There's all sorts of stuff. Hot chicken gravy rolls. You got to have a bacon and egg sanger or bacon egg roll, though. Go down to check them out there at the Lee bar tent. You can see that on the big screen. But here we go. Let's get some scores are starting to come through for our surfers. So we'll give you those updates as they come to hand. Just on 6 minutes, waiting for scores. Up next, Riley Munro, Rico Haybiddle. Oh, me little burly mate. Jimmy Hill, Jimmy Hill. And Rix O'Leary. Oh, cool name, Rix.
Yeah.
I like that.
What a heat.
How's the haircut all the grommets get now? The Huey Vaughan haircut. Oh, there we go. Haruta Maruyama getting that one there. So is that might... 5.5 minutes remaining, waiting for scores for blue and for green. But we can tell you, Ben Zanata, your last wave, a 4.83. Last of red, a 4.83. G'day, Rico. He's on his way out. Look out. Grom. He used to be shorter than me too. Everybody used to be shorter than me. 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining. So Ben Zanata's got that lead, waiting for scores for Jai Peg and for Harutu. Okay. Rightio, all scores are in, Nixie. Let's give them an update.
All right, so red, you're in the lead with a 7.17 and a 4.83. Blue, you're in second, looking for a 9.13 to get to the lead. White, you're in third, currently chasing a 0.77 to advance. And red, you're in fourth, looking just for a 2.18. We have just on 4 minutes remaining.
Wow, it's getting the crunch time out there, and looks like we've got a bit of a paddle here, and that might be our surfer in blue. Oh, no, has a look, doesn't go. And look at the grommets. They're fired up out there. Yeah, grommets, give us a hey, yeah. Stick your hands in the air, grommets. I don't think they're listening. Yeah, there you go. Hey, yeah, look, they're frothing the groms. Nothing better than being at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. They're everywhere, you know. You got to watch out. They're like little piranhas, especially in the surf. They'll just chew your legs off to get a wave. Or your fingers off or something. Though definitely the bakery sold out every day. The grommets go in there and just... Okay, change in priority. First priority, white. Second priority, red. Third priority, green. Fourth priority, blue. So there's been a change in priority. First priority, white. Second priority, red. Third priority, green. Fourth priority is blue. But that may not affect Jai Peg because he's miles down. And here he goes. Is that Jai now? No, that's not.
That's Ben up and riding.
Whoa.
Massive first turn there and wraps it back around to the whitewater and is still going, throwing tons of spray, and huge turn to finish that one.
Wow, that was a bit of detonation there. Someone lit the fuse, and Benzonata has detonated now. Wow, here we go on the replay. You see him, he fades down and direct into the lip, whipping the tail out of that lip, and then drives on the next turn. So a bit of variety there. Comes out and carves it back again on the rail and looking for the big finish and does that. What a well-executed wave there.
What do you reckon, wave of the heat?
Oh, I reckon maybe. Yeah, I reckon close. Oh, you are a pretty... I think we'll better put you upstairs in the judging panel by the look of this wave coming through for Benzonata.
It's looking good. He's definitely going to increase his lead here.
Oh, it might be one of the best waves I've seen all day, and there you go.
7.93 for the last of red. Wave of the heat. He got that one from way down.
He did, and here he goes again. He's seen another one. He's miles down, and it's Benzonata cutting it back, working to the inside with 1 minute 20. It's sort of a victory lap for Ben. Here he goes, whips it out, rotates, but doesn't make it. So, Green, you need a 2.18 to go to second. White, you need a 0.77. There's 1 minute to go. There is seconds up for grabs. Ben's taking it down, no doubt, but wow. There's 1 minute remaining. Green and white and blue are in a battle, and no one's really got a good wave there except Soren. He only needs a 0.77 to go to second, and Green needs a 2.18 to go to second. Jai Peg holding a 1.9 needs to increase. There's 40 seconds remaining.
White, you have first priority, only looking for a 0.77. Green in second priority, looking for a 2.18.
Wow, 30 seconds to go, and such a small score required for any of these surfers to qualify for the next round. 20 seconds, and look out. The surfers are scrambling, trying to get a wave. 15 seconds.
White's looking at this one.
And 10 seconds, attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I'm not a judge, but I reckon that might be just the score. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wait for the scores to come through. Meantime, we're going to throw to an ad break to those on the internet. Hope you're having a good time. We'll see you right back here soon.
It's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Over 274,000 Australians trusted us with their property journey. List confidently and sell successfully with an @Realty Local expert. Scan below for your instant property estimate today.
All right, we are back live into heat number 14 in the round of 64. And we did have official results of that last heat. It was the DY lad, Benny Zanata-Cray, taking the win. Huge heat total there, 15.10. Ahead of second place, Soren Smith, 7.87. Jai Peg in third, unfortunately bowing out 4.77. And the surfer in green, Harutu Mariama was in 4th, just a 4.0. So we are now in the Traeger Gills Pro Junior. Round of 64, heat number 14. And myself, Chris Enever, here with Zachy Whiteman. And we are on, mates.
All right.
Welcome down here to Lennox Head and all the action that's going on. Look at this day we have on offer. It's absolutely spectacular.
Every year it turns on. I don't know. This Beachy lays dormant for 360 days, and then the 5 days this event runs, it seems to just turn on. So fantastic conditions. And I swear every year, or actually last year was a little worse for wear weather-wise, but most years, if you look at it periodically over a 10-year period, stellar.
It really is. And it's like, I always say, hands down, the epicenter of Grom competitive surfing and junior surfing. It's just been, since the dawn of time, the home to some of the biggest Grom comps. You think back to the days of the Rusty Grom Fest, and then through the Skull Candy, and now we've got the Soundboks Oz Grom Open and the Pro Junior as well. And right now, the WSL Pro Junior out there, and all the athletes battling for serious points to look for qualification to go to the ISA, get on the Arkanji's team. So there's lots to surf for here, and lots up for grabs. And well, what better way to do it than down here at Lennox Beach? You cross the road from the pub, well, the Lennox Head Hotel now, and the waves are just cooking. And every year we come here for this event, like you said, it just pumps. And people must tune in and go, this beach here at Lennox is just iconic.
It is. I will say, again, don't get your hopes up. Don't fly from Johannesburg to get here. It is definitely worth it. There's plenty of other local beaches. But yeah, this wave is like the breeding ground for every Grom that's come out of Lennox, whether that be Woody, Mello, Stewie. It doesn't matter. You have to conquer. This is like level 1 of your professional life. You have to conquer level 1 before you can get to level 2, which is up there, that big, nice headland to our right.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a bit of a pathway, and it's such a good pathway. It really does breed a lot of good surfers out of here. So you can see why with conditions like this.
Yeah, I remember throwing way back, being here at this very beach when I was about 12 years old, and it was like 12 foot. It was massive. It's just bombing, and they're like, out you go. And most kids were surfing the inside reform, and I was just so determined to get out the back. I spent an entire heat paddling. I got just out, and then I just copped a bomb on the head, and it was all over. And the whole heat spent paddling, and came in through my board on the beach and had a tantrum. And that was my Rusty Grom Fest, done and dusted for a year.
And that would have been the days of the beach start. The elusive beach start. Well, I'm glad we moved away from that, because that was torture.
Full beach start. You had to paddle, and so if they didn't do beach start, I mean, they'd never start the event because no one could get out the back anyway. So.
But this one's pretty stacked heat. Riley Munro in red, Jimmy Hill in white, Rico Haybiddle in blue, Rico Leary. This could be a final, and it's only the first one.
Yeah, that's a stacked heat. I mean, all of these competitors dipping their toe in the Kiwis as well, I reckon, because, I mean, Jimmy Hill, he looks like he's 30, but he's in the juniors.
Yeah.
And Riley Munro, he looked in a 4.5 to kick this heat off. Jimmy Hill a 3.5. I feel like as this day's gone on as well, the winds are slowly backing off. It's just getting so pretty out there. And there's the groomed lines just filtering their way into this bank we have here on the beach at Lennox. But it actually is breaking like a point break almost, that really ruler edge line bank that we have.
I think that was green. Rick O'Leary up and out, little tube. But yeah, it's interesting, this bank doesn't always look like this. So incredible to finally get some waves. Probably see a little bit of a reform left and right later on. That's pretty synonymous for this location. And yeah, when it's like this, Chris, it's so much fun.
Yeah, you never get really fun inside reforms here because I feel like it reeks of it. Like, you mean, you have those big waves out the back and the long gutter that kind of runs through the inside, but how often do you get those fun reformers that link all the way through?
Yeah, we call that section pub innies. Yeah, it's always there. goes a little sleepy at times, but as you can see, this little left on the shore here now, that's pretty much where it goes through. And then you got outside corner up there. That's pretty misto zone. I've probably spent about 5 hours of my life out there.
Just here?
Yeah,
so
out to the right. Yeah.
That's the southern end of the comp bank. That
they
we're
used to
looking
be
at right now.
bank number 2 when they used to have to double bank at the Rusty Gromfest. And I used to wake up going, I hope I'm not on bank 2. And you look at your name and there it is. You're like, oh no.
Bank 2.
It's pretty sick that these guys get the pick of the bunch from north to south. It's a huge contest bank.
Oh, it's probably, just for everyone out there in Webland tuning in, it's probably 4 football fields long. I mean, maybe more. I reckon maybe 5 football fields long. And here's Surfer in red. This is Riley Munro, top seed in the heat. Got the red rashy on, and he's working his way right down the beach. He's on his way to Bruns at the moment.
Pretty much. And that was crazy to see a barrel at Pub Innies. I swear if I put in the group chat right now with all the Leno lads, someone has got a barrel at Pub Innies, I'd be roasted. So it's turning on. I'm actually bamboozled at how good the waves are right now.
And even last year, I feel like it was almost better. And you talk about the secondary bank that we have, or what do you call the secondary bank, down to our right hand. We'll wait for Jimmy Hill to rip into this one because this guy has so much power. And, well, there it is on display. Look at this. It's like he's down at Greenmount just ripping into that Larry, and so much power and speed. That was just the gift that kept on giving, that one.
We may have to get a birth certificate for this athlete, Jimmy Hill. The power that this kid has got is insane. Clearly evident by the fan of spray coming out of the back of that one at multiple different sections. So that's no doubt going to be a pretty epic score. Pretty good way to kick off his campaign in this one. Had to wait a little bit. You know, we're up to 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, look at this one just down the line. You can tell he's got so much experience on a right point break, and it was this is what that bank looks like, to be honest. It looks like he's running through Rainbow Bay and teeing off. Just so much speed down the line. I love the way he still holds the calves, but manages to keep the speed down the line. Projection turns, but still with enough commitment that it's a good scoring turn. And then when he has the chance to square up, he really did and took advantage of that one. So stand by for Jimmy Hill's last ride. I think it's going to be a good one.
We are almost at the halfway mark of this one. 10.5 minutes remaining as we see Rico Haybiddle up and riding. This is looking like a great wave. Explosive start, only gets the 2, but nonetheless, 2 bangers back to back. Good answer back from Jimmy's last.
Yeah, so all these surfers in this heat have been, well, the majority of them, been really dipping their fingers and their toes into the QS, the qualifying series events around the world, and so plenty of experience here. I guess it's the stepping stone, these junior events, and I feel like the talent's just getting younger and younger every year.
Most certainly. I think we had Lucy Dara's in this event, and she was over in, she just got a crazy good result in Nias.
In Open Indo. And how good were the waves there for that event? It was just proper pumping. It's just, they're so spoilt for that event.
100%.
I mean, if the QE's just where it's at, I feel like, the regional QE at the moment.
It's better than Bolito last night.
Oh, it's been a bit of a grind over there, but the waves have definitely picked up in Bolito, but I mean, it'd just be so good to see some of those waves on the Changas. Like, Nias should be a Changa.
100%. Hey, Riley, we see you, mate. There's 9 minutes remaining. 9 minutes remaining. Riley, your 2 waves, 4.5 and a 3.27. We are just waiting on some scores to come through. Looking like a pretty healthy score coming in for Last of White. Just waiting for one more judge to lock that one in. 8.5 minutes remaining. 8.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so there it is. 5.67. 5.67. Last of Jimmy Hill, the surfer from the Goldie. is now out in front, so situation change. A 5-6-7 and a 3-5 are your numbers. Whites looking to drop a low score of a 3-5 to increase your lead. Riley Munro in red, a 4-5 and a low score of a 3-2-7. Chasing a 4-6-8. A 4-6-8 is the number to go to first. Rico Haybiddle, you are in blue. You are in third. You're chasing a 3.2 blue, a 3-2 to go into second, and Rick O'Leary, you're chasing a 6.97. You're currently sitting fourth. A 6.97 is the number to go to second and progress. And well, we're on to 7 minutes 35. Priority does sit with the surfer in green, and we see a pretty decent wave approaching the lineup. Is this thing going to produce the goods?
Looks like the South Swell still holding in nice and strong. This one might be a little long for most of the competitors. Oh, magician act. Looked like Rico Haybiddle coming out of what seemed to be nothing, thin air. Finds the end of this one. It's going to allow one or two opportunities, but it does look like it's starting to fade out as it hits the fisherman's hole down there. So was looking for a score. Not a huge score.
And outside. Still green with priority.
Yeah, look at this one as well. Maybe a little... Nah, it's not going to work. So we'll stand by for the last of Rico. Well, 2.93 locks in, a 2.93. Doesn't change the situation. Still chasing that elusive 3.20. So just comes up short there for blue. We see some more waves potentially making their way in. It's almost like Bells Beach-esque. This the corduroys stacked to the horizon.
It's like Bells Beach meets J-Bay.
Times Jan Juck, almost.
Yeah.
Beachy.
And then we end up in Lennox Head somehow.
Yeah, exactly. A lot warmer water.
6 minutes remaining, 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and next heat, we see them making their way down. Surfers in the next heat. Red will be Willem Watson. Blue will be Oliver Reisenbeek. Alexis Owen will be in... Sorry, blue will be Oliver Reisenbeek. White will be Alexis Owen. And Matisse Joss Rowland will be in the green. So there are your four surfers. Heat number 15. So we got... Well, 2 heats to go after this one. Then we roll into the Pro Junior Women's Division. The Traeger Wood-Fried Grills. Pro Junior Women's Division. And then rounding out the day, we go back to the Soundboks Oz Grom Open Under-18s Division. And that's going to round out a mammoth day of 28 heats. The eyeballs will be burning by that stage, and we'll be still frothing.
Yeah, we'll have to go get well lubricated across the road at the pub there.
Yeah, so there's your 5 minute warning. 5 minute warning, surfers. Situation is the man-child, Jimmy Hill, out there in the lead, a 5.67 and a 3.5, and well, he'll be looking to drop that 3.5 to increase his lead. Riley Munro, the top seed, currently sits in second. A 4.68 is the number required, red, to go to first. Rico in third. You're looking for a 3.20 to go to second. And Rick O'Leary in green, a 6.97 is the number to go to second, sorry. So that's your situation. Priority is with green. He's been very patient. Just dropped anchor out there. And, well, hasn't really been his heat.
No, he's still got time, but the longer you leave it, the higher that first wave has to be. If you're going to break it down into 2, the longer you leave that, it's going to have to be the one wave that you're counting on.
Yeah, and the hard thing with Rick is that he's holding a 0.80 and a 0.27, so he doesn't really have a backup at all. So even if he does get that 6.97, he's got to bank on the other 2 surfers not getting the score required to go, or not improving their situation, because every point they put on the board above their lowest score is just going to increase his requirement. But he does have priority, and we see some lines stacking up. Look at this. Such a good scene when we can see them marching in.
There's a whale out the back as well, so 3.5 minutes remaining, 3.5 minutes remaining. We may see A little bit of a flurry, looking like everyone's interested in this one, but looks like White, Jimmy Hill up and riding, belts that first section.
Wow.
And carries the speed so nicely through to that second one. This is already his third turn, and I don't think he's going to give up anytime soon as this one reels down the bank and out behind. That looks like Rick O'Leary utilising his priority, throwing a few rooster tails out the back as well. This one's going to run off down the end. Big finish for Rick, and Jimmy just finished his wave as well. So a couple of leg burners for the boys. Stand by for a situation update.
Yeah, as we see the Traeger replay that'll shortly come up. Oh my God, Jimmy Hill decimated that wave. That thing was just ridiculous. And, well, here is Mr. O'Leary.
Yeah, this turn here. Through the buckets, out the back. Sorry, that one. Well, both of them. Absolute belts. And then gets a strong finish. Bit of a lip line float off the end. So he'll be stoked with that.
But look at this thing. Big, nice first one. This one he loses the fins a bit. I think there's so much speed, but then he just goes whoopah and just hooks that in the pocket so nicely and gets the fin release there. So lots of commitment.
It's just crazy. Like, you could watch that at Bolito last night and it would fit in so well. But this is a pro junior event, under 21. Just insane. As we've got 1 minute 40 on the clock, 1 minute 40 on the clock, waiting for the last scores to drop in. Then we'll get you an update.
Yeah, I feel like the scale here is almost at Changa level as well, because the judges, they're not giving an inch. They want to see full commitment. And
well, it is a pretty impressive panel upstairs. So, and this is the pathway to the top. So you might as well get amongst it while you're young. Get used to the score and the scale.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and I really like that too, because, you know, coming in a junior event, you don't want to be getting 9s and then going to a qualifying series and getting 3s, because
100%.
But there it is. Last at Jimmy Hill, 7 points. 7-point ride, so extends his lead with just under a minute on the clock.
And that looks like Rick getting his second wave. Is looking to throw away a very small score. I dare say that will do that. But whether he can hold on and get the score that is required to get him up into the qualifying position. 35 seconds remaining. 35 seconds.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Where is Riley? Because he's currently sitting second. I wonder what the score is going to come through for Rick. Rick's last wave looks like it's going to be a bit below a mid-ranger. It's going to reduce the requirement by a lot. So a 3.53. Now chasing just a 4.25. We saw him get another wave. But time's the enemy. 10 seconds on the clock. We're going to count this one down very shortly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that does round out that heat. We are going to roll into the next heat very shortly. We're good to go. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Wearing these wetsuits just feels like there's absolutely no restrictions.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M, one motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 2 of the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, but we are into the Traeger Woodfire Grills section of the Pro Junior. And joining me here is Chris Eneber. What a day.
Seriously, what an actual bluebird cracker of a day we have here at, well, one of the iconic surf venues in the world, Lennox Head. We see the point up there. It's just got right-handers peeling down it for days, and we're posted up straight across the road from one of our great sponsors, the Lennox Hotel. Pub outies, is that what they call it, out the back there?
Yeah, you just say you're going to surf the pub, and then if someone wanted to know where, you'd have to be like, oh, I'm going to surf pub innies, or, yeah, you could say outies, or outside corner, something like that. But, yeah, it is sometimes a little confusing when you say you're going to the pub, and your mate puts on his best shoes, and he's ready, and you're in your wetsuit.
Yeah.
It has happened before, and it will happen again, but great little spot down here at the pub, as mentioned, previous heat. This is like the birthplace of all the good surfers that come out of this area. So nonetheless, a great stepping stone. And every now and then, like it is today, it pumps. So frothing that, we scored that in the event window.
Oh, every year. There's something going on with this event. They've got some serious good juju going on with this location, because last year, I remember we were watching proper spitting tubes on the bank that you said is your dreaded bank number 2, but last year it looked like something out of Stratty or like something like that. It was just this crazy inside-out tube break, and, well, we're now into heat number 15, and, well, here's our surfer in blue, Ollie Reisenbeek, just teeing off on that one.
Wow.
So
Great finish. And looking like surfer in green, up and riding. It's almost going to tube this one. Ops out of that one. Clean little off the top there. This one going to run down the bank. Swooping carve there. And he's just keeping busy. He knows he's going to get a little bit of an end section to play with. What has he got for us as he tags that last section down the end? And looking like White. Full rapid fire at the moment. White up and riding. Beautiful turn there. Throwing a ton of spray. Followed by another. Oh, and a little bit of commentator's curse.
we did. We cooked him. We soaped his wax, and he's gone down there. But got some damage done out the back. This bank is just rapid fire.
I got a little bit of Stuart Kennedy vibes on that one, Last of White. That spicy throw tail release.
Just real tight in the pocket. Like the quickest bottom turn you can imagine, that just whips into the pocket so tight. I remember when he came on tour with those Tomo boards, and it was just this whole different approach. And he just tore Snapper an actual new one. He went on to make the final, I think, that one year, didn't he?
He got third.
Third, semis, that's right. And
took down Ethan. As we see, Red up and riding. Who wants his piece of the action? Beautiful finish. That must have felt good.
Yeah, the full float the boat to finish that one. And, well, all surfers, I mean, they must have seen the last heat. No one really had a good score on the board until, you know, the back end of the heat. And these four surfers have just gone, nah, we're flipping that on its head. And all of them have just, well, locked in some pretty decent rides to kick off this heat. And this is heat number 15. For everyone out there in Webland, you can see the replay we just saw there. And Matisse in green locked in a 3 for his first ride. We're still waiting for scores for all the other surfers. And it is 4 surfer priority here. So you can see surfer in blue. He had a wave and made his way back out. So he's got first priority. Surfer in white with second priority. And once the other 2 surfers make their way into the takeoff zone, they'll establish priority 3rd and 4th.
Oh, how's that drone shot? For all our crew on the webcast, you have to pay big money for that to see a view of a whale just swimming so gracefully. It is the best time of year. It's so hard to get a car park up on all the headlands at the moment. Everyone's just out and about watching these beautiful creatures go up and down the coast. Look at that. That's out of Nat Geo.
Hey, where's David Attenborough when you need him? That is just proper nature at its best. And, well, if you want to get a part of it, actually, you can join the Beyond the Waves giveaway, because you can scan the QR code. We'll actually chuck it up on the screen here. So everyone out there in Webland, if we can get a quick shot of that, maybe, maybe not.
Or they have to just open up their front door, walk on down to the event zone and scan it themselves.
Yep.
Because someone will be winning an experience to go out and see those beautiful creatures.
And look, he's one of the surfers out there just mixing it up with them right now. This is Willem Watson. And out the back in the tube, surfing green. Ooh. Got to find an exit. No, he doesn't. So
the elusive tube. Another one bites the dust. So we have 13 minutes remaining, just over 13 minutes remaining, waiting for a few scores to lock in. I can tell you, first wave of green was a 3-point ride. First wave of white, 3.83. And red, your first wave, a 6-point ride. Still waiting on some scores to lock in. Once we get those, we'll get a situation update.
Yeah, so for everyone out there on the web tuning in, here's the QR code. Get on and quickly scan it. We'll see if Sammy can get us on it. There it is. And here we are down here, just loving all the action here at Lennox Beachy. The waves are on the pump, and we are loving the action here at the Traeger Pro Junior. The WSL Pro Junior that, well, these surfers are vying for valuable points to look for qualification into the ISA, and the Irukandji team to go and try and mix up with the world's best and bring home a World Junior title. So what a great motivation there.
100%. And you mentioned previously you were here in the Rusty Gromfest days. Who was the pick of the bunch back then? Rattle off some names where you just, when you're in the heat, you go, you're kidding me, I've got old mate.
Well, of course, mate. You couldn't go past old Matty Wilco would always rock up on the bus, and then also the Wrights, the whole family of the Wrights. They were deadly forces. Owen was a bit younger than me, but I guess in my age bracket, you had above me was Ben Dunn and Mitch Colborne. Yeah, all of that age bracket was crazy. Yaden Nickel, Vassar, Madison Williams, Heath Josky, Stewie Kennedy. I was just like, I felt like the biggest kook, honestly, but it was a crazy age group to be a part of in Australian surfing. And Wade Goodall, the list just goes on. And it's like, when I think back to it, the Pro Juniors was some of the most incredible times of my life, because when we travelled, the Pro Junior Series was like a mini CT, and it went all over Australia. And it's just so good to see the WSL backing the Pro Juniors now. And it has a lot bigger implications, I feel like, now with the ISAs and all the qualifications to the Australia team and all that type of stuff. We did have the World Juniors in Narrabeen back in the day, but we've got some scores locked in. I'll get back to the story soon. Out in the water currently, it is red in first. Willem Watson in the lead. 6-point ride and a 5.0. They're your two numbers. You sit in first. Blue, you sit in second. A 5 and a 1.17. You're chasing a 6 to go to first, Blue. Green, Matisse, you are in third, chasing a 3.18 to go into second. And Alexis, you're in fourth, chasing a 2.35 white. So Alexis, a 2.35 is the number. But keep in mind that Surfer in Blue is holding a small score of just a 1.17, so that will really increase the requirements once she ditches that. And priority sits with green, then red. Third priority is blue, fourth priority white. And that's your situation with 9 minutes 40 on the clock.
So is there anyone you just hated coming up against? Like they just had one on you every time. You couldn't break it.
I tell you what, in junior series days, Chad Detroit is from South Africa. When he came out, we got matched up a few times, and it just was just battle on battle. But I remember thinking back down to a event, the Ocean Earth Pro Junior. Here the surfer in white up and riding.
Heaps of speed. What's he got for us? Huge fan of spray out the back and combos it up with a beautiful little arc there. Just the 1-2 jam for that one.
Yeah, so that was Alexis in the whites, looking for a number. So 2 quick whips. We'll stand by for that score. But I remember the Ocean Earth Pro Junior back down in, it was meant to be at Narrabeen, but it was so big they had to run it at Collaroy. And the heat was me, Wilco, Owen and Julian. in the quarters at Coleroy Pipe.
Have you got that that heat draw printed out in your room? Is that like size 100 font printed out? It's like a mural in your house. That thing's epic.
Full stitch up. But yeah, so it was actually just incredible to see that talent just evolve over the years. And well, that's where it all began, though. It all began right here at days when the Rusty Gromfest was around, and it's still the main venue for breeding junior contests and junior athletes and Grom athletes as a stepping stone into their professional career. And you must have seen it all being a local here. Just
I got to share a few heats with some nice names. I got the win over Ethan one year, but he got me at the Oki the week before, so that was pretty interesting. And then I shared a final with Jack Robbo and Kanoa. That was when Kanoa was sponsored by O'Neill back in the day, and he was from the States, and he was like this. When you're 12 and there's an international in your heat, you're like, oh my God, what's he doing here? And it's true. Now look at where he is now. So pretty crazy heat.
Yeah, I remember the Pro Juniors when you'd just be down there at Bells and you look at the heat draw and you'd see, who's that Geordie Smith guy? And and the Michelle Perez, they were always over here, and there was a really strong Japanese contingent. Jeremy Flores, he was always living partially here and in Tahiti in France, so he had a residency down in a place down in Newport, actually, on the Northern Beaches. So Jeremy was always a big part of the Pro Juniors, and the list just goes on and on of how many surfers were a big part of the Australian Junior Series events.
Righto, Blue, we see ya. 6 minutes 45 remaining, 6.5 minutes, well, just over 6.5 minutes. Situation is first red, second white, third blue, fourth green. Green looking for a 4.96 to advance. Blue looking for a 2.96 to advance. 6.5 minutes remaining. As we see a paddle up and riding. Could be green, could be blue, not sure. But nonetheless, big fantail, but cannot ride out of that one. I think that was green.
Yeah, that was green, Matisse. So I love his approach there. I feel I've seen so many surfers today really get caught in the down the line approach. They're just so focused on getting speed down the line. That big stretched out wall, it kind of tricks you into getting speed and just racing down the line to the next section. And then they get there and they've almost gone too far and it backs off a bit.
Oh, there's nothing worse than a leggy barrel.
Oh, and then the surfers that really have it on lock, you can see the approach there. I really love the approach of Green, because even when he took off, then the first thing he did was that check turn back into the pocket to really set himself up. And you saw how critical the second turn was. It just was unlucky that he came unstuck, because I feel like the way he set that up, and there's been a few surfers today that have really had it dialed in. They've not gotten caught in the down the line approach too much. They've really stuck to the pocket, and it's just been evident in the scores. And I think that's what the judges are looking for as well, because we've seen even Jimmy Hill in the last heat. He got a couple of really nice rides, but his first ride was a lot more down the line surfing, and the judges, even though it probably looked like when anyone was watching, you'd think, oh, that's better than a 7. But when you actually slow it down and watch it back, he got a 5. And on the second tour, he was able to square up a lot more and get that bigger number.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes less is more. Gone are the days of trying to get 50 turns in and hoping you get 50 points. But nonetheless, there's been some stellar surfing so far, as we're at the 4.5 minute mark of this heat. 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go. No change. First red, second white, third blue, fourth is green. Green looking for a 4.96 and blue looking for a 2.96. Chris, both achievable scores with 4 minutes.
Yeah, next heat. Last heat of the rounds in the Traeger Pro Junior Men's Division. Heat number 16. That'll feature the 4th seed, Mitchie Peterson, in the red. Cruz Ryan will be out there in the blue. Isaiah Valecki will be out there in the white. And Jacob Haslam will be in the green. So there are your 4 surfers. Last heat of the round. Then we are rolling straight into the Women's Pro Junior. So we're running through that full round of the Women's Pro Junior. Then we've got 4 heats in the under-18s to kick off the day. A mammoth day of surfing action here on, well, an amazing Friday down at Lennox Head. And you know what Friday means. It means the pub or the Lennox Hotel is going to be popping off tonight, because take us through what's happening.
Yeah, we have a bit of a treat for everyone as White is giving us a treat down the line. These are some serious turns. And looking like he's going to try and link the 2 connections here all the way down to the Fisherman's Hole. So he was looking for a score. Sorry, he was looking to better a score to keep 3rd and 4th away. We'll let the judges think about that. But we do have a live podcast happening tonight with the man himself, the Big Daz, the man who can shape a wonderful surfboard. Darren Hanley will be upstairs at the pub, and the Ball and All boys will be having a yarn. And no doubt I'll have my cold beer in the corner, listening out, waiting to throw out a weird and wild question for the boys to throw them off their guard. But I know Woody and the lads will be ready for anything we can throw at them. If you haven't listened to the Ball and All podcast or been around their live potties, make sure you tune into them, because, yeah, between the 3 of them, they've got yarns.
Yeah, I did get to bump into Woody just before, and he's sprightly as ever. Got the coaching hat on with a few athletes, shaping boards.
I don't think there's a more charismatic human on planet Earth than James Wood.
Yeah, I still won't ever let him live it down. I had a heat out here. It was the Australian Board Riders Cup, and I was for all the people that won their division at their board riders. And I was in the final with Woody, and there was a minute to go, and I needed a 4, and he had a priority, and I got a wave under him, and he knew I was going to get the score, and I did 3 turns, and I got a 3.9, and I came in, and he ended up winning. But it was all good. Losing to James Woods at Lennox, I felt like it was just writing in the book. The story ought to be written there.
Nah, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever, as we see Up and Riding green down the line. Beautiful turn to open things up. This one went a little fast. There is 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, down into the mad minute. So this is going to be an exciting last exchange here. Willem and Alexis with some solid numbers on the board, but standby for last, the Blue was chasing a 5.01, and well, he got some work done there. Look at this replay, the Traeger replay on WSL and YouTube. First nice turn in the pocket, and a second one. So, well, 2-turn combo, a bit of downtime in between.
He's found himself another one with 25 seconds to go. 25 seconds, tries to throw the fins on that one. But it looks like our competitors have spotted something.
Yeah, priority sits with green. Priority sits with green. He's chasing a solid number of 7. So 10 seconds. Will we see a last ride here? It looks like we will. Counting this one down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, green pulling into the tube and another turn. So, well, this is an exciting finish to this heat. We'll be going on to hold, that's for sure. So, surfers in the next heat. What I can tell you is we will be on hold as we wait for the scores to lock on through. And so, it was the surfer in green chasing a solid number, and also some scores to lock in for red and Blue. But we'll go to a short ad break here at the WSL, and well, the Traeger Pro Junior will be rolling into the last heat very shortly. We'll speak to you soon.
Welcome back to the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill. We've got the last heat of the boys of the Traeger wood-fired grills Pro Junior out in the water now. We've got Mitchell Peterson in the red. Here's a replay for green. And in this heat, we have Mitchell Peterson in the red, Cruz Ryan in the blue, Isaiah Velecki in the white, and Jacob Hazen in the green. I'm Nixie Ryan, and with me in the booth is Tapper. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Nixie. And what a great heat we've got here. Mitchell Peterson, Cruz Ryan, Isaiah Violecki, and Jacob Hazan. This will be a great little heat. And coming up next, the women. And what a first heat. Geordie Halford, Ziggy Aloha McKenzie, Lillian Bassett, and Brisa Kanina. Wow.
Yeah, the girls will be coming up next.
Well, most of those girls, I don't know so much about Lillian. What you probably know a bit about. You compete against some of these young ladies, don't you?
Yeah, I've heard of Geordie and definitely heard of Ziggy. I'm not too sure about the other two women, but we'll see them out there.
Well, Brisa Kanina's from Coolum. She is a ripper. She just won the under-18 Girls Queensland titles.
Wow, that will be a stacked heat on our hands there.
Yeah, and look at another wave there for Jacob Hazan. And well, tonight you've got the Ball and All podcast at 6:30 at the Lennox Hotel, celebrating 40 years of Darren Hanley surfboards, DHD Designs. We see, there we go, Jacob on the replay there, just a quick hit. And I'll tell you what, there's some great surfing about to come, and that's Isaiah Violecki.
Yeah, up on his back end, huge snap in the pocket there. And just working his way through this inside, and finishes that one off with a little tap there. So he's looking to get his campaign started early.
Oh, look at this. Mitchell Peterson's going to have a look. And nice looking wave for Mitch. Drops down off the face, comes off the bottom, hits it vertically in the pocket, comes around the section, whips it up and under again. Now looking to do a bit of Des and Troy, destroy. Coming through to the inside. Hits it again, and wow, Mitchell Peterson getting some work done there as he disappears out of my view.
Yeah, and finishes that one off nicely with a little slide of the tail. And here's a replay for the online viewers. This is Mitchell Peterson in red. Huge turn there and drifts the tail a little bit. And finishes off nicely with a little wraparound slide.
Yeah, well, Mitchell Peterson, of course, from Noosa Board Riders, as we see the replay there of Jacob Hazan. Wow, he got a nice first turn there, whips it up and under on the second one. Just had a little bog there, but he recovers to kick out there. So we'll get those scores through, but I think best wave so far, they'd have to go to Mitchell Peterson at this stage.
Yeah, just a quick 2-point ride and a 1.7 for green there. And White is looking at this wave. And White's up on his back end. Massive first turn and another to back that one up. Good combo there for Isaiah.
Well, Isaiah Violecki, that's a nice little opening away for him. And yeah, waiting for scores. We're waiting for scores for red, for green, and for white with 15 minutes remaining. There's a replay of White. Wow, it's really direct to that lip. Isaiah Violecki putting the big turns in. And, wow, once again, where else would you be in the world but Lennox Head? People who are watching YouTube around the world must be going, you're kidding. Yes, folks, this is winter. I might have jeans on, but I'm in a T-shirt.
Yep.
This is winter on the far north coast of New South Wales.
Doesn't get much better than this.
The water temp, what would you reckon, about 20 degrees, the water temp? It's 21 on the Goldie, so about 20 here, maybe?
Yeah, probably about 20 degrees and probably like 25 degrees in the sun, I reckon.
Yeah, so how you going in the northern hemisphere up there? It's your summer and it's warmer here. 14 and a half minutes remaining. Those opening scores in red. Mitchell Peterson a 5.67. Isaiah Violecki, you have a 5.0. Waiting for some more scores there. for Jacob Hassan and for Isaiah Violecki. So I'll wait for those scores. 14 minutes remaining. And, of course, you can watch this, folks, here on the beach. The Soundboks Oz Grom Open on YouTube, Oz Grom Open, or see the website. Of course, plenty going on. But a quick little replay. I just missed that one.
Yeah, and I seen when I went for a walk, there's a few Murph bikes you can go test out on the beach.
Yeah, there's Murph bikes to test out. Mitchell Peterson wants to know his score. So, Mitch, you got a 5-6-7. First of red, a 5-6-7. Waiting for scores. So, green, we're waiting for scores. I'll get you those scores when they come to hand, please. So, white has got a 5.0. That's first of white. Second of white about to come through. And second of green about to come through. Right, second of white, a 6.33. Second of white, a 6.33. And, wow, is someone on this one?
Looks like blue. Cruz Ryan hitting that one nicely in the pocket and goes for a second one and wraps that one back around. Still going on this one. Wraps that back around to the whitewater and looking for a finish here is Cruz Ryan and finishes that one off nicely for blue. So white, your last wave came in at a 6.33. So you've got a 5 and a 6.33. You're in first place. Red, you're in second with a 5.67. Green, you're in third, looking for a 2.68. And blue is in fourth, looking for a 5.68.
Rightio, we've seen a replay of Blues Ways there. Cruz Ryan, a 3.83. So with all scores in, it is white in first. White, a 6.33 and a 5.0. Red in second with a 5.67. Would require the same score, a 5.67, to go to the lead. Green, you have first priority. Green, you would need a 2.68 to move in the lead, but remembering red has only one wave, and blue, you need a 1.85 to go to second, and once again, red only one wave at the moment. We've got 11 and a half minutes remaining, and it's gone from really warm in the booth to a little bit chilly because we're out of the sun. So nice in the sun here at Lennox Head.
Yeah, as soon as you step in the shade, it gets a bit cold.
It is, but it's a magnificent day. These offshore pristine conditions. And you know what? There's 7 miles of waves that way?
There is
7 Mile
7
Beach.
Mile Beach.
Yeah, so there's...
Waves up and down the whole beach.
How you feeling out there in the rest of the world? We've got pumping waves. So cool. Here at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. Of course, this is the last of the men's in the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior. And some great surfing about to be watched here for you people online and people out there. Is it me or does it seem like it's getting bigger?
I think it is.
Oh, left-hander.
There's a left-hander for Isaiah. Not doing too much, just closing out.
Oh, is anyone on this one? Someone might be. Looks like Mitchell Peterson's close in the proximity. And Jacob has he lets him go. Mitchell Peterson up and riding the natural footer from Noosa. He's flying across this face, comes up and under, whips it out of that lip. He's a fast-firing young man there, Mitchell Peterson. Hits off the second one and just comes unstuck on that last turn, Mitchell Peterson. But he'll definitely improve his situation and make it harder for green and for blue to get there. I think with a replay for Mitch's wave should come up pretty soon. As we look at the beautiful drone shot there again. There it is. Lennox Head, clean, pristine, beautiful water. It's an amazing day here. And you live here, Nixie. This must be so good.
I know. I'm so lucky. Best part of the world.
It is. And there's one of our contestants for the next heat. That's Lillian Bassett. Heading down for a heat. She's psyched. She's ready to go. And just a little wave there. It looks like, I think that might have been Jacob there, yeah. 9 minutes remaining, 9 minutes remaining.
And Red, your last wave came in at a 3.3. So you're still in second. And Green, you're in third looking for a 5.97. Blue in fourth looking for a 5.15 with first priority Blue. Just on 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
So 8.5 minutes remaining. All scores are in, and it's white first, red second, green third, blue in fourth. Blue, you have first priority. You would need a 5.15 to move into second. Green, you would require a 5.97 to move to second. Red, you are in second. Your last wave was a 3.3, and you have a 5.67. You would need a 5.67 to go into first place. And yellow in first place with a 6.33 and a 5.0. And there's those beautiful drone shots again. Look at that. Amazing. Our surfers now know what they need. And, well, the Pro Junior Women's Division is happening now. And, wow, you got them pumping waves, girls. Look at that. Oh, the left's starting to happen a bit there too. And here we go. We got here.
Cruz Ryan with priority taking off on this one. Nice cutty to start things off, and it's standing up a bit for him, and he just does another nice carve and wraps it around again to the pocket. Looking for a finish on this one, and wow, great turn to end that wave. He is looking for his backup wave, so that will definitely go into his top two.
Well, the people online saw an amazing drone shot of that, and here we go. This is the replay from head on, and Cruz cuts it back and working to the inside. So if you're watching online, this is the replay of Cruz Ryan's last wave. He needed a score. We'll see where it goes, and keeping it busy and not much downtime on that for Cruz, and a great finish there, as you said, Nixie. Finished it well.
Yep, that last wave for Blue came in at a 4.5. You're still in third, just looking for a 4.48 to advance. And Green, you're in fourth, looking for a 5.97. Mitch Peterson, you're in second with a 5.67 and a 3.3, looking for a 5.67 to go to the lead. And in the lead is White with a 6.33 and a 5.0. Just on 5.5 minutes remaining. Just on 5 minutes remaining, that yellow flag is going up.
Oh, here we go. That is the surfer on the backhand. Jacob Hazan whips it out of the lip. Got a lot of speed, frenetic surfing, but a bit too frenetic over the back there. 4.5 minutes remaining. We'll get that score for Jacob. I don't think that's going to change the colour of his day too much there, that one. What's that? Skittles change the colour of your day on it? That's those lollies. Okay, well, situation, it's white first, red second, blue third, green fourth. Green, you need a 5.97 to go into second place. Blue, you're in third. You need a 4.48 to go to second. Red, you are in second with a 5.67 and a 3.3. You would need a 5.67 to move into first. And in first is Isaiah Violecki in the white. He holds priority as well with a 6.33 and a 5.0. That's the way to be at the end of the heat with 3.5 minutes. You're holding priority and you got the lead.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty comfortable out there in white with priority. Second priority with the second place currently. And third priority is with blue. Fourth priority is with green. Just on 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Well, you know, there's lots of stuff going on here at the beach, and you've got the Murph e-bikes. How good are the e-bikes? They're really good. We've got just under 3 minutes remaining, but yeah, you can go check them out. You can take an e-bike for a spin if you're here on the beach.
Yeah.
You're going to take one for a spin?
I might in my break.
Oh,
go test it out.
Go ride home, grab something, come back.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you'll be able to get to Ballina and back on a Murph e-bike.
Yeah, they've got all different ones as well, like ones with seats and like feet things on the back. They're all fancy. And I think they go pretty fast as well, so...
Yeah, and reminding that you have to, there's certain regulations you got to have if, but of course, they'll tell you all that. Go talk to the crew at the Murph bikes and take an Murph bike for the spin. That's once I got offered a bike. They said, oh, we can give you the one that goes 50 Ks. And I said, nah, because I'll fall off at 50 Ks. Give me the one that goes 30 Ks. I'll fall off of that at 30 Ks. 2 minutes remaining, surfers in the water. So, ladies and gentlemen out there on the internet, this is a very crucial time in the heat. Not much time to go, and it's time when that 2-minute drill that you've been practicing, that, of course, Nixie practiced many times as a pro surfer. Been a while since she's practiced one, though, I think, I heard. But here we go, Mitchell Peterson.
Yeah, huge crack off the lip for Mitch, and just the one manoeuvre for him. He's in second place currently. And we've got Green out the back. Nice first turn. And that's all that one wrote for Jacob. Down to 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Oh, so Cruz Ryan needing that 4.48. That's well in Cruz Ryan's wheelhouse. He's already got a score of that. And Jacob Hazan, that's well in his wheelhouse. He didn't get that on the last one, but needs a 5.97. So Green needing a 5.97. Blue needing a 4.68. But 45 seconds remaining. It's getting close here, Nixie.
Sure is. And the heat leader is out the back with priority. So he's sitting pretty comfortable at the moment. "20 seconds remaining. The ocean looks like it's gone pretty quiet, Tapper.
It has in 10 seconds, and attention to countdown, surfers in the water. We are going to count you out now with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rightio, next heat you're on hold. Next heat you're on hold while we get that wave for Mitchell Peterson. He's taken that one all to the beach, but not going to change things up too much. Well, rightio, folks, on the webcast, time to go to commercial break here at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. The Traeger Woodford Girls Pro Junior. Back with you soon, ladies and gentlemen.
In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
Welcome back to our online viewers to the Soundboks Oz Grom Open presented by O'Neill. Out there we have the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior Women first heat with Nixie, Ryan and Tapper in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Nixie. And wow, look at this heat. We've got Geordie Halford, Ziggy Aloha McKenzie. There's the replay of Geordie Halford's first wave. Geordie, of course, is a very big family history in surfing, the Halford family. I don't know if you remember the old Headworks brand, her grandfather. One behind that. Oh, she liked that last turn, didn't she? And here's Ziggy Aloha.
Yeah, Ziggy on her first ride of the heat. Just a quick two-turn combo there and jumps off that one.
So the opening scores are about to be thrown. So we've got 17 and a half minutes remaining. Coming up next, local girl, Osha Curtis. Two local girls, Mia Baker, Layla Miller, Leah Miller, and Paris Nalendra.
Yeah.
So two local girls in the next heat. Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting heat to watch, and I'm sure they have lots of people down here to support them.
Do you and Osha surf against each other in Lee Bar board riders?
No, I've never actually really surfed against Osha.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I thought you'd have a history of heats. Well, maybe not. Osha's the Grom, isn't she? She's younger, is that right? Yeah, just a bit younger. Well, here we go. The first scores are through. Blue, a 4.33. Red, a 4.17. So, medium opening scores, but not too bad.
Yeah, not a bad way to get your feet in the wax, start the heat off early.
Rightio, just under 16 minutes remaining here at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open 2025. And, you can win the ultimate party kit. Oh, how do you do that?
To win that, you've got to spend $30 or more at any participating Epic Marketplace businesses or spend $75 or more at Woolworths. And you could get yourself a Soundboks Bluetooth speaker. You just got to scan the QR code and complete the entry form, and then you're in the draw to win.
Oh, that'll be exciting. And you know, how good is the Soundboks stuff? It's a speaker that you can run a dance party from. If you have two of them, you can Bluetooth them together.
Oh, to make it extra loud.
Yeah, and so you can basically create a party with your phone and a couple of Soundboks, and the batteries are like 12, 14 hours. What a party time. Get 2 batteries, and you're 24-hour party person. Is that you?
Maybe not 24 hours, but 12 hours.
12 hours maybe, yeah. So you only need 1 battery in your Soundbox.
Yeah, I'll only need 1 battery.
Yeah.
You never know, though.
You never know, so have a backup anyway.
Yeah.
But that's amazing, and here we go. Speaking of amazing, that's
Ziggy.
Ziggy.
Up and riding on a second wave of the heat, and taps that one, and going back left. We're starting to see those lefts coming back with that tide, I think, like yesterday.
Yeah, I had a good chat with Ziggy on the on Tapper's Green Room podcast, and amazing. Her vocabulary for such a young lady is amazing, and it was like talking to someone in their late 20s or something.
Yeah, she's very mature for her age, and you can see it in her surfing as well, I feel like.
Yeah, she grew up in Bali, like born in Sydney, grew up in Bali. Now she lives on the Goldie.
Yeah.
Still at school, high school.
Wow.
At the Kui High School at Eleonora, where your mate and my mate Lillian Young went to too. She went to Kui, where surfing, it's a surfing school.
Oh, up on the coast.
Up on the Goldie, yeah.
You go surfing
High.
at school?
At school, yes. Surfing is part of school.
That?
You got to do English, maths, and you got to have a traineeship. But you surf Fridays. You have off, but you surf every day before school.
I wish I went to that school.
Yeah, I know. Oh, there's Lillian Bassett. Nice wave for Lillian. Good turn there. Which of those scores as they come to hand? But yeah, that's the old Kui school. Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
I wish they had that when I was a kid. I couldn't even surf at school. I got to surf in the school team, though. In grade 8, I made the team, the open team.
Oh,
my brother was spewing, only 2 got selected, and there was a guy in grade 12, and it was me. And he got left behind. But the next year, he made it. The guy in grade 12 was gone.
Looks like Brisa is looking at this one, and opts to go. Nice first turn for her, and a carving wrap. And unfortunately, just can't land that last turn. And Geordie up on a...
Oh, that was hectic.
She gave it a crack.
So Geordie's a member of the Snapper Rock Surf Riders, surfs around Currumbin a lot. She got a really good bag. She's been surfing at Currumbin since she was about 8.
Yeah, I remember when she was a little grom, actually. Yeah.
Cheeky grom too. And here we go. Is that...
Ziggy up, found a gem, and
went off the back.
Gets caught off the back of that one. That was a really good wave, but she'll get on back out there.
Ziggy told me she surfed outside corner at 12. Ulus.
Wow.
Desert Point at 12.
I remember I got wrapped around Ulus and was freaking out, and I was 16.
Yeah, well, 12, that's when she first went out.
Yeah, she charges.
Yeah, crazy. And she's so tiny.
Yeah.
So here we go. We got, might see a couple of replays shortly. We'll get you those scores through. Looks like all scores are through. And situation, blue first, red second, green third, white fourth. White, you hold first priority. You would require a 2.21 to move into second place. Green, Brisa Kanina, you need a 1.55 to move to second. Red, Geordie Halford, you're in second with a 4.17 and a 0.2. You need a 4.93 to go to the lead. And Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie in blue in first. You've got a 4.77 and a 4.33 in first place. And I've mind surfed so many ways today, I think I'm mind surfed out nearly.
Just need to get out there and go for a free surf.
Okay, Blue, Ziggy, you're in first. Blue, you're in first. You have a 4.77 and a 4.33. Red needs a 4.93 to take the lead. Green, a 1.55 for second. And white, a 2.21 for second. Yeah, folks, on the internet there, we're doing on the beach commentary, and we're doing to you people on the internet. So what we've got to do, sometimes we've got to get the message out to the surface of what scores they need. So sometimes when they wave their arms like that, there's 2 things. They're waving for their scores, like where's my score? Or they're if they tap their wrist, that means they want to know how long to go. So a little bit of info. You know that too, don't you? You know all of those stuff.
Yeah. And Brisa up and riding. Snaps that first one. And back up straight in the pocket. A nice little jam. And another one. Wraps that one back to the white water. And trying to get that inside connection. 4 nice turns for Brisa there in the green.
There you go, mate.
Here's a replay of Brisa's wave. Nice first turn. And straight in the pocket. Lots of spray. And another turn. Wraps that one back around. And a nice combo for Brisa there.
Well, the judges looking at that wave will get you that score. She didn't need a huge score to move into second place, so I'm pretty well thinking she may have got that. I don't know. Like I said, I ain't the one to judge. And I don't think they want me up on the panel. They have enough of me just listening to me. They want me on anywhere near the panel. In fact, when we got our house, they said, you're upstairs, the judges. They made me go upstairs, but that's okay.
At least you got the whole upstairs.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. I thought they were being nice to me. Maybe they just go, nah, you go away. They're great, the judges. They got a hard job to do too. They got to concentrate quite a lot. And waiting for that scores to come through.
Last of green was a 4.53, so there's been a situation change. Brisa, you've gone into second place with your last wave, a 4.53. So it is blue in first, green in second, red, you've dropped down to third, and white is in fourth. White, you're looking for a 5.19. Red, you're looking for a 3.2 to go to second. Green, you're looking for a 4.58 to go to first. And Ziggy, you're in the lead with a 4.77 and a 4.33. We are just on 7.5 minutes remaining. And it looks like the next heat are getting ready to go out. Tapper?
Well, they are in that next heat. Oshie Curtis, Mia Baker, the two local lasses, Leah Miller and Paris Nalendra. I'm not sure where they're from, but here we go. I do know where this girl's from. And ejects there. I think that was Ziggy, was it? No? Yes, it was. Ziggy McKenzie. So Brisa Kanina is snapping at her heels right now. Green only needing a 4.58 to take the lead. Geordie Halford in the red looking for a 3.2. Lillian Bassett looking for a 5.19. And Lillian's got priority. And maybe she's going to have a look at this one.
Yeah, she's looking at this one here. And I think she's going to take this one with priority. She's just looking nice carve back to the white water. It's going a little bit fat, but she'll try to make her way through the inside on this one. Just tick-tacking and doesn't really do anything. So green, you now have first priority. Red, you're in second priority. And blue, you're in third priority.
Rightio, waiting for scores for people out there in the internet land. I think we might have a replay of Lillian's wave coming up shortly. So stay tuned for that. At the moment, we're waiting for those scores. An important score for Lillian. That's about to come through. Won't be enough to get her there, but should improve the situation. We see Brisa Kanina up and right. Oh, just caught that heel side rail and didn't get much out. I don't think that wave was going to offer too much either, though. Now, Geordie Halford has got priority. Red, first priority. She got the choice of any wave, and Geordie is going to need a 3.2 to move into second place. Lillian still waiting for that score to come through. Probably still need a 5.19 or similar. And there you on the screen are the two Lennox girls in the next heat. And Layla Miller and 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes. And look at these sets, and it's Geordie Halford up and riding. Geordie on the back end. Look at her streaking down the face, really building up the speed. Hooks it up and under the lip. Drives through that one. Whips it back again to the inside. Comes off the bottom, hooks it around. And now off the lip to finish. And there you go. I think the old underhand swipe claim. Look out. She liked that one. Geordie did.
And that was a great wave from Geordie Halford there. Just what she was looking for in the last 5 minutes of this heat.
Well, Geordie'd have a grin on her face. I reckon she goes, yep, that's what I wanted. Now she'd be back out there going, now I got to get the needle and thread out and try and get another one and sew up the heat.
Yeah, great use of priority there for Geordie Halford.
She waited, then she detonated. Look out. So we'll see there whether that's enough to maybe even move it to first. But now, Surfer in blue, Ziggy Aloha McKenzie is holding first priority. And the lead at the moment, there we go. Just Brisa Kanina. Well, Lillian Bassett's last wave, a 2.3. So Lillian now needs a 5.06 to move to second. She's in third there, but Geordie Halford's wave yet to come through with 3.5 minutes remaining. I think this wave of Geordie's will be very important.
And some movement out the back. Blue with first priorities looking at this wave. And she is going to take this wave with first priority. Ziggy Aloha McKenzie.
Oh, maybe a little priority mistake there.
Yeah, that wave didn't do much for her. And you go.
Lillian holds priority there. And she took on one that closed out. So now the ball is firmly in the court of Brisa Kanina, because Geordie Halford, your last wave, a 6.67, Geordie. Geordie Halford goes to first place. Red first, blue second, green third, white in fourth. White needs a 6.8 to go to second. Green needs a 4.58 to go to second. Blue, you are in second with a 4.77 and a 4.33, and red in first with a 6.67 and a 4.17. Brisa Kanina has priority, and it needs a 4.58. Well, Brisa is prime. She's in the right spot. Can she get the wave? Ooh, this is really poised, this heat.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the last 2 minutes of this heat. And Geordie Halford with that 6.67 wave of the heat. Great use of priority there. And green Brisa with first priority taking this wave. Nice first slash there, and unfortunately just comes unstuck.
Well, 1.5 minutes. Geordie Halford holds priority and the lead. That's where you want to be, with 1.5 minutes, having priority and the lead. Oh, look out. So that wave of Brisa, we'll see where that comes in at, where it puts her. First priority red, second priority with blue, third priority with white. But 1 minute 15 remaining. Last wave for green was a 2.9. Not enough. So Brisa Kanina still looking for a 4.58. And she needs a 4.58, and she's got 1 minute with fourth priority. Or if she's got fourth priority yet. She may have that very shortly. Wow, fourth priority. So at the moment, I reckon Brisa Kanina's got a brand new best mate. That'll be Ziggy McKenzie, I reckon.
I can see Ziggy making her way over to green.
So is Geordie. They're all hanging with Brisa with 35 seconds remaining.
Just
games.
Playing tactics now.
What's it like when that happens? Have you ever been like on the other side, like where people are chasing you around?
Yeah, all the time. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
But it's not the best feeling if.
Oh, there we are. 15 seconds remaining. Yeah, so So you know how to do it. You've done it to other people too.
Yeah, definitely. I think everyone.
You're not getting a wave, are you?
No, definitely.
Okay, attention to countdown. Here we go. We're going to count it out with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rightio. Well, we're going to count in the next heat. Here we go. Counting in the next heat.
Over 274,000 Australians trusted us with their property journey. List confidently and sell successfully with an @Realty local expert. Scan below for your instant property estimate today.
And welcome back. Day number 2 of the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. We're still in the Pro Junior division, proudly supported by Traeger grills.
Traeger,
the best in the business. If you're in the market for a smoker or a grill, you don't have to go far. Go hit up the boys and girls at Traeger.
But right now, we are into heat number 2 in the round of 32. This is the women's Pro Junior division. And we just saw the last heat, heat number 1. The women went berserk in that heat. There was some crazy good rides go down. And, well, it was the top seed, Geordie Halford, getting the win. 10.84 heat total. Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie came in second. 9.10 heat total. Brisa in the green came in third, and Lillian in fourth in the white. So that is your results for heat number 1. We're into heat number 2. Leah Miller is currently out there in the whites. She just had her first opening ride. Osha Curtis in the red. Mia Baker in the blue. And Paris Naledra is out there in the green. Myself, Chris Endevar, in the booth with Zachy Whiteman. You might recognise his voice from the Largo, the Late Afternoon Glass Off podcast. Shout out.
Yeah, thanks, mate. As we see, that looked like Osha Curtis up and riding, and she is just off a fresh win from the Oki Grom Crom up the road in pumping conditions, so no doubt she is used to a reeling right-hander right now. And we've also got another local lady out there, Mia Midge, so interesting to see them paired up in the first heat, but let's see if the local knowledge can pay off.
Yeah, looks like we got Blue having a paddle. So up and riding. This is Mia. It's racing down the line here. No stranger to this lineup, and well, a quick in and out there. So I'm pretty sure we've got 8 heats in the women's division here that we're going to run through, and then 4 heats back into the Soundboks Oz Grom Open presented by O'Neill, with 4 heats of the under-18s division this afternoon. That's going to round out all of the surfing action for today, but that doesn't stop there, because we're at Lennox, and when you're at Lennox and it's Friday Arvo, you know what you do?
There's only one thing to do, Chris.
Let's go to the Leno Hotel. And everyone will be there tonight, because we got the Ball and All podcast is going to be popping off in there. And we have celebrating 40 years of the great man, Darren Hanley, DHD Surfboards. He's going to be in there as a special guest. So if you even have the inkling of surf history and you are a surf frother at all, you know that DHD, hands down, one of the best board shapers that's ever graced the sport, and he'll be in there giving away all these tricks of the trade and all these stories.
Yeah, I'll have my notebook ready. I don't shape surfboards, but I'm still going to write some things down as we see Amia Midge up and riding. Beautiful wave here in Lennox Head. This is one of the bigger ones that I've seen this morning. Finishes that one nice and strong. Her first wave, just a 2.5. So looking to increase that. No doubt that'll probably get thrown away by the end of the heat. As we see the replay, this was last of Mia's. Beautiful opening turn there. Waits for this one to steepen up. Gives it a belt there. And then a really strong finish. Opting for just the 3 turns. But as we mentioned last time we were on the mic, sometimes less is more. Looking like White up and riding. Liam Miller. That one unfortunately going a little bit fat. 14 minutes to go, just over 14 minutes to go. Last of Osha Curtis, a 2.33. Last of Midge was a 4.33. Last of Blue, 4.33. So at this point, it is Blue first, White second, third is Red, fourth is Green. Green looking for a 2.44, and well, Osha Curtis looking for a 0.11. So theoretically, would just have to get to the feet to go into second place. 13 and a half minutes remaining.
And yeah, Osha Curtis, top seed in this heat, sitting 9th on the ratings in the juniors currently. I wonder what the cutoff is to get into the Irukandji's team. What's the requirements?
I would have to check the rule book, but I think with the WSL, they would be going to WSL Worlds, and then anyone who is fighting it out in the other main event will be going to the Irukandji's ISA Worlds.
All right, and we're going to throw down to none other than Terry Tapatis. He is out the back in the spectators area, and he's over at the Beyond the Waves giveaway zone, I'm pretty sure. And throwing over to you, Tap.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm here with JD from O'Neill Wetsuits, and they are the presenting sponsor here at the Oz Grom Open here, of course, Soundboks Oz Grom Open. Mate, you've got your full range of wetsuits here. What's the latest from O'Neill Wetsuits?
Mate, the Hyper Series, which is our award-winning premium wetsuit range. It comes from basically the Fire X, which is our premium top-of-the-line range, all the way through to our most flexible Hyper X. 4 different suits, all under the same series, depending whether you get cold, you want more flexibility. We've got firewalls with thermal liners, liquid tape and high stretch materials. So,
mate, what I love about the O'Neill wetsuits is that, like, some of the wetsuits you find, you've got to be a yoga master to get in them. These ones, it's really, they're so flexible and easy to get in.
For old blokes like you and me, mate, you've got the full flex, high stretch material. Even in the zipless suit, the high stretch makes it easy to get over the shoulder. So yeah, super important is flexibility, performance. You know, that's what our suits are built on, as well as warmth.
Flexible forwards, and they're good for the young blokes too. They like getting in and out, quick ins, exit ins. What is the performance features? Other performance features in the wetsuits?
Well, it's the liners that we have, the firewall liners, the high stretch neoprene. The other thing, mate, is all of our adult best-selling suits are available in youth, women's, and kids. So the award-winning Hyper Freak, you know, in great colours like this, it's available all the way through. All have the same technical materials, high quality. Yeah, you know, the original surf brand.
Well, the original wetsuit O'Neill. I'm here with JD, and I tell you what, mate, great range of wetsuits. Check them out online, and of course, some of the world's best surfers surf them as well. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
You. Over to you, Chris.
Yeah, cheers, Tapper, down there with the major sponsor, presenting partner of the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, the O'Neill tent. Get down there and check out all the wetties, the Hyper Freaks. Honestly, the best rubber in the game. The OGs, you'd have to say. And I was actually lucky enough to be on the O'Neill team back in the day.
Yeah.
25% off wholesale. It was glorious.
Yeah. Give yourself a rap. Yeah.
No, it was actually really... it was a really cool team to be a part of back in the day. And remember we used to go over to Hawaii there, had the O'Neill house over there at Rockies.
Yep.
Used to post up with the Godaskas brothers, Nat Young, like Kalohe, the Gosmans. Like, there was so many crew around the world that I was just so lucky to get to post up over there and be a part of that. And it was when you got Corey Lopez and like literally Trent Munro, everyone, some of the best surfers you can ever imagine were Sean Cansdell. Just the list goes on. And
Memories you'll keep forever.
Big part of still surfing culture. And they are the presenting partner down here at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. And right now, this is the Traeger Grills Pro Junior Division, the women's event, and it is heat number 2, 8 minutes 54 on the clock. And it is Mia Baker out in the lead. She has a 4.33 and a 2.5. So Blue sits out in first. You do have top priority as well, Blue. I can see you. You are leading the heat. You hold priority. You have a 4.5 and the low score is a 2.5, Mia. So anything better than a 2.5 will increase your lead. Leah Miller, White, you sit in second. A 4.73 is your top score. You're chasing a 2.10 to go to first. Osha Curtis, waiting for your last score to lock in. So stand by for last to Red. You were in third prior to that. So your last score was a 3.17. Doesn't change the situation, Red. So it's 8 minutes on the clock. Red, you are in third. Osha, chasing a 2.84. 2.84 is the number. And Paris, surfer in the green. You're chasing a 5.57. Just a small score so far. And that is your situation here in heat number 2. And well, we'll be calling up the next heat very shortly. Yeah, so 7 minutes remaining. And Zachy, give us a run through who's in the next heat coming up.
Yes. In the red, Wyana Sewell. Grace Cosby in the blue, C. White in white. Well, that's handy for us. And green is Sophie Wilkinson.
Oh, don't get Tapper started on colours and last names. He'll go on all day.
Yeah, I used to love being in white, as my last name is Whiteman. And I felt like whenever I was in something else, I'd go terribly. So let's see if that works for C. White in the next heat in the white Rashi.
Oh, see, that one just snuck under the competitors. I feel like there's some really nice waves just a little bit closer in. I'd be all over that if I was sitting there without priority, I reckon. That's the hunting spoon. So you got to see... Got 4 surfers in the lineup currently, 4 surfer priority. Currently out there with priority right now is the surfer in blue. White, second priority, third priority, red, and fourth priority is green. And, well, some of the most dangerous surfers in the world are the ones without priority because they just hunt around on the inside and pick off sometimes gems that slide underneath the competitors, especially in days like today, when it looks so good from the beach and you kind of go out there and some surfers can easily get trapped in this mindset of, I need to catch a bomb. And sometimes those bombs they just don't appear like you think they would. And you overanalyze it, and you just, next thing you know, you've just got no scores on the board, and someone sitting in close has just picked off all these gems and comboed you.
Yeah, I feel like that's Italo Ferreira to a nutshell. You cannot give that man an inch. I feel like he will take well and truly more than a mile. We have seen time and time again where someone will sit with priority and he will just build a heat away before you even know it.
All right, with 5 minutes on the clock, all scores are locked in. Situation, Blue in first. Blue looking to drop a low score of a 2.5. White second, looking for a 2.10 to go to first. Red third. Red, Osha, you are sitting in third. You have a 3.17 and a 2.33. You're looking for a 2.84. 2.84 is the lucky number to go into second. But keep in mind, Leah Miller only holds a second score of a 1.27, surfer in white. So, well, when she drops that, I feel like the situation for both red and green is going to increase significantly. So, green, you sit in fourth currently. You're chasing a 5.57. It's been a bit of a sleepy heat for Paris. Just a small score locked in so far, but, well, maybe you might pick off a wide one here. Look at this set marching on through. Zaki, what is going on? Pub Outies is just on the actual cook right now.
Yeah, it's looking like another phenomenal day. And to be honest, I think we're going to have more to come. Unfortunately, the surfer's not in position for that one as it reels down the bank. But nonetheless, it is pumping. The forecast looks great for the rest of the event. Sun's out. I feel like we've had a year's worth of rain only in a span of a couple months. So to see the forecast as good as it is for all our visitors, I'm just glad it all paid off, because a couple of months ago it was rather moist and we're still drying out the socks from what felt like an eternity of rain. So to get a forecast like this, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, spot on. And we've got a high tide, the Savo of around 3.45, a 1.3 metre high tide. And, well, they're predicting a little bit of sea breeze. And I've look out to sea. I can see maybe a little bit of texture. But still, the flag's still waving offshore. So,
yeah, I think it'll come and go. I've seen this one before. And it's actually where we got the name of the podcast you were talking about before, the late afternoon glass off. It comes in. And then by the time it cools back down, the temperature, in my crystal ball, I can see a little bit of an offshore glass off coming.
Yeah, full. Get a little on the Anwa, and then you just straight offy for the sunset. So
2.5 minutes remaining, surfers. 2.5 minutes remaining. It is red and green needing scores. First is Mia Midge in blue. Second is white. Third is red. Red looking for a 2.84. And green looking for a 5.57. 2 minutes remaining.
Oh, this is a dream runner. So many mine surfers going on out there. I've just been getting tubed all day. Dragon corn on the backhand out there. Just.
Yeah, it's hard not to when it's like this. As you mentioned, tough for the surfers to, when you've got such choice, it's hard when you've got priority to let one go.
I know, look at this. So, you're under priority. Green.
Looks like Karamis off the end.
That thing just bottomed out, and, well, surfing green just went down. But a valiant effort. That was Paris. Naledra. And, well, situation still is the same. No change the situation. Osha Curtis, you're chasing a 2.84. You sit in third. Osha Curtis, you sit in third. Still, you have a 2. So, situation red, you are in third still. You have third priority. You sit in third. You need a 2.84. There has been no change to the situation in the past few minutes, but time is going to be the enemy because we're down to 40 seconds. So that 2.84 is Well, getting harder and harder to achieve. Will we see some waves? We see a few lumps approaching, but time is the enemy. 25 seconds. Well, the top seed currently against the ropes. 20 seconds. It is blue first, white second, red is in third, and green is in fourth. Counting this down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're back. Action is on here at Lennox Head. This is the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior Division in the women's right now, heat number 3. We just saw the completion of heat number 2, and official results was Mia Baker in blue taking it out, Leah Miller in second. Very, very tight heat, that one. Just a bit over a point separating first and third. Osha Curtis, unfortunately, did bow out in third, and the surfer in green, Paris Naledra. Great effort there, but just coming in fourth. We're now going to heat number 3, and myself, Chris Enderbert, here in the booth at the lovely Lennox Head with Zachy Whiteman.
We're back. And I think we are going to throw down to Tapper. Tapper, you got us?
Rightio, well, I'm here at the Beyond the Waves giveaway. Now, all the grommets, they're scanning away madly because they could win a wilderness adventure, a whale-watching adventure, Cape Byron kayak adventure, balloon aloft at Byron Bay, go balloon, or the Northern Rivers paragliding here off Lennox. And I got little Taj here with me with all the grommets. Why am I working with children? But that's because they're the best. Taj, which one do you want to win?
I reckon the kayak one looks pretty fun.
You want a kayak off Byron Bay? That's pretty cool. What do you want to win?
I want to win, what's that called again? Kayak, the kayak one.
Oh, all the groms want the kayak. What would you like?
Wait, the balloon, wait, what?
I think she wants the balloon and she doesn't know yet. She's quite to decide. But look, folks, come down here and you can scan to win. You scan it, you go in, and you could win that adventure. So many adventures. Beyond the Waves giveaway. Check out Beyond the Waves. You can have an adventure here on the far north coast of New South Wales and have some fun and have a really great adventure with nature. It's pretty good here. You got to love it here at the Oz Grom Open. Of course, Soundboks Oz Grom Open. Back to you, Chris, in the booth.
Yeah, cheers, Tapper. And, well, for everyone out there that wants to get involved, we can actually throw it out to Webland. The giveaway, you can all join in. So maybe we'll wait for the Surfer in Red to complete this ride. We might be able to get the QR code broadcasted to everyone around the world and potentially get the chance to win $3,000 in local experiences. So here's a replay. The Surfer in white. Nice whipping turn there. So this heat kicked off with a bit of a bang. Look at this one, Zachy. Just whoopah.
Oh, it's a good feeling. And I think she was frothing too. That was C. White. And out behind that on the replay is the Surfer in blue. I believe that is Grace. Great start.
Yeah, and here we are. And there's your QR code, ladies and gentlemen. For everyone out there that wants to get a part of it, we're going to hold it up for you. And $3,000 worth of experiences up for grabs.
Which one would you pick?
Mate,
would you go hot air ballooning, abseiling, kayaking?
I don't know. I think I'd probably... I don't know. I think whale watching is pretty spectacular. I mean, there's no shortage of whales here, and they're a big part of the culture here. So going out and checking out the whales would be pretty spectacular. But I have always wanted to go paragliding, but I'm just... The nickname's the chicken. I'm a flightless bird, so I don't know about going that high up in the atmosphere without any protective equipment. But it's very safe. Don't get me wrong.
It is. And you get to do it off Lennox Point, which is a great spot to do it.
Straight up there. I would 100% love to do the paragliding.
All right. 12 and a half minutes remaining. A few scores. At the moment, it is Grace in the blue out in front with a 287 and a 133. White, you have a 4-point ride in second. In third place currently is the Surfer in red with a 2.9. And Sophie in the green with priority in fourth place as we see White up and riding, finishing off her wave there. So 12 minutes to go. Previous of that wave, it was first blue, second white, third red, fourth green.
Yeah, so 11 minutes 48. It's been one of those heats again, just a bit slow from the start. But there is a replay of C. White in the white. And it looks like red having a paddle here. I feel like it's caught a few of the women off guard that peek out the back, but green racing down the line. Will she find some green face? She has now, but a bit of downtime on the wave and then a little slash to finish, but that one will go incomplete. So Sophie Wilkinson has a second score on the board. We'll wait for the judges to lock it on in. But here it comes, a little sea breeze. Just as Zachy was thinking he was going to get a perfect late afternoon glass off session.
Yeah, I may look like a little bit of a fool, but nonetheless, if the onshore comes up, that means it's going to blow me straight into the Lennox Hotel just in time for the podcast later on. So it's not all bad news, whether it's offshore or onshore. There's something to do as we see Red up and riding on a bit of a screamer. This is one of the bigger waves of this heat. Unfortunately, may have hit a turtle, not sure.
She hit a commentator. That's what happened there. It was just a full commentator's curse.
It was.
I love the commitment there, though. I'd love to see a replay of the last of Red.
All right, 10 minutes remaining. All right. Situation is first is white, second is blue, third is red, fourth is green. Last of white, 417. So it is C White out in front. Grace in the blue in second with a 287.133. Wayana Sewell in the red. You're in third place with a 2.9 to 127, looking for a 1.3. And Sophie in the green looking for a 2.21 to move up into second.
Yeah, so here goes. Top seed, Surfer in red. Wayana, she's holding priority and, well, activated priority there from the Surfer in blue. But, well, red's still got a really critical turn in. But blue's got the windscreen wiper action going, just going really vertical there. And she's going to get the bonus section on the inside. Pub innies.
Correct terminology used. Pub innies was utilised. So, no doubt, a little bit of extra GST on the end of that wave. So we'll wait for that to lock in and we'll give you a situation update. There is just over 8 minutes remaining. Just over 8 minutes remaining. In the next heat, we have Taylor Green in red, Alani Morse in blue, Chloe Groob from New Zealand in white, and Amelia Craig in the green.
All right, so 7 minutes on the clock. This one is winding on down, and, well, last score there for blue, C White, a 417. So the situation is now White is in first, a 417 and a 4. We're still waiting for scores for blue and green to lock on through. Blue's last wave was pretty decent and only chasing a 313, so really attainable score there. It could definitely be within that wheelhouse, but and initial indications is that it's going to be that score and then some. So stand by for a situation change. There it is. Last of blue. 433. 433. Blue goes to second. So she has jumped into advancing position. C White holds first. Looking to drop a low score of a 4 White, and you do hold priority. So now blue goes to second. You have a low score of a 287, Grace. You're chasing a 384 to go to first. White Wayana, you're chasing a 4-1-1. You're in third. A 4-1-1 to go to second is the number. And Sophie, you're chasing a 5-2-0. 5-2-0 green will put you from fourth into second with 5 minutes 40 on the clock. Looks like green having a little paddle, but just can't get into that one. So we'll see. That's a situation. Priority change there. So green, you've gone to fourth priority. Unfortunately, when you paddle for a wave, Zachy, and you don't get it, they put the hammer down and you go straight to the bottom of the priority line.
Yeah, it's the worst when that happens at Lennox Point, and unfortunately, the priority begins at 88 humans. So, fortunately for these girls, it doesn't take long for it to cycle back through. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes. Next heat, good luck, enjoy. We are very jealous that we couldn't be out there as well. So enjoy the stunning conditions on offer.
Yes, so 5 minutes, or under 5 minutes on the clock, and you know what that means. That means the next heat, heat number 4, the round of 32, can paddle on out. And that's a cracker heat. Taylor Green currently sitting in second on the ratings.
Yeah, so fresh from Indonesia and doing the QS over there, as well as Chloe, I believe, was over there as well. So these girls are well-travelled.
Yeah, it's one thing we do know is that a lot of these pro junior competitors are also dipping their toe in the water with the qualifying series events. And, well, must be an absolute treat to be able to then come back from surfing pumping conditions over there in Nias and Cruy and then throw in a junior Ashy and be like, I'm still old enough to do the juniors. I'm just going to go wax a couple of people that are a bit younger than me.
100%.
But it's such good experience. And
as we see Red up and riding on the backhand, squaring off this one. Unfortunately, that wave goes a little flat through the pub in his section. 3.5 minutes remaining. 3.5 minutes remaining.
But I really feel like it just goes to show the level and that of talent. Oh, big drop while at Larry from the surfer in green. Sophie being a bit quiet this heat, but that is well and truly the type of surfing she needs to be doing to put herself in a progressing position. A nice vicious drop wallet there from the surfer in green with 3 minutes on the clock. So wait for that number to come on through. I mean, not huge scores in this heat. You look, C. White sits out in first with just an 8.17 heat total. Grace Crosby in second with a 7.20. A 3.84 is what's required by Blue to go to first. We're still waiting for Red and Green's last waves.
Yeah, Chris, I think we are coming pretty close to the top of the tide, so maybe we are seeing a little bit of a slow slump as we get to the top. No doubt, though, there's still some stellar waves out there.
Yeah, so last scores filtering on through. Last of Red. Still waiting for one more score to lock in. It'll probably fall in just under the 3 mark. 2.77 doesn't go in your top two. So situation still the same. Waiting for last of Green. Well, what I can tell you is Red, you are in third, chasing a 4.11 to go to second. Still waiting last of Green. The next seed is paddling on out. Taylor Green in the red. Alani Morse is in the blue. Chloe Groob is out there in the white. Amelia Craik in the green. So that's your next 4 surfers coming up in, well, just around a minute 40.
So, Chris, you get the mic. You've got the stand at the potty later on. What would you ask DH himself?
Wow, that's a big question. When you
can get back to me. You can call me a bit later.
I'll phone a friend. I just think what goes on in that mind of yours when you are shaping a surfboard. What is the goal? What is the whole blueprint that when you stand in front of a surfboard, what goes through your mind to create wizardry?
Yeah. No,
within a surfboard.
That is a great way to put it. It is sorcery and wizardry meets foam and fiberglass. 50 seconds remaining. 50 seconds. It is red and green needing a score. Red and green, you are looking for scores.
Also, I wonder how many times you just shape a board and you finish it and whether you know it's the magic one. Or how do you know, like what defines a magic board in your eyes? Is there a little something that happens, a little bit of fairy dust that falls on it while you're shaping it? But
I had a mate who would put dog hair in the wax, and I don't think he's on the world tour, so don't do that one. As we see, white up and riding.
It was a Wayne Shiver Glasscock. 15 seconds was Wayne Shiver putting dog hair in his wax. And last-ditch effort for the surfer in blue, chasing a number to go to first. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so some last-ditch efforts there from a few of the surfers. So we are definitely going to be on hold, ladies and gentlemen. Surfers in the next heat, Taylor, Alani, Chloe and Amelia. Hold your positions in the lineup. We are on hold. We have scores for white and blue to lock in. They were currently sitting in first and second in the heat. So, well, it's only probably going to decide what seed they go into in the next round, because I dare say they're both going to be moving on through. Just depends in what order. It looks like all scores are locked in. Good to go.
Over 200.
In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on the internet. I'm Terry Tabatiste here with Nixie Ryan, 3-time Soundboks Oz Grom winner. Oh, you love that, don't you? No? You do. You love this contest.
Yeah, we've got Heat 3, is it? Oh, no, Heat 4 of the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior Girls in the water. And how are the waves looking, Tapper?
Waves are looking fantastic. I was going to put another expletive in the middle, but I don't need to. But Taylor Green's in the red, Alani Morse in the blue, Chloe Groob in the white, and Amelia Craik in the green. Of course, Taylor Green had a pretty good time at Nias there, got a couple of good waves.
Yeah, she
And here's a replay. Oops, sorry, that's Chloe Groob there getting on that wave there.
I'll get a nod.
Yep, Taylor Green on that one there. Just a quick start for her. And out the back, looking like Green is liking the look of this wave, and on her back end, nice swooping first turn there, and up again for the second one. She does another little cut back there, and we'll try and find that end section on that one, but it just dies off on her.
Well, that last heat, C. White got the win. Grace Gosby second. Wayana third and Sophie in fourth. Coming up next, it's a sister act. Stella Green with Mika Locke, Ava Holland and Grace Cook. That'll be a great little heat. Round of 32, heat 5. Here at the, of course, the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, and presented by O'Neill. And I checked out those O'Neill wetsuits. They look so good. If you're on the beach, you can go check them out. Go see JD and Bainey there. They're hanging out. I'm going to have to get me order in for a medium short. I don't know which one I'll get. I don't know. There's so many options, but I live up on the soft Gold Coast where it don't get that cold, so probably should have a Hyper Freak. Maybe. Okay, opening scores that come through. Not much consequence there, Nixie. But great conditions out here, and look at these waves off the bank where the competitors are. But here we go down the line. We've got someone paddling there.
We've got White by the looks of it. First turn on her backhand, and just trying to find that second turn, and swoops around for a third one there. That first wave for Green was a 3.67. So Green, you're currently in the lead with a 3.67. White in second with just a 2.83. Blue in third with just a 1.5. And Taylor Green just with a 1.07. Still 14 minutes on the clock.
Rightio, Chloe Groob, your last wave, a 3.43. A 3.43 and a 2.83. So Chloe in the lead, Amelia Craik in second, Alani Morse in third, Tarly Green in fourth. But 13 minutes remaining, only early days yet. First priority is with Alani, the surfer in blue. And we've got a great day of competition, and we're going to finish off the round of 32 for the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior. And then we're going to go into, I think, what are we going to go, under 14 boys, is it, or something like that?
I think into the under 18 boys, the Savo.
Oh, the 18 boys in the, that's right, the 18 boys in the
I think just 4
Soundboks Oz Grom Cup.
Yeah, 4 heats.
Oz Grom Open. So that'll finish up our day. Another big day here, but so many competitors, so much good surfing, and such good waves.
Yeah.
Wow. It's just pumping everywhere. And like far north coast, folks, of Australia, far north coast of New South Wales, there is waves everywhere. There's kilometres and kilometres of waves. And just even looking out here, I'm just going, I could surf there, I could surf there, I could surf there. It must be unreal, like a smorgasbord for you when you live here. Like, do you kind of get confused as where you want to go?
Yeah, I find myself driving around a lot, and then I end up back at the first spot I checked.
Yeah, I'm always a big believer you shouldn't drive away from waves, and that's why I generally I go check Burleigh and I surf Burleigh.
Yeah.
But
You waste so
sometimes,
much time.
Yeah. And there's so many good ways around here, and it's so great to see the local community of Lennox Head putting in and sponsoring. Of course, the pub's a big part of the community there, and tonight we've got all that stuff going on with the Ball and All podcast with Darren Hanley. That's going to be going off. That's going to be a big night at the Rubbity Dub on a Friday night. Of course, we had dinner at the Lennox pub too the other night. It was magnific. It was so good. Food was amazing.
Yeah, food's always amazing at the pub.
Rightio, here we go. Amelia Craik on the backhand. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an epic second day here at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open presented by O'Neill. We've had the Pro Juniors, of course, the Traeger Pro Junior on today. And I believe tomorrow we'll be running all the way maybe to the finals day for the Pro Juniors. So it's looking like an epic kind of couple of days of surfing coming up. Great waves, good times, and nowhere else to be here but at Lennox Head for the Soundboks Oz Grom Open 25 presented by O'Neill. Rightio, of course, with me I've got Nixie Ryan, of course, three-time winner of the Soundboks Oz Grom Open presented by O'Neill. And Nixie, you've competed here. What's it like competing?
Yeah, I've competed here ever since I was like 12, but yeah, recently in the Pro Junior a few years back, and it's an epic comp, epic waves every year, and yeah, excited to watch the next day of the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior unfold.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty sick, and yeah, I know you'd love to be out there because the waves are so good, and you're sort of going like a little bit of jelly, or sort of like, you know, FOMO, bit of FOMO going on.
Yeah, a little bit of FOMO going on, but so good to watch all the girls and guys ripping out there and enjoying themselves on these perfect waves for day 2 of the Soundboks Oz Grom Open.
Hey, there we go. Rightio, 9 minutes remaining. 9 minutes remaining. Chloe Groob in the lead. White first, green second, blue third, red in fourth. Red, you would need a 4.6 to go to second. Blue, you hold first priority. You would need a 4.17 to go to second. Green, you are in second, holding a 3.67 and a 2.0. And white in first. Chloe Groob with a 3.43 and a 2.83. 8.5 minutes to go, and a little bit slow this heat, but it's gone pretty quick.
Yeah, it's gone super quick. Not as many waves as we've been seeing, but I'm sure there will be more opportunity in the rest of this heat. And it looks like Taylor Green is paddling for this wave. She is up on her forehand, and nice wrap to start that one off. And bangs that one for a closeout move with the completion. That was red Taylor Green.
Well, a very powerful, talented surfer is Taylor. We saw her in action at Nias and really loving it. She told me, I was chatting to her and her sister Stella at the bakery, at the Lennox Bakery. As we see the replay, here we go, that is the replay. Taylor Green, and Tay hits it off the top and rides it out. But yeah, she said, I would have liked to have been a bigger. I was like, whoa, that was solid. And like, yeah.
Yeah, she's a little charger. She's a very powerful surfer from the sunny coast, I believe.
Yeah, from the sunny coast.
Yeah. Yeah, she did well at Cruy, I think, and she's got a really good backhand. And at Nias, I believe she got a pretty decent result there as well.
And her and Stella, members of the North Shore Board Riders. What a club that has so many good women in it, that club. Of course, you've got Sophie McCulloch.
Holly Williams?
Yeah, Holly Williams, yeah. And And a few former CT surfers in the club as well on the women's side there. Amazing, of course. Dimmy, she's a North Shore girl too. DJ Shimmy.
Oh, is she from Sunny Coast?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, look at this wave. Who's on this one? And that is Alani Morse. She has used her priority well on this one.
Yep, great wave for Alani. Wraps that one back to the white water. And nice turn there. Just pumping her way through to the inside on this one. And finds a nice turn there. Just coming unstuck, unfortunately. But that'll better her 1.5, no doubt.
Well, Taylor Green in the red. Taylor, your last wave, a 4.67, a 4.67. So you did move to second place, but we're waiting for scores. There's the replay. And Alani really driving through those turns. So be interesting to see how the judges saw that one and what score they will give to it. But she really milked that one for everything it's worth, didn't she?
Yeah, she did well to get through that inside part there. And a couple surfers looking at this wave. Maybe a left. Nope. Taylor Green on the end paddling. And Taylor Green is up on this one. Nice snap there, lots of spray. And she might try and go through the inside. And not much left on that one. Good little backup for Taylor though. With just coming on 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that'll definitely improve on Taylor's 1.07, but 5 minutes remaining as we see Taylor on the replay there for those people on YouTube checking it all out. And just got a little caught up there, but got a bit of work done, and I think that will improve the situation. But I think Alani Morse, that wave of Alani's, is going to be a bit of a feature in this heat. We'll see what score she got there.
Blue, your last wave was a 4.6, so that moves you into second place for the meantime. Just waiting on a score for red at the moment.
And you know, last year, the final was Taylor versus Stella, the sister act.
Yes, I remember that. Who got the win?
Stella. No, Taylor.
Taylor, the
not
older
Stella,
sister.
Taylor. Big sister one. I know that Stella would love to reverse that.
Oh, it looks like there's been a situation change. Taylor Green, you're now in the lead with a 4.67 and your last wave was a 2.7. White, you're in second, looking for a 3.95 to go to first. Blue, you're in third, looking for just a 1.66. And Green, you're in fourth, looking for a 2.59 to move into second place. We are just on 3.5 minutes remaining.
3.5 minutes remaining. No one safe in this heat. No really big scores are being thrown at the moment. So as we get down towards the end of the heat, it's going to be really critical. And here we go, Taylor Green. She's got the pedal down, comes off the bottom, whacks it up underneath, but comes unstuck. So back to the drawing board for Taylor. She'll be looking to get up, and it looks like a bit of a paddle way down the line there. That's Amelia Craik on the back end.
Yep. A quick one for Amelia. Not sure if that's what she was looking for, but we'll have to wait and see.
Rightio, 2.5 minutes remaining. All scores in. Red first, white second, blue third, green fourth. Green, you need a 2.59 to go to second. Blue, you need a 1.66 to go to second. White, you are in second, holding a 2.83 and a 3.43. You need a 3.95 for the lead. Oh, it looks like Chloe Groove's got a score coming in. I couldn't quite see it. They're so far up the beach. And Taylor Green, a 4.67 and a 2.70. So this wave of Chloe Grooves, maybe will catch it on a replay there. And is that going to be enough to jump her up into first place? 2 minutes remaining.
Just over a minute remaining. Green, you're in fourth, looking for a 2.59. Blue, you're in third, looking for a 1.66. White, you're in second, looking for a 3.95 to go to first. And red is currently leading this heat.
Well, under a minute to go. It's getting down to crunch time now. All the surfers are capable of going anywhere in this heat. And here we go, Taylor Green off the top. That was a solid move. We're down to 43 seconds. Whips it out of that lip again. You can tell Taylor liked that one. We'll see how it goes. 30 seconds remaining. And there we go, Blue.
Just a quick up and down for Alani there. But Taylor's wave looking like a great wave to end that heat on.
It's on the replay there too, and wow.
3 strong maneuvers from Taylor. Very powerful.
10 seconds and attention to countdown. Counting it out with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rightio, wow, doing a bit of work, Amelia Craik there.
For those people online, we're just going to head to a quick ad break and we'll be back with the next heat of the Traeger Wood Grills Pro Junior. Welcome back to those online viewers to the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. The last results from the last heat are on the screen there. As you can see, we're into Heat 5 of the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior Girls, and Stella Green up and riding.
Oh, the little sister of Taylor Green. And last year, that was it. They were against each other in the final, and Mum and Dad had a teary moment. But can you imagine, though? You've got your both daughters out there, and you're sort of cheering for them both. Yeah, I think either way you win, don't you?
Yeah, what a moment to share a heat with your sister, though.
But you know what was funny? I said to him, on the way home, I said, Stella, if you lost, I'd be, oh, fine. But Taylor, nah. She said, nah. She reckons she wouldn't be speaking. She reckons she'd be cranky.
Yeah, I'd
so
probably
she
be
won.
the same.
But imagine that, having to go home in a car with your sister for 3-hour drive and your big sister beat you. Or your little sister beat you. Well, Stella won. Taylor won, but that'd be like, a long drive home.
Very long drive home. Not much talking happening in that car ride.
Well, yeah, that's like the Richardson sisters, Eliza and Rosie.
That would be hard to compete against your sibling, I reckon.
Yeah, I know. I used to surf against my brother.
Yeah, I have a brother, so I surf against him, but we don't ever surf against each other. Just
right.
free surf together, but...
In the water, do you hassle him?
Yeah, we... He's the biggest snake, so
You
there's
just-
lots of hassling going on.
You just fade him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. But brothers are like that.
Yeah.
Well, opening way, Stella Green, a 3.83. A 3.83 opening way for Grace Cook in the green. A 1.5. You've got Mika Lock out there. Mika, of course, won Taj's small fries in the juniors. So she's had a couple of wins, Mika, and I think she got to the semis at the Oki. So, and Ava Holland, wow, she was ripping Ava. She got to the final of the Oki as well. So
Yeah,
some
Vico
real talent
girl,
in this.
Ava, I think.
Ava's from Torquay.
Yeah, Torquay.
Well,
Should
you got to
be-
know how to surf big, powerful waves if you come from Torquay, don't you?
Yeah, she would be loving this weather here, I'm sure.
Yeah, like going for a surf in a hot bath for a...
Yeah.
Rightio, well, the opening scores are in. There's 17 minutes remaining.
And we've got Mika Lock up and riding. Great first turn there for her and wraps it back around. Not much else on that wave, so...
And, of course, Mika's sponsored by our presenting sponsor, O'Neill, too. So, Ava Holland, look at this. Such a powerful goofy footer.
Yep, 2 powerful turns there for Ava and another one. What a great back end. And just swooping it all the way through to the inside for Ava.
Well, coming from around Torquay, you'd get to know how to use your backhand, I reckon. And look at this, takes it right down to the end of the wave. So we'll get that score for Ava Holland very shortly. So opening scores are going to drift in for all the surfers with 15 minutes remaining. You surf down at Bells? Oh, here's Ava on the replay.
How powerful was that first turn? And backs it up with the second one. And nice cutty there. And just working her way through that little fat inside part. She does well to get through that section. And a few more nice little turns on her back end there. Yeah, I've surfed Bells a couple times. And Winky is...
Oh, yeah, Winky? Yeah, I've surfed Winky, yeah.
I've had a few Grom searches to Jan Jock. It's too cold down there for me though, but I love it. The waves are so good.
Yeah, I like Bells as a wave. A lot of people give it a bit of crap, but it's a great wave. I enjoy surfing Bells. There's so much power to it.
Yeah.
It might be a bit fat, but it's got so much power, and when it's on, it is great. I've even got a tube at Bells.
Really?
Yeah. As we see, that's Mika again. Mika Lock comes around the section, comes off the bottom, carves it back. Yeah, Mika won Taj's small fry, so she's no slouch at all. Whips it in that one there. And, of course, she's a member of the Burleigh Board Riders Girl Gang, the BBGG, which has the Huppet sisters and Charlie Haitley and Cowrie, Houston Connor and Ziggy, Aloha Mackenzie. Pretty good for a club round, eh?
So many amazing girls coming up in the Burleigh Board Riders Club.
Yeah.
Be hard to choose who surfs the ABB. A replay from Blue. Nice cutty there. And hits that white water perfectly. And just going through the inside on that wave is Mika Lock.
Well, Isla Huppets did it for us last year for the Burleigh Board Riders, so Isla had first dibs.
Oh, yeah, she got that really good wave, hey?
Yeah,
What was that?
9.73 or something.
Like
Big
one
sister
turn.
Mia had to stand aside.
Yeah.
Bloody punk. But Ava Holland, there we go. Opening score for the Surfer in white, 5.0. White a 5.0. Red a 3.83. Blue a 2.67. Waiting for your next score. And green a 1.5. So Mika, another score to come in. As we see a bit of paddling out there. Looks like
Grace Cook on this right-hander. Nice right back to the whitewater and another cut back there. Just tic-tacking her way through that inside again, and there doesn't look like much left on that wave for her. And red behind her as well. Stella Green, quick in and out. The girls staying busy out there.
Well, our next heat, we've got Rosie Gillette, Olive Hardy, Lainey Stokes, and Amani Barber. Wow, another good heat. This is the Traeger Wood-Fired Grill Pro Junior, part, of course, the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill. And what a great event. And great waves. It's all going on here. And here we go. Looks like Stella Green having a look. Sister Taylor won the last heat. She was in red too. Oh, Stella rips into that one. And I, on my Instagram, I was like videoing this wave, and I've just talked it through, and I've gone, and it was at Snapper, fully silhouetted, and oh, here we go, the replay there of Grace. Nice turn. Grace Cook driving it through. She's got a nice smooth style as Grace. And, of course, she's another O'Neill-sponsored surfer as well.
And Mika Locke on the outside. Huge first turn for her and a second. And wraps it back around. So 3 good turns from Mika Locke.
I like the hair flick finish too. That was cool.
That was great. Here's the replay, Tapper.
Oh, Mika, look at this. The first turn you reckon was money. I didn't see it, but wow, that is money. That's dollars and cents, not pounds and pence. And comes through, cuts it back again. And, well, you can see with the hair flick, I reckon she liked it. And there we go. That's the replay there for Stella.
Yep, good 2-turn combo there for Stella. That first turn was the money turn, I reckon.
Yeah, it was so funny on my Instagram post. I was doing it, and I've gone, oh, it was backlit, and I said, oh, he's got to be happy with that. And someone said, that's Stella. And so I had to go back and change. I said, and I put she because I'd already done it. I was up, last time I looked, it was 64,000 hits. White's up.
Ava Holland on a big right-hander out the back. Looks like a set wave. Winds up for that one and hits that one. And goes for the third turn, but just a little late.
Rightio, there's the replay of Ava, and that she's really got some power there, Ava, and puts it on the line, hooks it up, and this turn, I reckon she was in for a great score. She made that last turn. And here we go, Grace Cook's up and riding there. Flying down the line, hooks it off the top. Unfortunately coming unstuck, so we've got a lot of scores to come through there. So I'll wait for those scores and we'll give you an update, surfers. I can say that Mika Locke, your second to last wave was a 4.6. Second to last of blue. Last of red, a 3.6. Last of red, a 3.6. Still waiting for last of blue, last of green, and last of white. So we'll get you all those scores through. 8 minutes 40 remaining. Okay, got a few scores starting to drop in now. Judges have the advantage of a replay there, I think, so they're probably looking at some of that. And look, there is beautiful Lennox heads. Look at it there. Man, as you can see where we are, somewhere in the background there, you can see the hotel and all the great houses. Tell you what, if you want to come to Lennox Head, you can rent an Airbnb house or whatever, or go through some of the real estate agents. And it is amazing. Like the place I'm staying at is just so luxe. It is luxe to lax. You can lax in the luxury. And, you know, it's a great experience. You can come and experience so much stuff for free here. And it looks like those scores are dropping in. Mika Lock, your last wave, a 4.73. Last of blue, a 4.73. Waiting for last of green and last of white. 7.5 minutes. Oh, Ava Holland's last wave drops in, and that was a 3.5. As we see the surface warming up for the next heat, that's Rosie Gillette, and last of green, a 2.7. How's our situation there?
So, after all those scores dropped, it is blue in the lead with a 4.73 and a 4.6. White, you're currently in second with a 5 and a 3.5, looking for a 4.33 to go to first. Red, you're in third, looking for a 4.68. And green, you're in fourth, looking for a 4.38 to advance. With just over 6 minutes on the clock. So, blue first, white second, red third, and green in fourth. Red, you have first priority, blue with second priority, white with third priority, and green with fourth priority.
Rightio, 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes remaining. Blue first, white second, red third, green in fourth. Green needs a 4.38 to move into second. Red needs a 4.68 to go to second. White in second, holding a 5 and a 3.5, would need a 4.33 for the lead. And blue in first with a 4.73 and a 4.6. And here we go. Stella Green is on the run. Whoa.
Huge
Krakatoa.
first turn.
One turn. Wonder how the judges will reward that. Rightio, 4 minutes remaining, 4 minutes remaining. Waiting for last of red, waiting for last of red. Three and a half minutes remaining. Mika Lock now holding first priority and the lead. We've said it before, with that much time to go and holding priority puts you in a pretty good spot. And looks like Mika might be having a look here.
Yep, Mika's going to go this one with priority and not much on that one, so...
Ooh, waste of priority there maybe.
Yeah.
How does it feel like when you're a competitor and you've taken on a wave you shouldn't have, you're just going like, ugh.
I feel like if you get knocked at the end of the heat, then you're just kicking yourself about it, but we'll have to wait and see how she goes. And Ava Holland up on her backhand. Huge first turn in the pocket there, and another one. And finishes that one nicely.
That was a big hook up and under, and a really aggressive vertical re-entry from Ava Holland. We'll check it out on the Traeger wood-fired grill replay. I forgot that's what it's called, the Traeger wood-fired grill replay.
Yep.
2.5 minutes remaining. So this is a very important wave in the context, but at the moment, is that Ava up on another one? Look out, she's getting busy. That wave wasn't really worth even taking off on, but, you know, no harm, no foul. 2 minutes remaining. Well, that wave for Ava Holland, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, this might push red and green's requirements a bit higher, but we'll just have to wait and see when these scores drop through.
Well, Grace Cook has got first priority there. Mika Locke second priority. Stella Green third priority. So a bit to do for Stella Green here. She'll be trying to look to get a wave under her fellow competitors. And you can see Mika Locke isn't going to let Stella get anything that she wants. So we'll see what happens here. Is she going to use a priority here? Stella's looking at that one. We can see from the drone shot. And Mika goes, yeah, you have a crack, Stella. And Stella trying to sell her a car with a free bumper bar. But no. Mika said, no, I'm not buying.
That last wave for Ava Holland has dropped her as the highest wave of the heat, a 6.33. So, Ava, you're now in the lead with a 6.33 and a 5.0. And looks like a paddle here from Blue.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Mika Locke up on her forehand. Huge first turn there. And wraps it back around.
Oh, so will that change the situation? 40 seconds remaining. Looks like the door is open there for Grace Cook and Stella Green. Not much time left, 35 seconds. Oh, here we go. And Stella Green, here is her chance. Stella working this little one to the inside, trying to get something to stand up with 20 seconds remaining. She's bouncing and pushing and bouncing and pushing and looking to get this link up on the shorey with 15 seconds remaining. Okay, 10 seconds and attention to countdown. Counting it out with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rightio, counting in the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Alrighty, welcome back. We are watching heat number 6, round of 32, Pro Junior Women. Out there in this one is red, Rosie Gillett. In the blue, Olive Hardy. Lainey Stokes is in white. And Amani Barber in the green. Few scores that have trickled on through. We have last of green, 1.17. Last of white, a 1.5. And last of red is the best thus far at a 2.23. So at the moment, it is red out in front. As we see blue up and riding. Joining me here is Chris Enever. How are we going, Chris?
Mate, couldn't really be much better, to be honest. It's just a cracker Friday. Fridays don't get much better than this, honestly. It's just the waves have been pumping all day. We've watched the best juniors in the Australia-Oceania region just do battle out here at Lennox. Pub outies. And I had a glance across the road. I saw the Leno Hotel was offshore. And goes onshore here, goes offshore there.
Yeah, it's funny how the wind works around here at Lennox. It's around about 3 o'clock when the wind gets so windy where all the tradesmen pack up their tools a little earlier. They'll still invoice you for it though. And then they make their way to the local watering hole, which is the Lennox Hotel. And no doubt we'll be there later on tonight. We do have the Ball and All podcast celebrating 40 years of Darren Hanley. So make sure you come on down to that as we see red up and riding. First opening turn there. This one goes a little sleepy down the line. 16 minutes remaining surface, 16 minutes.
Yeah, that's going to be a great night. And just talking to... There's people in all different areas, whether it be sport, lifestyle, work, career, that just excel in their chosen field. And they really are masterminds and just icons in that space. And DHD really has cemented himself, Darren, as one of the best surfboard shapers of all time. And got such an incredible eye for detail, and I wonder how it all started. I want to hear the story how it all began. You know, probably shaping his first board in a garage somewhere, or got dragged into a shaping bay with some old salty sea dog that just went, "Here you go, mate. I'll show you how to cut a board in half." And maybe you cut a mal in half and shape the surfboard. Who knows? But
yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the beginning was like and how it eventuated to where it is now. There'd be no better feeling than having someone like Ethan Ewing going, "Hey man, want to shape me a board?" Or Con O'Leary, or Izzy Nichols, anyone. That's such a good thing. Well, a milestone for him, and we'll hear all about it tonight. Across the road, upstairs at the pub.
He's a great character as well. He's always full of beans. I remember when Laura was riding for DH back in the day, and we spent a bit of time over there in America at the US Open and ran a bit of a muck around Huntington. It's just a good, fun time, and has such fun memories. And he is a real character, DH, no short of a good story and a good laugh. So I'm sure that'll be very entertaining. So I think there's a few tickets left. You can jump on, was it Eventbrite? Maybe you can get yourself a ticket. If there's any left, I'm sure they've been snavelled up. But I reckon there'll be people hanging off the windows and off the balconies trying to get in that joint tonight. So
yeah, we've also got a silent auction running where there's going to be some crazy prizes. I know that there's going to be a Con O'Leary board there. A bunch of other goodies. So make sure you bring your wallet, get the cobwebs out of there, and let's get generous.
And here we are enjoying the afternoon down here. Myself, Chris Enever, and Mr. Largo himself.
That's me. Well, there's two of us, but yeah, I'm the other half.
And we're checking out the action here as we come to, well, the close of what's been a epic day of action so far, but there's still plenty more to come. There's, well, 2 more heats in the Traeger Women's Pro Junior Division. But right now in the lineup, Lainey Stokes has a 3.07 and a 1.5, holds down first spot. It looks like Blue having a scratch at that one, and well, maybe here goes the current heat leader chipping in. Lainey hooks that one back into the power source. She's off to the races. way down, tags that one in the pocket nicely, and Green out the back with a big power hook. Oh, and again, this is a really good-looking wave for the surfer in green. That's Amari Barber. And, the big closeout hammer.
Wow, that was one of the biggest sets we've seen in a while. And the judges have their work cut out for them. They do have replays, so they won't be trying to look at both waves at once and going cross-eyed. So rest assured, all was seen, but I'm sure they'll take time. Make sure they get that right. As we see it on the Traeger replay, White went all the way to the Queensland border on this one, belting it down the line and finishes beautifully. Should be stoked with that one. But Green heard that White was tearing away, and wow, this wave was amazing. Throwing a bucket out the back on the first, swooping cut back on the second, gets a bit of a boggle on that one, but finished strong down the line. So great exchange between Green and White. We'll see how that one eventuates.
Yeah, I love the connection of Green's wave, Amani. So Amani Barber waiting for a score to lock on through. Currently only had a few throwaway one-pointers, so that's going to be well and truly her best number. And the surfer in green has just said, you know what? I want to get in the mix here.
So, Chris, I'm thinking my call of a glass off is becoming less likely by the minute. So apologies to anyone out there who thought I was the weatherman. I think I might be wrong. But nonetheless, a little bit of a crusty lip line is always fun to belt, and I'm sure the boys and girls in the next heats are going to do just fine navigating that.
That's the thing out here. I feel like when you have these waves like this, if it's not tubing, I feel like a little bit of Oni is almost makes it more fun sometimes, you know?
Oh, 100%. I feel like the aerialists are probably waiting for this moment.
Yeah, Huey Vaughan and the likes of Dane Henry, and they would have been licking their lips at the option to get out there right now. They would have probably traded in this morning's offshore perfect conditions for a bit of onshore crusty, crumbly Lennox pub outies, because they would have been doing backflips out there right now. And right now we have the Women's Pro Junior just laying in some big hacks and power carves and some explosive manoeuvres, and that's exactly what the surfer in green did on her last ride. We're still waiting for that number. And Lani Stokes, her last ride came in at the 4.67. So Lani did extend her lead, a 4.67 and a 3.07. Last to green, 6.17, 6.17, best score of the heat, just as we expected. And that has rocketed surfer in green up into second. She now only chases a 1.57. So she's in a really solid position at this stage in the heat. With 9 minutes 45, green second. Chasing a 1.57 to go to first. Red is in third. Rosie, you're chasing a 5.25 to go to second. And Olive Hardy in blue, chasing a 5.11. You are in fourth, blue. A 5.11 to go to second. A 5.25 for red to go to second. Green second, white first.
As we move closer and closer to the high tide mark, Chris, we may see pub innies left start to open up as we see a couple now. Look at this reform.
How's that one? Just foam climb your way to glory on that thing all the way on.
That is an under 12 grommet's dream. It's like Uluwatu, but in Lennox Head.
We had a little spot at Narrabeen years ago, and it turns on very rarely. It's just on the inside of the pool next to the rock pool. It's called Narrawatu, and it's the same thing. This little random left rip bowl inside that would turn on every now and then when the lake's closed and the sand builds up there. It's just this little gem of a rip bowl left.
That's interesting because we have a beach called Sharpawatu at times, so I feel like there's a couple Watus out there from coastline to coastline.
I think every beach has got its own Watu, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So, situation is 8 minutes remaining. There is 8 minutes left. First is white. Second is green. Third is red. Fourth is blue. Blue, you have priority. Looking for a 5-1-1. Red, you are looking for a 5-2-5. And green, you are looking to better a 1.3 if you want to make it harder for the other ladies to take that advancing position off you. As we see, looking like green had a sniff at that. And white up and riding down the beach. Big opening first turn, but gets a little stuck behind that one. And looking like blue out behind. This is looking like a great start for blue.
Vicious hack to open up there. And, I love the intent. You can see you could see there was venom in the eyes there. She just really wanted to attack every section, and that's exactly what she did, especially that first one. You see on the replay, the Traeger replay, this first turn just hooks it and just throws buckets out the back. And then you can see the intent.
Yeah, so she was looking for a bang-on average score. So we'll let the judges do their thing. And we'll get a situation update out to you. That was her second wave, so no doubt will increase her total overall score.
Yeah, only holding a 2.37 prior to that. So Olive Hardy well and truly back in this heat right now, but now is the time to do it. 6 minutes 30. This heat's flown by. I feel like I haven't even had a chance to sneeze, and it's like 14 minutes has wiped off the clock.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Time is your best friend, and it is your enemy. I think me and you both have been on the side of both of those scenarios when you just need 30 more seconds or you can't wait to hear the hooter. Depending on the situation you're in, it can be cruel or it can be your best friend.
Yeah, well, one of the surfers right now who's built a good little foundation is Lani Stokes, but hold the phone. We have a situation change, and the judges loved that aggressive approach of the surfer in blue, Olive Hardy. She's gone from the chook house all the way to the penthouse. Fourth to first. Blue, thank you very much for coming. 6-point ride. Last of blue is 6, so you go to first. You now have a low score of a 2.37. That's your low score, blue. So if you drop that, you'll be soaring way out in front. White is in second. Lani Stokes, a 4.67 and a 3.07. They're your two numbers. You're chasing a 3.71 to go to first. Amani Barber, you're looking for a 1.57 to go to second. You're in third. So green third, chasing a 1.57. Red fourth, chasing a 5.51. So a bit of a slow start here for the top seed in Rosie Gilbert. She does have priority, Zachy, so we'll see if she rolls the dice here.
Yes. Does have right of way. If you're unsure of priority, it means that you have the next option. Although use it wisely, because once you have even a slight sniff at a wave, it can be taken off you. As we see blue up and riding down the line, she's looking to go back up her 6-point ride, and I feel like with surfing like this, she will do so. So, Chris, maybe just finding the rhythm with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I really feel is that she has such good intent. When she's as soon as she stands up, you can see she's just eyeing off whatever section she can find just to go whoopah, and just
look at pub in his lefts going off.
That is a really nice big. That has cutback written all over it.
It didn't have much else but cutback.
Someone who's not doing cutbacks, who's doing big, vicious gaffs, is the surfer in blue, Olive Hardy. He's just locked in another good score. I love that down carve on that previous wave. It just really set her up. Even though the second section didn't have a whole lot on offer, and she just turned it into something with this really vicious down carve, and then it set her up perfectly for the end section. So well-read wave there.
Yeah, very mature surfing for blue. So prior to that wave, it is blue out in front. White, you're in second. Third is green. Green looking for a 1.5. Red with priority in fourth, looking for a 5.51. 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes. We
Yeah.
are waiting for the score. Last of blue. It's trickling in. It's going to fall, by the looks of it, a little higher than a last.
Yeah, you are right, Zachy. It's going to be the best score of the heat, that's for sure. So Olive Hardy has just gone bang, bang, left, right, good night. And she is going to be well out in front. 6.57 last of blue, 6.57. You are well out in front now. White, you are chasing a 7.90. You sit in second. 7.90 go to first. It really is going to be the battle for second here, Zachy.
Yeah, it's a good feeling when you've out in front that much. But nonetheless, we have seen stranger things happen where heats come down to the last 30 seconds or so and the leaderboard gets flipped upside down. So no doubt she'll want to keep improving the scoreline because this is the Pro Junior Women. This is incredible amount of talent in this pool.
Yeah, and so just under 2 minutes. Priority sits with red. Oh, sorry. Priority has changed. Priority changed. It does go to green now. Red, you sit in fourth. You're chasing a 5.51 to go to second. She looks like she's going to get busy here on one of these pub innies lefts.
Split peak.
Yeah, a bit of a split peak and green as well. So third and fourth trying to really force the issue here and get some type of number on the board. But I don't know if that'll do it for red. She's chasing a 5.51 and that didn't have 5.51 written on it. But I'm not a judge. I'll leave it with them.
I think what that's done is left first and second place holders out there in the lineup, but we just saw them split the peak as well. So no one really running away with second place with just over 1 minute remaining. Just over 1 minute remaining. It is looking like green and red needing a score.
Yeah, it's really been the Olive Hardy show since about the 8 minute mark. She just came alive in this heat and has run away with it. And when you put the coach's hat back on, I mean, it did a lot of coaching back in the day, and I feel like we used to do a lot of drills where you try to get a wave and whatever that wave score potential was, surf it up above the scoring potential of the wave. And that's what I feel like Olive Hardy's done really well. She's had waves. They haven't been amazing waves, but she surfed 5-point rides up to high sixes. And that's why she sits in first. Lani Soates in second, still holding on. Vary by the slimmest of margins. Amani Barber only chasing a 1.57, who sits in third. So Green chasing a 1.57.
And we come down to 10 seconds remaining. Going to count this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
All right, we're going to count in the next heat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that...
Wearing these wetsuits just feels like there's absolutely no restrictions.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M, one motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
QS ranked number 1, Lucy Dara. So, big name. And in the blue, welcome back if you are on the webcast. As we near the end of day number 2, number 2 of the event, as we see blue up and riding.
Yeah, this is heat number 7, and myself, Chris Enever, in the booth with Zachy Whiteman, host of the Largo podcast, and Lennox head royalty
Oh, thank you, mate. Very kind words. That's probably the nicest thing someone said to me in a long time.
And for everyone out there that did watch that nail-biting last heat, we did see Olive Hardy take the win with a dominant display of power surfing, just some heavy back-footed gaffing turns that led her to victory. 12.57, won it very well. And, well, if you're wondering what happened at the back end, Lani Stokes did just hang on, did just enough. 7.74 heat total, comes in second. Amani Barber, 7.47, was chasing us to 1.7 on her last ride. Came up short. So she'll be bowing out of the event with Rosie Gilbert. So congrats to Olive and Lani. But we now have a 3-surfer heat on our hands. And it is Lucy Dara. Someone who's found themselves well up on top of some of the ratings. She's out there in the red. Poppy O'Reilly is in the blue. And Ava Argyros, she is in the white. She's up and riding right now. And getting little rebounds. So,
Chris, I'll tell you something that is absolutely crazy. Lucy Dara, number 1 on the QS right now and in a Grom event. That's insane. She's also in the younger division. So she's surfing in under 16s or 18s, I believe. Pro Junior QS. That is insane.
That is crazy. Imagine that going the full sweep. That'd just be insane. I think last year Dane Henry did that, didn't he? Took out the Pro Junior and the 18s maybe, from memory, potentially.
That doesn't surprise me whatsoever with surfing that he's been doing.
He did a backflip, so he got me out of my seat.
It's hard to compete when someone does a backflip. You can do everything right, but at the end of the day, if someone does one of those, it's lights out. Good night. All right, we have 16 minutes left of this heat. 16 minutes remaining. We've got some scores in already. White has a 0.5 to open up, backed up with a 3-point ride. She's out in first place at the moment. And Blue, Poppy, your first wave, a 2.5. And Lucy Dara yet to open up her account.
Yeah, and she's not just leading the qualifying series, she's dominating it. She's leading by a long way. She's got a fair few points on second, so in a very, very solid position to putting her run towards the Changers for 2026. And it's good to see that, well, the WSL, they've made some adjustments and also increased the number of women that's going to be on the World Tour as well. So that's exciting news for women surfing. And, well, Lucy's ears might be pricking up there, just going, I could see myself in the top, I think it's top 13 now.
Yep, I think
the Challengers will go on to the World Tour, and they got a 24 women field.
Yep, correct. I see the future for women surfing in the next 5 years is so bright. I think it's going to be completely different to what it is now in a good way. And I'm excited to see these young girls and ladies at the forefront of that as we see Blue up and riding on her forehand, looking at Pub in his lefts, my favourite zone on this beach. She's going to open up with a few opening cutbacks, waiting for this one to stand up. It's going to give her a section on the beach. What's she got to finish? Big blowtail.
I love the way she set that up too. You could see it coming, and she just tagged the end section so well and just went down. So, but that was a great looking Pub in his left. I tell you what, that might be us.
Oh, if there's any sunlight left, and I've got my wetsuit in the car. Sorry, I had to pause and think, did I leave my wetsuit on the line? It's in the car. I reckon we're out there. Commentator's Cup.
Let's go. And here is Poppy replay on the big screen, or everyone out there in Webland. A nice few Chris Brown wraparounds to get set up this inside. And that was the money turn, but she had it, but just get bucked off. So that'll be a 2.77 locked in. So Poppy O'Reilly, a 2.5 and a 2.77, her opening numbers. Ava Argyros in white, a 0.5 and a 3. And, well, Lucy Dara, she's dropped the anchor. She's out the back.
She's doing the Ethan Ewing. Just out there waiting for the best wave to come through.
Just shamaning Jack Robbo, just waiting for a bomb to make its way through. And just as we speak, you can see a few lines starting to approach. And one of the red hot talents out of this country is sitting way out the back there. So we'll see if we can get a ride very shortly. She sits in 6th position on the ratings currently for the Pro Junior rankings. And she'll be looking to try and...
What a strange scenario to be number 1 on the QS, but 6th on the Pro Junior.
Yeah, it is a wild one.
That wouldn't come around too often, so big well done to Lucy already. But nonetheless, Poppy and Ava are out in front thus far, so we may see some interesting surfing go down with 12 minutes remaining, just over 12 minutes remaining. It is Poppy out in front. Blue, your opening ride at 2.77, backed up with a 2.5. White, you're in second, a 3-point ride and a 0.50. And as mentioned, Lucy yet to catch a wave.
Yeah, I feel what you were saying before as well about the exciting future of women's surfing. It's really going through this crazy transition phase right now where it has just been completely flipped on its head. And we're seeing female surfers do things that we've never seen female surfers do before. It's almost like the era of the kind of end of that era of Joel and Mick when they were just the power surfers, and that was what was just renowned as the best surfing in the world. And then all of a sudden, Italo and Gabby came along and just started boosting over their heads, and everyone was going, what is going on? And I remember that there's this one heat in France and Mick was just ripping the bag out of it, but Gabby just kept doing these full rotations. And that's where I feel like women's surfing is right now. We've got these women that are just absolutely pushing the boundaries with progression above the lip and also in the tube.
Yeah, I feel like you're spot on the money. It's almost like women's surfing has just entered a new room, and men's surfing's almost at the ceiling of their room. So women's surfing's got so much to grow. They've just entered the room, and yeah, it's such an awesome time to charge along as we see Lucy up and riding.
Yeah, here she goes. So current leader of the QS rankings, and well, if just commentator cursed her on that one. 2 little turns. I think that'll get the feet in the wax and maybe get a bit busy without priority here.
Yeah, sometimes when you wait a little too long, you can get cold, you can get the jitters, and then when you do pull the trigger, you get a little bit of a wobbly leg, which looked evident on that last one. But now that she has got a score on the board, a very small one, she can definitely build this heat. No one running away with. I feel like, Chris, this could be one where the mad minute strikes and could be upsets or all sorts.
Yeah, it's funny because sometimes the most exciting heats in the end are the ones that are the worst for the majority, because it just gives everyone an opportunity to leapfrog one another, and it always just happens to be that like a flurry of waves comes at the end. And here goes the surfer in blue on the backhand. A nice first turn there. She gets around the section.
That one just going into the fisherman's hole. Must be incredibly close to the high tide, if not already past.
Yeah, so 9 minutes on the clock. We can see there all the free surfers down the beach. Just been lapping up these really fun waves that Lennox Beach Break's been offering all day. It's been proper pumping. Feel like we're in France. When I rocked up this morning, I was like, is this Hossegor?
Yeah, we've paid off the weatherman. We slipped the weatherman a couple pineapples in the back pocket and we said, mate, we need a good forecast. It's that time of year, and we've done it again. No doubt when everyone leaves, it's probably going to go back to its standard self.
But yeah, thanks to everyone for coming down. It's been a great day of action, and if you are passing by, be sure to check out all the stores and the merch tents. We got the Lee-Bar Border Riders feeding everyone, keeping everyone well and truly fed today. I had a little nasi goreng from them for lunch. That was incredible.
Yeah, no, they are absolute wizards in that tent, as we see. Red, Lucy Dara up and riding, not liking that one too much, but to be honest, doesn't need a big score at all to go into second, a 0.5, so interesting scenario for the judges there. No one running away with this one.
What do you got there? A set of FCS fins, do you?
Yeah, these are the Philippe Toledo Pros. They are the fiberglass one. I'm hoping to surf like Philippe. I was told by Ethan at FCS that would happen. So you'll be the judge later when I'm at Pubby and he's left.
Timu Philippe.
I could be the Timu Philippe on the Goofy Footer side. All right, there is just over 7 minutes remaining. 7 minutes remaining. Last of blue, 3.4. So waiting for one more score to come in. At this point, it is first blue, second white, third red, but I believe there will be a little change. Up and riding, Lucy Dara, unfortunately coming off.
Yeah, the little left is just reeling on through. That is just getting better and better by the second. And so, still waiting for scores to come on through. This is the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior Division. Heat number 7 in the round of 32 for the women's. We have one more heat remaining, and it is coming up next. It is, well, the Pocket Rocket Isla Huppets. She'll be out there in the red. Natalie Fenson. She'll be out there in the blue. Lola Groob in the white. And, well, Leihani Zorik comes into the Pro Junior and looking to stir up the pot.
I think she'll do that. She's fresh off a win up the road at Snapper Rocks only a couple of days ago. So let's see if that momentum filters on through here at the Traeger Grills Pro Junior. As we saw blue finishing up a wave.
Yeah, we saw her get the win here last year as well in the Skull Candy. I'm not sure how many divisions she won, but she's been on a red hot tear. And I think she wins more events than she doesn't.
Yep, I have no doubt that statistic is correct without even checking. As we see White up and riding on the back end. That is a nicer turn. This is looking like a wave of consequence. So, stand by for situation. 5 minutes remaining. There is 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and what better way to round out this round of 32 with by far the best heat on paper that we've seen. So this is going to be really exciting stuff. And it could honestly be a quarter-final. You look at Isla Huppets. She, part of the Irukandji's team, went to the World Juniors.
Yeah, and Lola Groob coming over from the ditch, New Zealand.
Yeah, and then Natalie Fensom sitting 5th on the Pro Junior rankings. So, and then Leihani Zorik, the pretty much unbeaten, the most winning 16. No, she's what, 14? 13?
I have. It's around that, yeah. So, great heat coming up next. Don't go anywhere. This one, though, Chris, a little bit sleepy, not going to lie. So, I feel like these are the heats where you don't need much. You just need to try and solidify an average or good score, and then you'll see yourself sailing through the next round. Interesting, to see if the tactics of the next heat change and if there's a location change, if they move closer in on the bank, starting to fill in. As we see Blue up and riding on her forehand, she has found the elusive pub in his left. Will it give her an opportunity to maximise some points on the inside? She gets it up there, but unfortunately falling once again on the final turn of that one.
I stand corrected. 12.
Wow.
Yeah. I feel like she's been 12 for 4 years, but it's hard to believe that she surfs so good, and it's crazy. But it's going to be an exciting last heat, and, well, speaking of exciting, this is your QS current ratings leader, up and riding, Lucy Dara, getting busy down the line here. She's going to hopefully get to tag this section and might get the left reform here. She gets the bonus. Yes, she does. And little Zaki special float the boat to finish. So
great finish. But I did see White blow the back end out of that one behind her. So my theory is coming to fruition. This heat is warming up with 2.5 minutes remaining. They've all left it to the last couple of minutes for the charge forward. Great exchange between White and Red. Red needing a score. White currently out in front, looking to better a 3. As we see the replay up and riding on our screens was White. This turn here was sensational. She gets a little stuck behind it, but manages to find clean face for 1 or 2 more wiggles, but the damage was done on that first turn.
Yeah, hands down turn of the heat so far. And, well, her last wave was a 5. And so if that was a 5, we'll wonder where this next one will go, because she hit that ring-a-ding-ding right on lunchtime.
Yes. Great way to wrap up day number 2 down here. This is Australia's premier event. These are the best under 21 ladies in the country and New Zealand and around the globe, really. So stay tuned for the next couple of days. It's going to be an incredible week of surfing. 1 minute remaining, surfers. 1 minute remaining. Looks like scores are trickling in for last of White and Red. Very important scores with 50 seconds. Once we get them, we'll update you.
Yeah, this is very, very important because, well, there it is. Last of Red, well, previous last of Red locked in a 4. I think she's still got one more score to come, it's saying on the screen. So we'll wait and see. We're still waiting for last of White. There it is, a 5-4. So extends your lead. White is in first. You did extend your lead. Lucy Dara in second now. Waiting for one more score to lock in, it says on the screen. Blue currently chasing a 3.54. And she's up and riding. She's got one of these pub innies lefts. Will this one produce something on the inside?
There is 10 seconds remaining. Blue finishing up on the inside, was looking for a score. We're going to count this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
And we're going to go to a short ad break and be back with the results at last heat. To everyone out of Webland, don't go anywhere. I'll see you very shortly for last heat of the round in the Traeger Girls Pro Junior Women's.
Wearing these wetsuits just feels like there's absolutely no restrictions.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M, one motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Rightio, we're back here, we folks. Welcome back online, and you've turned up at a crazy ripping heat. You've got Isla Huppets in red, Natalie Fensom in blue, Lola Groob in white, and Lahani Zorik in the green. I'm here with Nixie Ryan, and a three-time winner of the Soundboks Oz Grom Open. Nixie, what a crazy women's heat.
Yes, what a way to end the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior Women's, the final heat. It is looking like a stacked heat as well.
Yeah, well, I've seen some pictures of Isla Huppets at Nias ripping, and I commentated Lahani Zorik last week at the Oz Grom, as well as Lola Group. These girls and Natalie Fencer, they all rip.
They
it's
do.
cray-cray.
Yeah. Lehani from Broken Head. She won the Oki last week.
In huge ways at Snapper.
Yep.
Was massive. Actually, I think Lahani's final was the best waves of the whole event, I reckon. Everybody was losing their minds watching. They were taking off on these sets with like 4 times their height. It was crazy.
And I think first wave of Lehani at the Oki, she just popped an air. And
yeah, that's the very first wave in the first heat, yep. And everyone's going, wow. Hang on, under 14, 13-year-olds doing airs, and here we go. That's blue. Yep. Natalie Fensom.
Just a quick one there for Natalie Fensom in the blue.
So then we're on to...
So up next, after this final heat of the girls, we are going to roll into the under-18 boys. And who do we have in that heat, Tapper?
Oh, first heat, Mitchell Peterson, Caden Francis, Mitchell Henderson, and Ruben Sharp. That is going to be a ripper. So, folks, I think maybe we'll have to change over YouTube channels there to the Oz Grom Open. I'm not sure. I'll have to find out from the powers that be. But you'll still be able to watch all the action live here. I think it'll be still on YouTube, on the Oz Grom Open YouTube. And wow, there's so much going on out there. So many different ways. All competitors are spread right out. Natalie Fenson just opens with a 1-6, but I'm sure we're going to see some big scores throughout this heat. All the competitors are spread right out over the bank, aren't they?
Yeah, that's like the first we've seen today that they've been the furthest away from each other.
Yeah, because normally they've all been just in a little pack.
Yeah.
Going, oh, I'm not going anywhere, you're not going.
Well, Natalie's got 4th priority, so she's probably looking to get away from the pack a little bit and find some space.
Yes, we've got Isla Huppets in the red next north. Then Lahani Zorik. And then right up there, Lola Groob. So they're all psyched to go. The Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior. And got a little chilly here in the booth. It's beautiful outside in the sunshine.
Yeah, it looks like that wind's gotten into the surf a little bit, but still lots of fun waves on offer out there for the girls.
You can see the view there on the camera. It's still pretty awesome. I reckon the point would be all right still too. There'll be a couple up at the point at Lennox. So many different waves here on the magnificent far north coast of New South Wales. And, of course, all the different experience. Beyond the Waves giveaway, they're scanning that to win local experiences, balloons, kayaks, wilderness adventures, paragliding, and whale watching adventures. So many different whale watching adventures. Okay, and, of course, we've got the Heritage Heat tomorrow, 1 p.m. You got to get there. I think you should be in this, Nixie, but anyway, it's on tomorrow from 1 p.m. Don't miss the Legends Hit the Water, presented by at Realty Lennox Head, Pauline Mensa, Rob Bain, Matt Wilkinson, James Wood, Chelsea Hedges, Glenn Casey, Adam Melling, and where's Nixie Ryan in there? Should be Nixie Ryan there too. But anyway, that's just my personal opinion.
And Isla Huppets up and riding on her first wave. Nice first carve to get this one started. And comes around the section and hits that one in the pocket, and again, lots of spray, and finishes that one off with a powerful turn for Isla.
And then blue, Natalie Fensom getting away. Whoa, big turn there to finish for Natalie. Oh. Wow, well, Isla Huppets, that was surgeon-like precision, wasn't it? She really attacked that. We'll have to have a look at the replay there. 13 and a half minutes remaining. So we've got a wave there for green as well. So that might have been Lahani maybe on that wave. We'll see the replays, but a few scores to come through. And the Heritage Heat tomorrow at 1 p.m. Bainey, Pauline Mensah, Matt Wilco, James Wood, Chelsea Hedges, Glenn Casey, Adam Melling, and maybe a guest appearance by Nixie Ryan. We'll see. Bring your board, Nixie, I reckon. Oh, and there we go. Looks like a replay of Isla Huppet's wave there. So we're waiting for scores,
Looks like Natalie Fensom on this one. One big turn, but cannot pull that one off, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was Lahani Zorik who did that big Rio before right at the end, right down the way. So be interesting to see what those scores are. Judges have a bit of work to do. 12 minutes remaining in this heat. And up next, the under-18 boys in the Oz Grom Open, Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill. Rightio. Well, Isla Huppets opens with an 8.67. Is that the highest score of today? I reckon it might be. Wow. How, if you wanted to open your heat, not a bad way to do it, 8.67. So
8.67. That's what you want at the start of the heat, Tapper.
Yeah, first of red, an 8.67. First of red, an 8.67. You know what some competitors do? You ever do that? If you get a really good score, you keep waving and asking for the score over and over again. Do you do that one?
No, but I know people that do that, and it's to try and suck the other people out, I think.
Kelly Slater does that. Particularly when he gets a 10. He says, hang on, I didn't hear that. Can you say it again? I'm sure they didn't hear that. A big psych-out move. Oh, look at Lahani Zorik's score coming through. I think we've got a battle on here.
Yeah, another healthy number it's looking like for Lahani. And just over 10 minutes remaining. White, you have first priority. Green with second priority. Blue with third priority. And red with fourth priority.
And we've got a big Saturday coming up too for those folks who might be watching thinking, I should go down and check out the Soundboks Oz Grom Open presented by O'Neill, because tomorrow we've got surf mud application, prizes to be won, and a treasure hunt with prizes from Mondo and FCS. And I think... Is it the pie eating contest tomorrow?
Is it Saturday tomorrow?
Yeah, it is Saturday tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I'm sort of lost with days too. So the pie eating on tomorrow too. Oh, here we go. Lahani Zorik up and riding.
Huge first turn for her. Nice wrap and another nice wrap back to the whitewater. Just working her way through this inside and hits it again. It's Lahani working her way down the beach. And not a bad backup for Lahani.
She's such a competitor, eh? And here we go. That's White Lola Group pushing through to the inside and off the top. I had a chat with a mum, and she was at the Seas today, the Surfing Australian thing. And she goes, Mum, I want to go. Oh, here we go, the replay. That's a full replay there of Lola Group.
Nice first turn for Lola and a second. Just trying to find that steep section. The wave goes a little flat on her, but she's doing a good job to work her way through to the inside and finds that left connection and hits it one more time. And here's the replay for Lehani.
Oh, Lehani really rounds out her turns there. And the way her arm movement is as well, it's so advanced for one so young. She really has a very advanced surfing style. It's only a youngster, 13, isn't she, or something?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, wow.
In the under 14 still, I think.
Yeah, well, she was at the Caesar Day.
Yeah.
And she went up and said, Mum, I want to ask Lane Beachley what it felt like losing, like Steph beating her record. They go, no, you can't do that. She went up and said, and Lane went, oh, the whales in the background for people on the internet there, all going off there. And so she went up and asked Lane, and Lane said, oh, it was good, it was bad, I was happy, I was sad, it was a relief. But most of all, she said, I know that no one is ever going to beat my 6 world titles in a row. You know what Lehani said? I am. How is that for cocky for a 13-year-old, eh?
Confident.
That's confident. That's cool.
She wants it.
Yeah, she wants it.
And Lehani's first wave dropped in at a 7.0. So, and her second wave has just dropped in at a 5.0. So Lehani in the green, you're in the lead with a 7.0 and a 5.0. Red, you're in second with just the 8.67. Blue is in third, looking for a 7.08. And white, you're in fourth. Sorry, white, you're in third now. Your last wave came through at a 3.77. You're now looking for a 4.91. And blue, you're looking for a 7.08. So green, you're in first. Red in second. White in third. And blue in fourth. And just 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, beautiful afternoon here at Lennox Head and some great waves and great surfing going on. This is the last of the WSL heats for the day, but I believe straight away tomorrow morning we're back into it with the Traeger Woodfight Grill Pro Junior. That'll be on first thing in the morning, so that should be pretty awesome. 6 minutes 20 remaining, and Isla Huppets is sitting patient. Second priority. Natalie Fensom's got first priority. Lehani Zorik has got the third priority, and Lola Groob yet to get her next priority. She'll be heading back out, but oh, there she goes. She's got fourth priority. So 6 minutes remaining. This heat has flown by.
Yeah, where did the time go? So, blue, you're in fourth. You're looking for a 7.08 to get to second. And white, you're in third, looking for a 4.91. Red is currently in second with just the one wave of an 8.67. And green is in the lead. And this looks like Natalie Fenson up and riding. Huge first turn for Natalie. And another turn off the lip there. A great two-turn combo for blue. With just over 5 minutes remaining.
Oh, no, I missed it.
5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining.
Well, Natalie Fensom, she used a priority. Might see a replay there to see what happened on that wave. At the moment, Isla Huppets in second. Hasn't got that second wave, though. She's playing the patience game. She knows she only needs 2 waves. A very savvy competitor is Isla. A very competitive competitor is Isla too.
Natalie, your last wave came in at a 6.43. You're still in third. Now just looking for a 2.25.
Well, Natalie Fensom is back in the game, but here we go. That is Lola Groob on the back end. Hooks it up and under, and just doesn't ride out of that one. So at the moment, Isla Huppets, she's got the best wave of the heat, the best wave I think I've seen today, maybe. And here she goes. There's Isla Huppets up and racing. Comes off the top. Whoa, karate chop. Hiya!
Yes, nice powerful turn there for Isla.
Wow, that was quick too.
Very quick and snappy.
Be interesting to see what the judges gave that, but in Isla's case, it's that's given her another score, so it's going to increase where she is anyway. But will it be enough to take the lead over Lahani Zorik? But here we go. Looks like Lahani having a wave here.
Yeah, Lehani out the back on a set wave. Nice carve to start things off. And another carve there. The wave kind of died out a little bit.
Yeah, kind of went fat that way, so didn't give her the scoring potential she wanted. But I'm interested to see these scores. 2 minutes remaining, lightning fast heat. It was still 20 minutes, but this one seemed to have gone faster. Rightio, Blue, your last wave was a 6.43. We are waiting for scores. Last of Red Isla Huppets of 4.6 has put you into first place. Waiting for last of Green, and we can give you a situation, Blue. Before Green's last wave, you did need a 5.58 to move into second, but we've still got another wave for Blue. For Green. So if the wave doesn't increase, you still need a 5.58. And that's correct. So Blue, you need a 5.58 to go to second. White, you need an 8.23 to go to second. Green, you are in second with a 7.0 and a 5.0. Red in first with an 8.67 and a 4.6. And there is just over 1 minute remaining. And look at Lahani Zorik. She is motoring out there. Got a big paddle power for a young girl, hasn't she?
Yeah, she paddles very fast for little arms. I guess she's kind of tall, actually.
Yeah, she has got long arms.
Yeah.
Wow, like all the girls are still in this. We got 44 seconds though. We're getting down on time, and here we go. That's Blue up and riding. Very important wave. Natalie Fensom, and she kicks off that one. So we may see a quick replay there on the screen, but we've got 30 seconds remaining. I'd say we may be wrapped up before then. So this last wave of Blue could be very important. It comes in at a 2.87, so it doesn't change things. With 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds, and attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rightio, well folks, we'll go to an ad break there as we wrap it up. And we'll be back with the next heat for you. Catch you real soon.
Welcome back to our online viewers to the Soundboks Oz Grom Open presented by O'Neill. We are into round 1 of the under 18 boys. I'm Nixie Ryan and I have Tapper here with me.
G'day, Nixie, and wow, we're into the under 18 boys of the Soundboks Oz Grom Open presented by O'Neill. And of course, it is the under 18 boys. These fellows are quite serious. They're under 18s, but at the moment we've got some small wave scores, but I'm sure that will change later on. I think we've got a wave to come through for red still to come through, so we'll get that. And looks like priority has been set, so we've got waves for everybody. So we'll wait till those scores come through. And we've got a bit of motion out there, a couple of surfers paddling, but no one going.
And Green up and riding, using his first priority. Nice turn there, gets a little caught up, but makes it around that section. And not much left on that one. That was Ruben Sharp in the green. And a replay of Mitchell Peterson on our live stream.
Wow, he was kicking the tail out the back there, wasn't he, Nixie?
Yeah, great way to start the heat for Mitchell. Tic-tacking his way to the inside and lovely finish there. Bit of a fin slide and rides out of that one nicely. And Green up again, huge first turn, gets around that section and making his way to the inside, goes for the air but just cannot ride out of that one, and Blue up behind him as well. White at the back with first priority. Just waiting for those scores to drop in, and then we'll give you surfers an update. Just over 13 minutes on the clock. First priority with Blue, second priority with White, and third priority with Red.
Rightio. Well, Mitchell Peterson opened with a 7.83, a 7.83. Blue, you're in first with a 4.17 and a 6.0. Ruben Sharp in the green, you need a 5.77 to go to second. And Mitchell Henderson in the white, you need a 5.41 to go to second. Just on 12 minutes remaining. Rightio, 11 minutes remaining. Next heat out there will be Jesse Ferguson, Lachlan Agris, Jerry Kelly and Jarvis Barrow. Another great heat. Every heat's great here. And whoa, how was that turn? Reuben Sharp liked that one, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's actually a local boy, Reuben Sharp. Yeah.
He'd have to surf Sharps, wouldn't he?
Probably. Yeah. Reuben Sharp in the Lee Bar Club.
I wish I had a place with my name. Like
Yeah.
a surf, a break. Back in the day, back in Bali, if you discovered a break, you could name it yourself. And Murray Burton from Pipe Dream, he named Lakey Peak.
Was his name Lakey?
No, he just...
Oh, he just named it.
Yeah,
something
he named
random.
it
Oh,
Lakey
that's
Peak,
cool.
yeah.
Did you name anywhere?
No, I'm not that old.
Oh.
Oh, I wish. Oh. Okay, well, at the moment it's Caden Francis in the lead, Mitchell Peterson in second, Reuben Sharp in third, Mitchell Henderson in fourth. But that wave of Reuben Sharps will stir up the pot, I reckon, with 10 minutes remaining. Wait for that score to come through for Reuben, and it's a 4.07. Mitchell Peterson whipping one off the top. So, Mitty P, that's his second score. That should improve where he's at there, Nixie. It's get a little chilly here in the commentator's booth. You need to get a heater. Well, Queensland or northern New South Wales chilly, which for those normal humans around in Victoria, summer. It's summer. Okay, waiting for scores. Nine and a half minutes remaining. That second score of Mitchell Peterson's may change things up.
Mitchell Peterson, your last wave comes in at a 3.87, so you move into first place with a 7.83 and a 3.87. Blue, you're in second with a 4.17 and a 6. You're looking for a 5.71 to go to first. Green, you're in third, looking for a 6.1. And white, you're in fourth, looking for a 7.74. Green, you're in third, looking for a 6.1 to advance. White, you're in fourth, looking for a 7.74. Blue, you're in second, looking for a 5.71 to go to the lead. And red, you're still in first with a 7.83 and a 3.87. Just under 7 minutes remaining.
That's Mitchell. That's Mitchell Henderson putting it up there, and we got someone on the end there.
Yeah, blue. Caden Francis on the end of that one. Two-turn combo. That last turn was very spicy. Just looking to better his 4.17. 5 minutes remaining.
Rightio, surfers in the water, surfers in the water. We are on manual priority. We are on manual priority. Okay, surfers in the water, we are on manual priority. So, ladies and gentlemen, and the internet, that just means that we've had a little trouble with our automatic priorities. We see going to 12 o'clock rock there, Mitchell Henderson. So we're using the old-fashioned cards instead of the digital. So we just had to let the surfers know that. But wow, Mitchell Henderson, he's getting busy with it. He's got the vanilla ice surfboard. You know the vanilla ice when it's like half pink, half white? That's vanilla ice.
Vanilla ice?
You know the vanilla ice, the lolly?
No,
it's like a lolly.
I've never heard of that.
Oh, it's yummy. It's like sort of fudge, but it's vanilla and pink.
Oh, yeah.
White and pink or vanilla ice. Great.
Great spray. And green is up, Ruben Sharp.
Not the Ice Ice Baby guy that sings the rap song.
That was a huge two-turn combo there for Ruben Sharp.
Wow, that could have put him back in the game.
Just on 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Waiting for scores to drop through, and then we'll give you an update in the water. Red, you're the current heat leader. You have a 7.83 and a 3.87. Blue, you're in second, needing a 5.71 to get to first. White, you're in third, looking for a 5.55. And green, you're in fourth. Green, you've actually switched to third, needing a 5.48. Your last wave was a 4.7 green. Green up again, one big whack off the top there, and just can't get around that section, unfortunately. And Caden Francis, situation change. Caden Francis is in the lead now. Blue, you're in the lead. Your last wave was a 6.1. So it's blue in the lead, red, you're in second, green is in fourth, needing a 7.01, and white is in fourth, looking for a 7.03. We're down to the final minute. It's blue first, red second, green third, and white fourth.
Rightio, it's coming to crunch time. And Caden Francis, his last wave, or second to last wave, was a 6-1 that jumped him into the lead. White, Mitchell Henderson has a little bit of a look at that. There's only 40 seconds remaining. 30 seconds. $20 seconds. Oh, looks like it might be Mitchell Peterson having a look at this one with 10 seconds, and attention to countdown as Mitty P rips it off the top with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rightio, folks. While we're waiting for that wave for Mitchell Peterson, we're going to swing to an ad break. We'll be back real soon with the next heat and results of that last heat.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Over 274,000 Australians trusted us with their property journey. List confidently and sell successfully with an @Realty local expert. Scan below for your instant property estimate today.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And after that last heat, the results there, it was, well, I think you might have the results there, Nixie, or is it me? No, I've got the results here. I found them. And that was Caden Francis got the win, Mitchell Peterson second, Ruben Sharp third, and Mitchell Henderson in fourth. And so right now out in the water, it is Lockie Argris just got away with a small one. Jesse Ferguson, Jerry Kelly and Jarvis Barrow. This will be our last heat on. We're going to have Chris Enover and Zach coming in. Zach Whiteman coming in to wrap it up for the day, the final two heats of the day. They've got those big woolly overcoats so they can come in and with their beanies and all that and cover up. And here we go. That's blue Lockie Argos. Lockie rips. He little bloke from Kingscliff.
Yeah, he's got a sister too, as well, hey?
Ava,
yeah.
Yeah.
Thought so.
They both surf really good, both goofy footers. And look at the Lock Monster. Of course, Lockie, he represented Australia with the Irukandjis. He's already been to a ISA World Titles.
Wow.
Lockie did pretty well too.
That's impressive. Did he go with his sister or just him?
I think it was just Lockie. I don't know if Ava went to go. I think Ava had a knee injury at that stage.
Oh, yeah.
Ava's got over a knee injury, though. She rips. But, yeah, I just call him the Loch Ness Monster because I've got a Lachlan too, and I call him a Loch Ness Monster. I think that's just the thing about being Lachlan. You get it. That's what you get.
Yep. And that was a nice start for Lachlan.
Well, of course, Jesse Ferguson, runner-up at the Oz Grom Comp, is in the red. Jesse, he has been on fire, ripping, doing a lot of work with the HPC as well. Same as Lockie too. So red and blue, of course, the top two seeds in this heat. Like in all heats, colours are a bit different than when I was a Grom. They used to go red, white, yellow, blue, but not now.
They used to be yellow, actually. I feel like each event's different.
Yeah, it is. They're mixing it up a bit now. And also because yellow's leader in the WSL. So maybe they're dropping it. Because they even have a yellow leaders jersey in the Asian series now too.
Yeah, they do.
You got to get that on one day, girl.
I don't know if it's just for the Asia.
Oh, right. So it's not for the whole lot.
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. We're on film. Wave to the people, girl.
Hi, guys.
Three times winner. Look out. Triple threat. Multiple finalists.
Oh, we're still on there.
She knows how to do it. Not anymore, though, because you're in the adult world now.
Yeah, I'm too old now.
You're so old.
So old. Lachlan Blue drops a 3.33. And I think this is green on the left. Just a quick one for him.
Oh, and this is red. Jesse Ferguson. Oh, look at Jesse with that yellow ball. Whips it out of the lip. Hits it. Wow, that was quick fire, but didn't get that second turn. But you can see he's got a bit of a spring in his step. And did you find, like after you won one of these events, did you find that gave you a lot of confidence leading into the next event?
Yeah, it was always like the Oki, the Skull Candy, and then state title straight after. So it was like bang, bang, bang. So yeah. I feel like if you got momentum in the first one, then you went even better in the second one, and then state just felt very confident if you did well.
You won a few New South Wales titles?
I honestly can't even remember. I don't even know.
I bet you have. I bet you have.
Yeah, and then it was also the school states after that as well. So it was like 4 comps in a row.
Wow, that's a pretty hectic schedule for the New South Wales kiddies, because I know Queensland have theirs beforehand.
No, it was literally the best 3 weeks on the road.
Well, we can tell you love that Grom life. Grom life, eh? So, waiting for scores. Oh, there's Jesse Ferguson. He's up and running again. Cuts it back. That bright yellow board really accentuates his surfing. And wow, great finish there, Jesse Ferguson. So a couple of scores to come in for young Jesse there. And that's Jerry Kelly now.
Wow, that was a great last turn for red.
Yeah, Jesse Ferguson. He's been fired up. Of course, he's riding in a Darren Hanley design boards. And Darren Hanley will be at the hotel tonight.
Yeah.
The Ball and All podcast, direct from the Lennox Heads Hotel. I had a great dinner there. Here's a replay of Jesse.
Nice floater to get around that section, and another nice carve there. And this last turn was huge. Perfect timing, very powerful. And that was Jesse Ferguson in the red.
Well, it'll be interesting to see that score come to hand.
Red, your last wave came in at a 5.17, and you've got a 3.13, and you're currently in the lead. Blue, you're in second with a 3.33 and a 0.4. Green, you're in third looking for a 1.57, and white in fourth looking for a 2.17.
And here we go. Oh, look, a little bit of toing and froing. Oh, I wonder what happens with the priority there. There we go. Jerry Kelly rips that one off the top. So Jerry Kelly got their wave weight for that score.
Red up and riding on this one. Wow, first turn for Jesse Ferguson was huge.
That was massive. So vertical too on his forehand. Can't wait to see the replay of that. See how the judges saw that for one big turn.
That yellow board really stands out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does really accentuate the turns. And, you know, I love colour on a board. I think I've only got one board that's just plain white.
Yeah.
And even that's got something drawn on it.
Yeah, white gets a little bit boring, and they go yellow as well.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, blue. Blue, you're currently in third position. You've got a 3.33 and a 0.4. You're looking for a 1.44 to go to second.
So last of white was a 3.2. Last of white was a 3.2. So white with a 3.2 and a 1.57 in second. Blue, you're looking for a 1.44. A 1.44 to go to second. Green, you're looking for a 2.61. Jesse Ferguson, his last wave, a 4.67. So white, you're going to need a 6.64 to go into first. Red first, white second, blue third, green in fourth.
So it's red in the lead, white in second, blue you're in third, looking for a 1.44, and green you're in fourth, looking for a 2.61. With just over 6 minutes remaining.
Rightio, 5.5 minutes remaining. Our competitors for the next heat are making their way out there. And at the moment, it's red first, white second, blue third, green in fourth. Just over 5 minutes remaining.
Heat 3 coming up of the under-18 boys. We have Ocean Lancaster in the red, Felix Burns in the blue, Jackson Woolno in the white, and Ryder Lucy in the green. And that is the yellow flag going up right now. 5 minutes left. This is Jarvis Barrow, quick up and down for him. Green, you're still in fourth, looking for a 2.61. Blue in third, looking for a 1.44. White in second, looking for a 6.64 to go to the lead. And red, Jesse Ferguson in the lead with a 5.17 and a 4.67. Just on 3 minutes remaining. A minute 45 left. Green still chasing that 2.61. Blue looking for a 1.44 to go into second. White, you're in second, looking for a 6.64. And red is in the lead with a 5.17 and looking to better a 4.67 with just over a minute remaining. Pretty much a battle for second at this point in the heat.
Yeah, well, at the moment, Jesse Ferguson, he's got those ways and, rip it in. But here we go. That is green. Jarvis Barrow flying down the line. Going to get loose in the juice. Lays it back and rides it out the front. So we'll see how the judges saw that. We've got a drone shot on the thing there. Oh, and he comes off just as I talk about the drone shot. He comes off there, but great work by our drone operator today, and some awesome footage shown to our audience.
Down to 30 seconds.
Make sure you turn it off. Rightio, well look, it's 10 seconds. Attention to countdown, counting it out. We've had a few moves around with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rightio, folks, we're going to go to an ad break on the webcast. We'll be back very soon with Zach and Chris taking you through the next heat.
Alrighty, welcome back. Thank you for those great images of our sponsors. And wow, Ballina, Lennox, what a day. Day number 2 of the 6-day event. And swooping, that is our next heat. Number 3, we're back at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open presented by O'Neill. The Traeger Pro Junior hits a pause. But right now, heat 3, that was Felix Burns, former state champion from Wollongong. Felix Burns, such a goofy footing. Vertical attack young kid. Jackson Woolner, he's back out there. The dark horse in white, Ocean Lancaster, and that kid, oh my gosh, smooth as silk. And then Ryder Lucy, first wave for white, 2-5. So it's bang on, game on. The best under 18s, they're 16 and 17. Some of their last years for some of these under 18s, and then they hit the Pro Junior, and some have already dipped their toes in. Alrighty, so look at that lifeguard. Thank you to Planko and Bodie Williams. ALS keeping it safe for our athletes every day. Big shout out to them. Again, you want to become a lifeguard, want to learn how to fly a drone. A great volunteer and also a great job as well if you want it between seasons of surfing. Check it out. I know Morgan Siblick's a lifeguard. And plenty of surfers doing it up and down the East Coast and around the world as well. Australian Lifeguard Service, our great sponsors and supporters. Alrighty, 3 minutes gone, 17 remain. I'd like to thank Tapper and Nixie Ryan as they take a break, and they'll be back day 3 to day 6. And also our Heritage heat. We've got Heritage on the mic with Rabbit Bartholomew. 16.5 minutes remaining. And don't forget, some highlights tomorrow. We've got the Legends Heritage Heat at 1 o'clock. Pauline Menza, former world champ. Rob Baines, CT surfer. And Matt Wilkinson. James Wood, the local Supercoach Super Surfer World Junior champ. Chelsea Hedges, 2008 Women's World champ. Glenn Casey, CT. And Adam Melling, I think on the tour, 11 years with B. Durbridge. Holds quite the illustrious surf career here representing Lennox. Alrighty, scores are in. 2-5 for white. Blue 1-3. Jackson 0.67.
Yeah, so crispy. We come to the close of the day very shortly. Second last heat down here, day number 2. And we're back into the Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill. Best rubber in the business. And we know we have Mr. O'Neill himself, Robbie Bain. He'll be in the Heritage Heat.
Yep, we'll just talk about that. 1 o'clock tomorrow now. He'll be taking on Adam Melling on his 5'7", no doubt. Adam will be.
Naughty Pauls.
Yep.
Pauline Menza.
James Wood, 2 times world junior champ. But look at this replay. Let's go to live action on the replay, and that is the man in green. On the outside of Lucy. Nice little pickup. This is that afternoon on shore. And just some small scores. It was Ryder Lucy, and he extends the lead. Jackson Woolner, he's in the Pro Junior. The Traeger Pro Junior is out there with a small score, 144. And Felix Byrne, as I said, state champion, represented New South Wales. He'll be looking for his goofy attack to strike a blow. Here we go. Jackson Woolner, the dark horse.
Ooh, goes for the punt, but just goes down there, Crispy. So we are back onto live heats, right?
Yeah, and YouTube, live on YouTube, ozgromopen.com.au.
And yeah, it's a nice stacked heat tomorrow.
Yeah, so that Heritage, as you said, Pauline Menza, Chelsea Hedges, Robbie Bain, Matt Wilco. How good's that?
Mello, one of Libar royalty.
I reckon we have all the goofy footers going left and all the natural footers going right. What do you reckon? And then they can swap.
Well, if you look at Matt Wilkinson's backhand, I mean, it's one of the best backhanders in the business, still to this current day.
Yeah, he's still surfing, coaching around.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, Surf Mart, one of our great sponsors, Jason and the crew, they'll be doing some kids' activations, applying sunscreen on the balance board. Plenty of prizes to be done, some hats, some Surf Mud sunscreen, and the treasure hunt. We love a treasure hunt where you either get an empty box or a box full of goodies. Which one are you going to pick?
Oh, I love a box full of goodies. And looking forward to that one. That's going to be exciting. So plenty of action tomorrow. Super Saturday, as we call it down here, because the weekend action is going to be heating right up. It looks like a bit of a wave hitting the lineup there, but Surfers out of position. 13 minutes on the clock, and situation is first is Ryder Lucy in the green, a 2.5 and a 4. Jackson Woolno, he is in second, a 0.77 and a 1.27. So just some throwaway scores there, and Felix in the blue, just a throwaway as well, a 1.30. And well, the top seed, Mr. Ocean Lancaster, out there in the red, drop an anchor.
Yeah, he's going patient, and when he hits the button, he goes 110%, and he will fly, he will slide, and it's going to be amazing. But I'll tell you what, up next, Ben Zanata, he's in 2 divisions. Tajay the same, the goofy footer from the south coast of Wollongong. Alexis Owen, last year's equal third, remember him, one of the O'Neill top surfers, and Oscar Glassop, under 18s, Australian, Indonesian. Great to have him here, and his brother. All right, right now, Ryder Lucy in the lead, a 2.5 and a 4.0. Green leads, white second. White requires one score of 5.23. Blue, you need a 0.74. And Ocean Lancaster holding anchor with priority 1. Needs a wave. He's got a 12-minute heat on his hand, Chriso.
Yeah, but hold the phone. It looks like there's a bit of a set rolling on here, and Red is going to activate his priority. This is a nice-looking wave. He's going to square off the bottom and just blast that thing nice and tight. So first good turn for Red. Will he find the reform? He's going to jump over this little dead section. He's getting speed. Oh, hold the phone. Look at this thing. Larry section coming up.
Oh.
And just as we called it.
Did I not say?
That is my go-to turn. If there's a turn that I love more than anything in the world, it is a Larry. And
all I want you
a good
to do,
Larry section when a good Larry section appears.
All I want you to do, look at the replay. This is Ocean Lancaster. Waited 8 minutes. Here we go. Nice wave. Bang. First one. Look, watch his arms open up. There we go. Square up. It's like he's holding a broom. But watch here. He throws the arms, generates the speed, rail to rail. Watch him square up. Here we go. Bang. Opens it up. kicks off the back. You got the back foot power. You got the technique flow state. You got big points coming right there. Worth the wait in gold. Ocean Lancaster, stand by for score.
Yeah, I love the big open wingspan he's got. The technique is really dialed in there.
Well, there's for all those kids at home, mums and dads. You want to improve your surfing? Open up your arms like Ocean Lancaster and get it done. Get the speed. He'll go definitely from the Chook House chicken and he'll go up into that, well, the driver's seat for round. And they're in the round, with the under 18s, it's 32. They're in the round of 16. They make this heat as well. There it is, 667. Dropped in, 667 a red. Fourth to first, situation change. Chriso, what does green need?
Yeah, so that pushes Ryder Lucy down into second, situation change. He's looking for a 2.68. A 2.68 is the number required for green to go back to first, but keep in mind, Ocean Lancaster still hasn't got a second score yet. So green, you are down into second. You have a top score of a 4. You're looking for a 2.868 to go to first. White, you're chasing a 5.23 to go to second. You're in third. So White's in third, chasing a 5.23. Fourth is blue, chasing a 5.20. So blue, you're in fourth, chasing a 5.20. There, your situation at hand. Priority is with blue, then white, green, red. And up and riding is blue.
All right, that is the man in blue, and that is Felix Burns. And he's got the blue on. I love that for the state of origin. Representing New South Wales as a surfer. Is that the good omen for next week? But Felix Burns has some work to do. First wave of 1-3. Stand by. Here we go. Quick sticks. Under priority 3. It's the man. Rat-tat-tat. And he goes big. He doesn't... It's like he's in 6th gear. If he had a bike, there's only 1 gear and a 6th gear, and that is Ocean Lancaster. One big turn, but just didn't get the landing. So that'll come around as a 1. There is our last heat of the day. And there is the man, Oscar Glassop. Great to see him back in hometown of Lennox. Always travelling around Nias and that and around the world. Good luck out there, Oscar. First time he's been in a steamer for years. Always surfing in shorts. All right, red in the lead, 667. Score to drop in. It'll be around a 1. Green requires a 2.68. White needs a 5.23. White is third, Jackson Woolner. And Felix Burns, score to come. Here we go. Ocean Lancaster, under priority, keeping busy, activating after 12 minutes, getting his good score. And here we go for green. So some nice pinpoint surfing up and down like a yo-yo is Ryder Lucy and also Ocean Lancaster. Last of green to come, last of red to come. 7.5 minutes remaining. Heat number 3, under 18 boys. Soundboks Oz Grom Open. O'Neill, day 2 of the 6. And don't forget, opening up tomorrow, it's going to be another cracking day. I think we've got 27 heats tomorrow. 7 minutes remaining, and we've got 1 more heat to go. And then we head over to the Ball and All podcast at Lennox Hotel, hearing from Darren Hanley, DHD, at the Ball and All podcast with Woody Kondo and the crew.
Yes, so last scores come in for red, 490. 490 does extend his lead. So red is well out in front now. Well out in front.
And that was under priority too, just to note there, Chris. Kept busy under 4th and 3rd priority and stuck to his guns. Just took the scraps that the other surfers didn't want and just turned it into gold. So 6-6-7, the wave of the heat, and the second wave. So the focus is on second spot at the moment. So don't forget tomorrow, the finish will start with heat 5 to 8 of this under 18 Soundboks Oz Grom under 18s, but live action. Here we go, Jackson Woolner. First big turn and just went a bit late to that section. Didn't complete the second, but made amends on the first. And wow, what a day of great waves of our Traeger Pro Junior, but live action. Here we go, left. Ryder Lucy on a random left.
Big wafting backhand turn there for the surfer in green. So that's 5 minutes on the clock. 5 minutes. We're into the final quarter of this second last heat of the day. And Ryder looking for, well, a pretty decent number now to go to first. I think it was around a 7.37.
Yeah, 7.57. But what he does do, he does improve hopefully on that 3-4. All right, 4.5 minutes. Red leads. Green requires a 7.57 to grab the lead. He's in second. Blue, to make the round of 16, you need a 4.6. And Surfer in white, you're in fourth. You need a 5.13 middle score. Priority 1 with blue. Priority 2 red. Priority 3 to white. Here we go. Looking for the scraps. That is white. Up and riding. Jackson Woolner going for the air rev. Gets the rev. Doesn't get the landing. You can see the intensity. 4 minutes remaining. Again, watch it live on Live Heats for the scores on YouTube and via Oz Grom Open, the Soundboks Oz Grom Open.com.au. Or check it out for the Traeger Pro Junior when that reignites tomorrow after the 18s and 18 women there, Chris. We go back to the World Surf League app. Lock it all in. Eddie. All right, 3 minutes 10. Red in the lead, Ocean Lancaster. 6.67 again. He waited 8 minutes for that one, but flawless effort. Clinical attack. Here we go. Felix Burns. Really important way for him to set the pace, get that first turn in. There it is. Nice setup. You can see this low profile waiting to attack. Now he's going to go this reform as he hits the shower just near Shelter Cafe and bang, looks to finish. So tidy wave. Couple of good backhand turns and then change direction. This is going to be a close one. So 3 minutes to go. Felix Burns is looking for the score to knock on the door of Ryder Lucy in second. Green needs to improve on a 3.43. Felix Burns has the score to come in. Here we go. Jackson Woolner. Is he going to go big to the air for a big score? And well, he was in the Pro Junior. This is what happens when you're in the double. You just get bowed out of it and you think you got a good heat and suddenly someone else steals it from you for the next progression. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, looks like he might be calling it a day there, Surfer in white, because, well, it is a long paddle back out. And it is the Surfer in red holding down the lead still, the top seed. Ocean Lancaster, a great performance so far, 6.67 and a 4.90. Ryder Lucy in second, a 4 and a 3.43. But, well, Felix Burns and James Woolley have just struggled to get it going in this heat. Yep. They've just been a bit out of rhythm, and well, with 90 seconds on the clock, they're going to need something special on the back end. But don't write them off just yet. There's still time. Minute 20. We see a few little bumps maybe approaching the lineup. The only issue is that red does hold first priority and green second priority, so they're going to take the pick of the litter if something does pop up.
Alrighty, situation, red in the lead. The mad minutes here. 1 minute remaining. Red leads. Green, you're in second. You need to improve on a 3.43. Bluey serve. Blue needs a 4.6. Last wave of Felix Burns a 2.83. Not enough. White, you need a 5.13. Your last wave a 2.3. And there is the drone shot. Look at that. Benaboudi bringing home the afternoon. There's our setup, our get up. A big shout out to all our great sponsors, Labar Committee, the Labar Board Riders. We heard from our great Presidente. All right, 30 seconds. Here we go. Felix Burns, last throwdown effort and not the one he kicks out. It's like he drops the king and submits. Stall. 15 seconds.
Yeah, we're going to count this one down very shortly, Crispy. Down into 10 seconds now. So that is going to be all she wrote for heat number
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, looks like that's a wrap. We'll go straight to a break, and we'll be back with our last heat of the day, Heat 4 of the under-18s. .com.au, but welcome back all those online. What you've missed, we'll try and get a replay, but Ben Zanata going bananas.
Yeah, so this is the last heat of the day, and thank you for tuning in. And well, here's the replay from what happened during the ad break. Benny Zanata racing down the line. And Surfer in white. This is Alexis Owen. Nice first turn there. A lot of these surfers have already surfed in the Pro Junior today. And now they're into the under-18 division here at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open presented by O'Neill. And well, Alexis Owen getting, well, a good opening ride there and finishes nice and strong. So that's how you want to open your heat, especially when the waves are a little bit slow. And up and riding, the man from DY, Benny Zanata. But it has been a great day of action, and thank you everyone for coming down. Thanks everyone for tuning in around the world and checking out, well, all the action that Lennox Head has delivered, and there's been plenty of it today, Crispy. And well, some of my highlights, you asked before, well, it's been some of the goofy footers, actually. There we saw Tommy Whitpain.
Yeah, he's causing some. I love that. Think about it. He started with the small wave. It got his repetition, got his movement, put him on the set of the day, and he just went bananas and posted an excellent score.
Yeah, and then also Harley Walters. He was really electric out there too. And Jimmy Hill on the forehand looked good, very powerful down the line. And high-flying Huey Vaughan. He put on a good performance. Benny Zanardo, who's actually in this heat right now, he dominated his heat in the Pro Junior, and well, now he's double dipping in the 18s, and he is a red hot talent. But also, you can't go past, I think, Leilani Zorik. I think it's her first Pro Junior ever. 12 years old, competing in the Pro Junior event, and, well, locked in a 7-point ride and went on to make that heat as well. And that was a really, really tough heat. That was the best heat on paper of the whole event by far. And
rewarded the scores from our great judges according to the criteria. Again, big hits in the big section, rewarding, commitment, and critical surfing. All right now, Ben Zanardo out there. Just got a couple of data issues, so we'll get the scores out as soon as we can. 15.5 minutes, there it is. So all the scores drop in. Red, a 5-1-7 and a 3-6-7. Red leads. White, you got a 4-6-7 one wave. You need a 4-1-8 to grab the lead for white. First wave of green, a 3-0, and Traeger, a 1-1-3. And look at that drone shot. Again, Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill, bringing the beautiful waves, the beautiful pictures and images of our beautiful place called home, and that is Lennox Head.
Yeah, this is where a lot of junior careers have kicked off over the years. It's been at the forefront of Grom and junior surfing, this venue. Right here.
Yep.
Careers have been made, etched into the history books. And here's a big backhand blast from the surfer in blue. Traeger just doesn't ride out of that one.
Well, just to name a few, last year's 1.1 million views on Dane Henry's backflip. 10-point ride. You got people like Craig Anderson winning the Oz Grom Open, and that was when it was Rusty Gromfest. The 14th year, where it was formerly known as Skull Candy, now the Soundboks this year. And wow, look at that drone image of the paddle.
I'm sure Wilco won it one year. Julian. There was some
Brody Sale a couple of years ago. Brody Sale. So the internationals have had a good campaign, and even co-commentator, Pro Junior and Under 16s, Nixie Ryan. 2 in the same year.
Yeah, look at this one. Here is Benny Zanardo. Big wafting turn there to start off. This thing's gone a bit flat on him, but he's going to draw it back into the pocket, wait for it to hit the bank. And it's starting to stand up. He's going to wrap through another carve. Oh, but look at this one out the back behind it. Holy moly. Big open face carve there. That is Alexis Owen. Another good wrapping turn. Will he get over this dead section and maybe find himself a good old Larry section? Here he goes. Approaches that one. And, yep, leg strength is on point. Rides out of that one. So the surfer in white. That's another good backup number.
All right, 13 minutes remaining. Let's look at the replay. Thank you, Soundboks, our main sponsor of this division. 18s, 16s, and 14s. Ben Zanardo getting the first one there. Look at the replay. This is Alexis Owen, 3rd last year in this division. Big wave there, sets the turn. We called him Captain Consistent. Look at him open his arms and square up. Nice couple of calves. Again, that turn, a nice choice of turn, but it's the finish that he gets the points. Bangs it up there, and look at him fight that landing. So 3 big calves, open face, and 1 big finish. So Alexis Owen cementing 2nd spot, but Ben Zanardo score to come. He's dominating the lead. So stand by, Oscar Glossop. Priority is with green. Priority 1 green. Priority 2 blue. Priority 3 to red. But on the scoreboard, blue in 4th needs a 3.55. Green needs a 1.68, but 2 scores to come. That'll rattle the cage. They'll need good scores after they drop in. There it is, some free surfers. 12 minutes, fellas. Give it a couple of minutes, about 5 minutes for those free surfers. Harry, Keenan, and it looks like Huey, Vui, and Bluey. 12 minutes remaining. Last heat of the day. Again, the second of 6 days. And look at that replay on screen. That is I think he's from New Zealand, Alexis Owen. Again, a great campaign as he cut through the under-18s last year at the Soundboks Oz Grom Open 2025. All right, he's taken the lead of 5.93 Last of white, 5.93. Last of red, 4.0. So, well, bigger wave, bigger commitment at the end, and a bigger score awarded by the judges of 5.93 for white. Situation change. White leads, red second. Green now needs a 6.17. Blue, to stay alive for the top 16, you need a 8.04. 11 minutes remaining. Here's a great view from the paddle back out to establish fourth priority for the man in white. Paddle to the takeoff zone. That is the rule book for the priority judge to get you your number that they can see the manual screen or the digital screen. Priority 1 has right away whatever position they're in. You can see the jostling. Here we go.
Yeah, Benny Zanata up and riding. The DY man racing down the line. First good whip out of the top. Wraps that one back, and this is where he starts getting some movement down the line. Tags that one. A big, vicious jab into the lip. And he looks like he's going to get the reform too. So he's going to get the bonus section right down at the end of Pub Innies. He's taken that one halfway to Gold Coast. And, well, that's going to be a great number for the surfer in red. Looking for 5.44 to go to first. And, well, I'm not a judge, but I'm going to give him the nod on that one.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. Let's look at the replay. 5.44, big wave. Think about that 5.9 Alexis Owen. First big turn compared to a carve. There's the similar carve right back at the wash. And look at him here. Just drive off the bottom. Full commitment. Tags off another one. Kicks off. But here's the bonus section there. So does he get the score? He needs that mid-range. And we say yes. Gets the nod.
Yeah, but
we call him good. Good and a half. Good and a half.
Yeah.
Let's see. Replay. Here we go. Here comes Traeger. He's got a bit of the South Coast kid. Goofy footer in 2 divisions as well. Had a bit of he's got his brace on, but here we go. Looking to complete this one. And a great little finish there for the Goofy footer. Nursing a knee injury. All right, 9 minutes remaining as young Chris Enover, co-commentator, and I trying to get our level 1 judging course ironed out. Oscar Glasser with priorities. Pulled his trigger on this one. Is he driving deep? Let's go. And again, nice little set-up turn for the man in green. Needs something big, something good. He has to pull the trigger because there's 8.5 minutes as he wind around a nice little snap reform and then exits out that last one. That wave doesn't offer too much, just 2 turns. 8.5 minutes. Stand by for last red.
Yes, stand by for the situation. White, we're still waiting on a very important number for red to lock on through. So once the number for red locks on through, we'll have a clear situation. You were in first prior to that last wave, but red did get a pretty decent ride, and, well, the number required is right in the ballpark of where this score may land. So stay patient for this number to roll on through. What I can tell you, though, White, is you do have 2 scores of a 5.93 and a 4.67. A 5.93 for your last, White. That is your best. It did have you in first. Still waiting for a number for red. 7 minutes 20 on the clock as the sun sets over the beautiful beach break here at Lennox Head. One of the most iconic beach breaks and surf venues, surf towns, you'd have to say, in the world. Still no sign of a score. Red was in second, green third, blue fourth. That was the situation prior. We're still waiting for numbers to lock on through. Blue, we haven't got any numbers locked on for you or last to red. Once we do, we'll give you the situation. All right, Traeger's up and riding. Big wafting turn. That's a nice start to that wave. Will he find a second?
Sorry, go again. Alrighty, so 6 minutes and 10 in the lead at the moment. Score to come for red, but white in the lead, and second is red. So you could say they're secure, but green still needs a score. Currently around the 6 range, a 6-1-7 for green. It may even get bigger. Last odd blue to come through as well. He needs an 8.04. All right, scores are in. Chriso, what has he got? I think you get a Guernsey.
Well, I called the exact number. First go, a 6.33. So there it is, a 6.33 last to red.
Yep.
Benny Zanata goes to first. So situation change. Red first. You have a 5.17 and a 6.33. Second is white. White, you are now chasing a 5.58 to go back into first. A 5.58 is the number to go back into first. Taj Air, you have locked in a 4.17 and a 4.03. Your last two scores, you sit in third. Chasing a 6.43, Blue. A 6.43 is the number required to go into second. And Oscar in the green. You have a 3.3 as the top score. You're chasing a 7.30 green. 7.30 right on the 5 minute mark.
Yeah, there's our last yellow of the day, but yeah, good call there, Chicken. Benny Zanata, 6.33. So you do have life after commentary. Well done. 5.17 and a 6.33 for the man Ben Zanata in the lead. Alexis Owen, 10.6. You now require a 5.58 or improve on a 4.67 to make it harder for blue and green. Here we go.
Wow.
Last year's semi-finalist again. He comes with power, is consistent, and he knows what a good wave is worth. And this is Alexis Owen. He'll be looking to fight his way back into the round of 16. And wow, he turned head. He's been practicing here all week, getting to know the Australian beach breaks. Talk us through the replay.
Watch this replay, Crispy. Just quick whip in the pocket, but watch this second one. This is where the power goes bang and then comes around, hooks it onto the rail. So 2 quick jabs into the lip and then that nice rail turn. And then look at the high intensity down the line. Gets that little squirt out of the lip and then finishes it off. So he liked the feeling of that one. You know, there was lots of good turns in that wave. I feel like he linked it nicely down the line.
Yeah.
I feel like he could have maybe squared up a little bit more on one of those first big turns out the back just to really put the exclamation mark on it. But other than that, it was really
nice looking wave.
Surfed wave.
You know, first round, he's been in the Pro Junior, the Traeger Pro Junior. But what he has done is he's going to do one or two things. He's going to go to the lead, most definitely, and he's going to extend what blue and green need. So they currently need, blue needs a 6.43. That may change to something in the excellent range. Green needs a 7.3, but Alexis Owen scored a drop. But Ben Zanata and Alexis Owen holding the lead with 2 good scores. 3 minutes remaining. Priority 1 with red, priority 2 with green, priority 3 blue. Now just watch those young kids. They're playing around on the grass. How cool is that? Afternoon, and there it is. He brings it out. Taj Air starts to explode. Nice air rev. And here is Ben Zanata. 2.5 minutes. The game is not done and won yet.
Yeah, so these surfers keep swinging for the fences. I'm interested to see the last of White. It was a great surfed wave. He ripped the bag out of it, and he loved the feeling of it too. Looking for, well, it was a 5.58 prior to Benny Zanata's last wave.
Well, just about the lock-in. There it is. What has he got?
Well, 6.5, 6.5. Best number of the heat so far goes to White. And that is a situation change. White goes to first. White goes to first. Last score of 6.5. Second is now red, Benny Zanata. Benny, you sit in second. You are chasing a 6.11. 6.11 is required to go to first, red. Third is blue. We're just waiting for scores to lock on through. It looks like your last score will be your best. And Benny So, and fourth is green. So stand by, a few more scores lock in. Last the blue, there it is, a 5.03. So he still sits in third, but he does reduce the requirement a lot. Blue, you're now chasing a 6.47 to go into second. You sit in third. Benny Zanata sits in second. His last score won't go into his top. Will go in his top two just, but it's not going to change the situation. He's still going to be in second. He's going to need, well, around about a 6-point ride to go into first. So blue third, green fourth. Green chasing an 8.2.
All right, green is up. Jasper Glossop. That is Oscar, sorry. His brother, older brother, pulling the trigger. 30 seconds. Smaller wave. Is it around the high notes he needs in the excellent range? I don't think it is. Benzonata's going to extend. And he may take the lead. If not, extend the requirement for Traeger and Oscar Glossop. Last wave of blue, a 5.03. Not enough. 10 seconds for the last heat of day 2. And we're going to count down.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, that is a wrap, and well done to Alexis Owen. Benzonata moving on through the round of 16. Under 18s for Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill Chicken. What a day. We had the Open men's for the Traeger Pro Junior, the Open women's, and the under 18s first 4. We'll be back. Don't forget, all those watching online, we'll be back tomorrow, 7 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time, to open up with heats 5 and 8. For the under 18s, Soundboks Oz Grom Open, presented by O'Neill. That's another beautiful day for day 2. We'll see you for day 3. See you at the beach.
Wearing these wetsuits just feels like there's absolutely no restrictions.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M, one motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. Give me a ring when you get this. The travel agent keeps calling me. We need to finalise the deposit for the boat trip today. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Over 274,000 Australians trusted us with their property journey. List confidently and